Hey everyone, I'm not going to take up too much of your time before the video begins. I'd just like to say that this is the best of April. I'd also like to say thank you all for such an awesome month. I received a ton of great stories from you guys, and we also hit 40,000 subscribers, which to me is pretty unreal. I don't want to go on and on saying thank you, but I did want to mention it. So, thank you guys. It means a lot to me that you guys like what I do enough to want to hear more of it. It makes me pretty excited for the future, and want to put in even more effort into making this content the best it can be. If you'd like to send in a story of your own, you can send it to rylhstories@gmail.com. If you enjoy the video, a like and a comment is always appreciated. Subscribing if you're new is as well. Now, without further ado, enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I grew up in a small suburban neighborhood in the United States. Everything there was totally normal. Normal people, normal schools, normal houses. I think I lived a pretty good life there. And when I was around 12 years old, my parents finally let me go out with my friends to the really nice park that was less than a mile away from our community. The first time my friends and I went was magical. It was early autumn, October maybe. The weather was just right, and there was still quite a lot of activity in the park. As my friends and I went more often, we usually spent our time watching the clouds go by, or tossing a football around. However, at least once a month, we would wander deeper into the park and pay a visit to the No Shack, the alleged home of what everyone called the No Man. The No Man was a local legend, told by parents and kids alike. The parents would tell it as a don't get lost lesson, but the kids mainly told it to scare each other. According to the story, there's this man-like creature that lives in the abandoned shack in the middle of the park. If you enter the shack at exactly midnight, utter the phrase, "The No Man doesn't exist," and wait 5 seconds. The No Man will appear in the shack with you, and both you and he will disappear before you can scream no, of course. I was at the age where I was beginning to doubt the tale's validity, but it scared me nonetheless. Every time my friends and I visited the shack, we always dared each other to go in at midnight and perform the ritual. None of us had the guts to do it, at least not yet. A few years had passed, but we all maintained our friendship and still went to the park on a regular basis. It was a hot summer day in July when one of my friends, let's call him Nick, finally decided to see the No Man for himself. Everyone in this stupid town has been afraid of this baby story for decades. Nick told us while we were hanging out in the park. I'm tired of believing this. I'm going to the No Shack tonight. If any of you guys want to see me do it, go ahead. My other friends and I were losing our faith in the story as well, but we were all a little surprised at Nick's bold statement. I was 16 at the time, and didn't know anyone who had committed the ritual. Alright, balls of steel, I'll be there, said my other friend, whom I'll call Bryson. But you gotta really do it. No chickening out. Yeah, I'll come too. I grinned. We all turned to look at our other friend, whom I'll call Isaac, who still hadn't confirmed or denied his attendance. You coming, bro? Bryson asked. Yeah. Isaac nodded. I'm in. It was 5 minutes before midnight as Nick, Bryson, Isaac, and I made our way to the No Shack. We were all silent as we walked, each of us thinking about what was going to happen. Suddenly, Nick let out a little chuckle and blurted out, "You guys should see the look on your guys' faces. Come on. I know you guys aren't scared. Snap out of this funk you all got." Isaac snorted. Yeah, we'll see who's scared when we get to the shack. Bryson and I said yeah in agreement with Isaac's statement, and we all started talking a bit more. When we actually reached the shack, however, we all went silent again. Alright, Nick. Bryson smiled as he looked down at his watch. You've got about 15 seconds till midnight. Any last words? Nick walked backwards through the shack doorway and gave us the finger right before he was engulfed in darkness. Later, dudes. Bryson looked up from his watch. It's midnight. Nick started the ritual from inside the shack. The No Man doesn't exist. Isaac nodded in approval. Alright, now count to 5 and come out. Nick just laughed. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nick's voice just stopped right in the middle of the count. Alright, cut the crap and come out, Nick. Bryson smirked. No one came out of the shack. I knew it was childish, but I was actually getting concerned. Quit messing around, I yelled. Come out of the shack. Isaac slowly walked up to the doorway. Nick? Suddenly Nick appeared from the doorway and pushed Isaac to the ground. Bryson yelled as both he and I jumped back in fright. Nick started laughing. Oh boy, have I been waiting to scare you guys like this or what? You guys actually fell for it. Isaac quickly got back on his feet, and the three of us started yelling at Nick, each of us trying to regain our manliness. I was so enraged and embarrassment, in fact, that I almost didn't notice the gray, veiny hand come out from the shack and grab Nick's shoulder. I felt my heart stop as the other guys noticed the hand, and we all stopped yelling. Nick was pulled back into the shack before any of us could even open our mouths. That was the last time any of us saw Nick. We were too afraid to go in the shack right away, but once we did, there wasn't a trace of life. Obviously, we called the cops, but it wasn't like they were going to be able to see anything we didn't. Nick was gone. His parents were devastated, and for the longest time, Isaac, Bryson, and I were prime suspects in the investigation. When it was finally clear that we hadn't done anything, Nick had been gone for months, far too long for a thorough search. Of course, my friends and I knew a search wasn't necessary. Nick was still in the no shack with the no man, but I doubt anyone would believe that. This is for you, Nick. This is for anyone who hears or has heard of the no man. I've been dying to tell someone this without raising suspicion, but even now, I feel that nothing can fill the hole that Nick's face, right before being pulled back into the shack, gave me. This happened to me shortly after I got my first car when I was around 18. Years later, it still shakes me to my core, and I avoid driving at night as much as possible because of it. I don't even like to talk about it, but I feel like it can serve as a warning for those other late-night travelers. The car was a piece of crap four-door, one of those ones with squeaky brakes, roll-down windows, where you have to manually lock each door. It was summer and I was working at a mine. The mine was in a small town about a 5-hour drive from my hometown. During the work week, I stayed near the mine at my aunt's, but on my days off, I drove home as the town was very small. This story happens one of the nights I was driving home. My shift ended around 8 p.m., and instead of waiting until the next day, I decided to push on and get home early. I open the back door and throw my work gear in, and I start my engine. I notice my gas is getting low, but figured I can make it about halfway at least, so I start driving. I am pretty tired, so I decide to blast some tunes and roll my window down for some summer air. My car doesn't have AC, which just adds to my fatigue, but I am excited to spend my hard-earned money at home with friends. 11 o'clock or so and the inevitable happens. I see the familiar bright glow of the low fuel light. I squint my tired eyes as I pull into the next gas station. I just want to be back on the road, so I hop out, swipe my card, and start to pump. I am finishing up and turning to put the nozzle back, when I hear over the PA, "Ma'am, your credit card has been declined. Please come inside to pay." The voice startles me as I replace the nozzle. I look around and am suddenly all too aware that I am the only one around. No other people parked at the station, or even driving by on the country road. Reluctantly, I proceed towards the small building's entrance. I can see through the glass doors that the clerk is standing right next to them, which gives me a sinking feeling. He is a large bearded man, and I am a petite female. Still, I feel compelled to go in and finish paying. I mean, there are cameras everywhere, right? As soon as the door closes behind me, he shoves past me and locks the door with a set of keys. I almost cry when he says shakily to me, "Get behind the counter and crouch down. We need to call the cops." I can't even comprehend the words as he says them, and before I know it, he is leading me roughly by the arm behind the counter. He throws me down, grabs the phone, and squats next to me. He stares at me wide-eyed with a look of terror and states, While you were filling your car, I saw a man over the CCTV crawl into your back seat. I immediately burst into tears, and he calls the cops. It felt like an eternity until they got there, and me and the clerk just sat there in silence, bewildered at the events that just took place. We both jumped as we heard knocking on the glass. We peered over the counter, and to our relief, it was the police. They told us they had the guy, and took both our statements. After it was all over, I assured them I just wanted to continue driving home, even though I was still hysterical. Before leaving me, the cop said something I will never be able to forget. You're lucky the clerk was looking at his camera when he did. The guy who crawled into your back seat had a knife, and a backpack full of rope and duct tape. Be careful driving alone out there. Moral of the story, be careful driving alone. Be careful at night. Be careful stopping to pump gas. Always be aware of your surroundings, and always, always check your back seat. At the end of the street stands a house that is older than most houses in our town. It's worn down and weathered, and no one has resided there in over a decade. To the locals, it's known as the widow's house, because the old lady that lived there years ago lived there alone. The husband died at a young age. He was a fisherman, lost at sea. Growing up, we were told to stay away from the house because it was a death trap. Inside, the walls were falling down due to rot, and the ceiling is water-stained and full of mold. So it was understandable why parents didn't want their children playing around inside. If you ask some of the elders in town, though, you would get a different story. You would be told a story about missing children, and how their disappearance was somehow linked to that house. The elders say that the widow lured children into her home because she was lonely and wanted company, and that when the children would try to leave, she would kill them. I asked my parents about this story, and they assured me that it was wise tales the elders made up to scare the children, so they would stay away from the house. Even if the stories about the missing children aren't true, I still get chills whenever I walk by it. There's something unnatural about the house, something dark, and I think that if the walls of the house could talk, they'd have some nightmares to tell. When I was 12, my friends and I were up late playing Spotlights on a Saturday night. We were playing in my backyard, and it was just about midnight, and we were starting to get bored. Just as we were about to call it a night and head home, one of my friends came up with the brilliant idea that we would break into the widow's house and explore inside. One of the guys in the group tried to convince us it was a bad idea, and that our parents would be mad if they caught us in there. Being young and stupid though, we chose to go against our better judgment. We walked up the street, and as we got closer, the moon was illuminating perfectly down on the house. From a distance, you could easily distinguish the worn down place, and there was denying that it was abandoned. As we got closer, I started to feel this uneasy feeling go down my spine. I was convinced that the rest of the group did too, but we were all too afraid to admit it, because we didn't want to risk being made fun of. We were now standing in front of the house, waiting for one of us to work up enough courage to open the garden gates. The gate was once iron, but you wouldn't be able to tell now with all the rust and corrosion. I put one hand forward to try and seem brave and impress my friends. I slowly pushed the gate open with my left hand, and as I did, the gate let out a creaking noise that made us all jump. We all looked at each other and burst into a fit of laughter. I have to admit, that very moment I was petrified with fear, but I couldn't let it show. Maybe it was because it was the dead of night, but then again the place scared me in broad daylight too. We started to walk into the front garden, huddled close to one another. We were now at the front door, and all I could think about was the stories that the elders used to tell us. The door was stiff and hard to open. The hinges were old and needed to be oiled, but we managed to push it open far enough for us to all squeeze in through, and into the entrance. We were now standing inside the house in the foyer for the first time. Once inside, I thought to myself it wasn't as bad as I imagined, and that it was like any other house, minus the rotten walls and damp smell. One of my friends turned on the flashlight that we had previously been using for our game of Spotlight. With a push of a button, the room was now full of light. We started to explore the house, and we noticed that everything was left in place. When the widow died, no one packed up her belongings, because she didn't have any living relatives to do so. Thinking of this made me sad for the widow, because one thing the elders got right was that she must have been lonely. Even at 10 years, 12 years old, the thought of living alone for years on end made me depressed. Deep in my stomach, I felt sympathy for the widow. She lived inside these walls and would never go outside, mostly because our town and their rumors forced her into a life of isolation. When we reached upstairs, my friends made their way into one of the mini bedrooms, and at this point, I was feeling more comfortable being in the house, and got bold, and headed into one of the other rooms. When I walked in the room, I knew instantly that this must have been the master bedroom. Her bedroom. It was big for an older home. The moonlight shined in through the window, giving me enough light to see around the room. Near the entry of the room there was a large walk-in closet, and there, still hanging on the racks, was some of the widow's clothes. Most of her items were still on the hangers, while the rest was now on the floor covered in dust, forgotten in time. I continued poking around the room, trying to find something that would give me a better indication about her life. I wanted to find something that gave me a better understanding of the life she lived, alone. Then I saw it there on the window ledge, a candle, or what was left to it. The elders used to say that the widow would light a candle in her upstairs bedroom window every night, in hopes to guide her husband who was lost at sea home. My own grandmother told me that there wasn't a night that went by that there wasn't a candle burning in that window. This was a tradition that most fishermen wives would do when their husbands were out to sea fishing. As I stood there taking in this scene, I felt a cold shiver go down my spine, and for a moment it felt like all the air in the room was sucked away. I gasped for my breath, and found myself unable to catch it. Then the cold dissipated, and I was able to breathe again. I convinced myself that anxiety and panic got the best of me, and it wasn't until I was older that I realized what it could have actually been. The sound of a squeaky floorboard in the stairs pierced through the silence of the house. It was the sound you would hear when someone was walking up or down the stairs. Panic started to set in, because I thought my friends were sneaking off without me, as some sort of stupid prank. I rushed out of the bedroom, and made my way to the stairs landing, only there wasn't anyone there. I listened for a moment, and everything was deafening silent again. I yelled out, "Real funny, guys," in which one of my friends replied, "What's funny?" from the bedroom at the end of the hall. Hairs on the back of my neck started to stand. I realized that none of my friends had gone downstairs, and reassured myself that this house is old, and it was probably just that, old. I made my way down to the bedroom that they were all hanging out in. I could hear them laughing. When I got to the room, I asked them what's so funny, but before anyone could answer, I saw one of my friends was wearing an old-fashioned bonnet. I told them to knock it off, and put it back where he found it. I then told them that it wasn't funny, rather disrespectful to touch that isn't theirs, especially when the person is dead. As my friends were putting it back, I heard it again. The sound of someone on the stairs, only this time we all heard it. A lump started to form in my mouth, and I tried to speak up but my voice cracked. Then one of my friends bawled out, "Who's there?" All of us waited for someone to reply. I think we were all hoping it was one of our parents, coming to scold us out for staying out so late, and for coming into the house when we were all told not to. We waited for what seemed like hours for a reply that never came. One of my friends said it was getting late, and that we should get home before the sun came up. We all nodded in agreement, and started to walk towards the stairs. Although it was a little faster than a walk, as we got to the stairs we all froze in place. The door at the opposite end of the hallway started to slowly creak open. None of us wanted to hang around to see who or what opened the door, so we started to rush down over the stairs. We were all almost to the bottom, when there was a crashing noise behind us. When I turned around, one of my friends had fallen through the rotten stairs. Half of his body was still above, the other half in the hole. A group of us rushed to his aid, and quickly hauled him out of the hole he had fallen through. We then quickly started running towards the front door. Before we left the house, I took one last look behind me. and I swear I saw her there standing at the top of the stairs looking at us. I didn't stop to take a second look. I just squeezed my way through the door back into the front yard, pushing the door closed as I got out. We started to run away from the house as quick as possible, but my friend who had fallen through the stairs was limping. Myself and one of my other friends ran back, and between the both of us we managed to help him move quickly. We ran through the gate that was once iron, and started to head down the street to the safety of my house. One of my friends stopped and turned around to face the house, and slowly lifted his left hand and extended his index finger to point back towards the widow's house. As he did this, we all saw what he was pointing at. There in the upstairs window, in the room that I was standing in 10 minutes prior to this, the candle's flame was flickering in the window. The next day was the first day in my life that I was grounded. My parents had found out that my friends and I had gone into the house that they told us to stay away from. They wouldn't have found out. Only my friend who went through the stairs had to explain to his mother how he broke his ankle. Thinking back to that night, however, we are thankful that that was the worst thing that happened, when it could have gone entirely different. Flash forward 15 years later, the house still stands at the end of my street. Despite multiple storms and weathering, the house refuses to fall. I personally believe that evil is what keeps it together. The elders who once told us the stories about the widow have all passed away, leaving behind another generation to tell the stories in their place. I feel like my parents every time I tell my own kids to stay away from it, only I don't tell them about the mold and the falling down walls. I'm honest with them, and I tell them about the night I saw the widow. In college, I roomed with 4 other guys in a small house. It was a weekend in mid to late October of our junior year. Cal, the burnout of our group, had left early Friday afternoon to visit his girlfriend back home. 2 of my other roommates had also left after Friday classes for some reason or another. It was just me and Zach left at the house. Zach had been pestering me all afternoon to go to a party with him, but I was still suffering a hangover from the night before. Eventually he gave up, and I settled into a nice night nap. I was woken up by my phone buzzing against my face. Initially I just threw it on the ground, but it wouldn't stop buzzing. Someone needed to reach me. I shambled to my phone. The light was easy to find in the pitch black house. I had to focus my bleary eyes to make out the caller ID. It was Cal's cell. He never called me from out of town. My attention shifted to the time. It was around 2 a.m. Much later than I'd realized. A sudden pang of worry cut through my grogginess, and I fumbled around for a light switch. When I finally answered my phone, Cal responded by saying my name, as if he'd been surprised I was on the other end. His voice had an unfamiliar softness to it. I said something like, "Yeah, what's up?" Cal asked me if I could come pick him up. It wasn't softness I had heard in his voice. It was nerves. But I was as annoyed as I was anxious, so I bluntly asked if he'd gotten himself into some kind of car accident or something. "No," Cal replied. His car was apparently fine. I asked why he needed me to pick him up in the middle of the night then. No real answer. Only another plea that I come find him. I had been wanting to make a jab about him being drunk, but something kept stopping me. I'd seen Cal drunk or high hundreds of times before, and the voice over the phone seemed definitely sober. I reminded Cal that he was 4 hours away. Why couldn't his girlfriend or parents or older brother pick him up? He finally explained that he wasn't at home anymore, that he'd gotten on the road hours ago, and was in fact pretty close to our university. Then he mentioned something about being in a Denny's. His voice had started to shake. Gently, I coaxed him into giving me more information about his exact location. It was a combination Denny's and a gas station off of the interstate Cal drove to get home and back. Fortunately, there was only one business within a 2-hour range that matched Cal's description. MapQuest estimated it was about an hour's drive, but I could swing it in 40 minutes. I told Cal I'd be there for him soon. It was difficult to get him to hang up. He made me promise I wouldn't just abandon him with that thing. That got my blood back running. I scribbled some notes for myself, then grabbed a jacket and a water bottle. Just as I was headed for the door, Zach came stumbling into the house. I was desperate for company after that phone call, so I told Zach he needed to get in the car. We were going somewhere. Luckily, Zach happened to be a very agreeable drunk. About 10 miles outside of town, the highway became more or less deserted. Zach was a bit of a closet nerd, so he was happily rambling about Star Wars or LOTR, or whatever it was he was into at that time. It was a comforting distraction from the fields of black that flanked the road. My stomach started to drop again, as the mile markers counted closer to our destination. I found the off-ramp with no problem, and as soon as I finished my turn, I could make out the bright red lettering of a Denny's sign in the distance. I circled around until I found Cal's car. In the splotchy lot lighting, I gave it a quick inspection. Cal had told me the truth. His car looked in the same semi-decent condition as usual. Zach was very excited we were going to a Denny's. When we went inside, there was no hostess at the front counter to show us to a table. Zach started strolling into one of the main dining areas, so I meekly followed behind him. There were maybe a few old men scattered around, but the place was close to empty. While I had been scanning the room for Cal, Zach had plopped himself into a booth and was hollering for the waitress. When she finally got over to us, she looked less annoyed than I'd expected. Before Zach could try to order, I cut in and asked if a guy about our age had been in the restaurant. The waitress nodded and said, "Yeah, your buddy's been waiting for you in the back." Then she gestured for us to follow her, as she showed us to the dining area on the opposite side of the front counter. The waitress pointed to a somewhat obscured booth in a corner. "He looked so shook up when he came in here," she said to us quietly. "I'm glad you boys showed up for him." She told us we were welcome to stay as long as we wanted, and to come find her if we needed anything. She wasn't exaggerating about Cal. When we walked up to him, he was ashen-faced and dead-eyed, staring down at a plate packed with food, but showing no desire to eat any of it. He didn't even notice us until Zach haphazardly smacked his arm by way of a hug. I'd figured he'd be excited I finally showed, but his voice was low and monotone as he greeted us and asked if we wanted to eat anything. The table was filled with food. There must have been 4 or 5 other dishes besides the one in front of Cal, as well as several beverage cups. I made a lame joke about him being jealous of one of our other roommates' beer guts. Cal just kinda halfway smiled at that, then explained he had to keep ordering stuff so he wouldn't feel bad about having sat in the restaurant for 3 hours. 3 hours? I'd asked with surprise. I'd made the trip out there in well under an hour. Cal shrugged and explained that he hadn't called me immediately. Apparently he was too freaked out. I asked what he meant by that. Cal didn't answer me right away. His eyes kept glazing over the ceiling. Finally they stopped to stare at Zach as he dipped a sausage link into a milkshake. He let out a genuine laugh, and we jointly started to rib Zach, who defended his unholy creation with, "You guys are so repressed. Sausage shake is delicious. Open your minds." With the tension broken, Cal started to tell his story. That evening, he was supposed to have dinner with his girlfriend at her parents'. They were meeting her parents at a fairly nice restaurant, and he and his girlfriend began to fight over the quality of his shoes. The fight snowballed from there, and a few hours later he was angry enough to drive all the way back home during the middle of the night. Our university was out in the sticks. The route you have to take between there and Cal's hometown is mostly 2-lane country highway. Cal was, as expected, speeding. It's a lonely stretch of road, and past 9 o'clock. Typically the only other vehicles you have to worry about sharing it with are semis. A single truck is simple enough to bypass, but God help you if you get stuck between 2 trying to pass each other. A turtle race, I think the slang goes. And that is exactly the situation Cal sped himself into. 2 semis had been driving bumper to bumper in the right-hand lane as Cal approached them on the left. He practically had to slam on his brakes when that trailing truck suddenly cut over into his lane in order to pass the first truck. Pissed off, Cal started to tailgate the semi in front of him, as it hurriedly moved to pass the semi to the right. Personally, I tried to never put myself and my car in this kind of position. I hate tight spaces, and it's horribly claustrophobic to be stuck between the edge of the road and two 40-ton steel walls. Cal, however, has never been known for wisdom or prudence. While he was raging at the slow semi in front of him, he hadn't noticed another vehicle enter the highway. Suddenly there was an impatient SUV tailgating him. Cal was fully locked in between three cars. At this point, Cal explained, he started to get a real ominous feeling. It seemed like the truck in front of him was making no headway against the truck on the right. The SUV just kept getting closer and closer, until Cal swears it was within a foot of his own bumper. In response, Cal just kept getting closer to the rear of the semi, coming roughly within 10 feet. He said he was this close to just laying on the horn, when the SUV began to let up a bit. With thoroughly shot nerves, Cal said he tried to concentrate on what little road he had left in front of him. That's when he saw something move underneath the bed of the semi. It was only a brief shadow against the beams of his headlights, but the movement was sudden enough to startle Cal. He said at first he thought he was just being jumpy or succumbing to that trucker's fatigue, where they start seeing little gnomes by the sides of the road. The head that popped down iced both explanations. Cal almost swerved off the road. It had a humanoid face apparently, with maybe a toddler-sized head, leathery and hairless. Its mouth was gaping, but not as if to scream or bite or eat. Cal says that was the way it always sat. I asked him how he knew that. Because, he answered, I had to stare at that thing for 1,000,000 hours. In a literal sense, he was naturally exaggerating, but I can only imagine how time would have dragged on, trapped between an untimely death and that thing. Cal says after his initial shock, he was frozen in disbelief, losing all sense of time or place, just staring at the thing's shaded eye sockets. At last his trance was broken when the thing started forward, crawling upside down against the underbelly of the truck. As it moved closer, Cal could make out the gnarly limbs, heaving it along, which he described as like bat wings with no webbing. When it finally reached the end of the trailer bed, 3 long hooked digits curled around the underride bar. By then, Cal had broken down into full-blown hysteria. His foot hovered over the brake pedal, ready for a swift disengagement. Who cares about the consequences? He was this close on stomping down, as the thing pulled its head forward from underneath the underride bar, revealing its features in direct illumination. Its eyes were large and completely black, and Cal could see stubby, sporadic teeth within its hanging mouth. The thing then began wrapping its whole body around the underride bar, until it was suspended like a sloth. Once it had secured itself, it began slowly extending those hooked digits towards the hood of the car. Cal says it was never in range to reach him, but still, that was his breaking point. He freaked out, began wailing on the horn, flashing his brights, turning on his hazards. The SUV, he says, seemed to respond almost as if in panic, easing abruptly on Cal's tail. Within seconds, both cars were positioned safely behind the semis. It was just then that the semi Cal had been following finally passed the first and shifted over into the right lane. The SUV made quick work of passing Cal. He was glad to see it go. Alone on the road again, he pulled off to the shoulder to finish hyperventilating in peace. As Cal finished, I was at a loss for what to say. He seemed so shaken and spoke in such uncharacteristic earnest. I was inclined to believe him, but the whole thing sounded so bizarre. Fortunately, Zach cut in with, "Man, that's messed up." Cal laughed, somewhat feigned, and replied, "Yeah, it was." I could put together the rest of Cal's ordeal on my own. Still stricken, he must have gotten off on the first exit he came across, then pulled into the first restaurant he saw. He waited it out for a couple hours, realized he was too terrified to drive, then called me to pick him up. Whether the thing was real or not, my friend's fear certainly was, and I was eager to get him home. The problem was that we had 2 cars and only 1 driver. I certainly wasn't going to let Zach behind the wheel until at least another 6 hours and a decent nap. Cal balked when I suggested we'd have to leave his car in the Denny's parking lot until the next afternoon. Too tired to get irritated, I grabbed hold of the first idea that came to me and went with it. Out in the filling station portion, I tepidly approached an elderly couple in a busted-looking Chevy. I asked which direction they were headed. Same direction as our university. It worked out. I gave a bare-bones rundown of our predicament, glazing over Cal's demon sighting with "had a bad incident," then offered them $200 I didn't have for one of them to drive Cal's car back to our house. They exchanged a look, then the husband offered to commander the car for free, as I had hoped. The whole operation was risky and honestly pretty stupid, but it worked. The old man followed us in Cal's car, no funny business, and his wife in turn trailed him in their Chevy. He neatly parked the car in the spot next to mine, and I approached him as Zach shouted out his gratitude from our doorway. I was about to start in on another round of profusely thanking him, when he waved his hand and said there was no need. Feeling at ease again, I tried to strike up some small talk before I just up and left the old man. I found out that he and his wife were retired, and that they shared a lifelong love of road trips. At the time, they were traversing the entire continental USA, from sea to shining sea. The conversation trailed off, and I took Cal's keys and turned to leave. Then the man started to speak again. He asked about Cal, or as he put it, your friend who was all shook up. He wanted to make sure he was okay. "I'm sure he'll be fine," I answered. Good, good. It's always a trip. The first time you see one of them." This isn't really a scary story, more like a spooky little anecdote, I guess. For as long as I can remember, my sister and I were raised by my mom. I've always had vague memories of having a dad, but he kicked the bucket when I was 2, and my sister was just 1. Needless to say, I never really knew the guy. There were no pictures of him around the house, and Mom never really spoke of him. And we never thought to ask, as far as we were concerned. It was just Mom and us. I remember asking her about him once, only once, on my first day of freshman year at high school. Cancer. She murmured. It came and went, and came back. It was pretty nasty. And she never mentioned him again. Raising 2 kids on her own was rough on Mom, and as a result, she was rough on us. I never got the feeling she loved us, as much as she tolerated us, and raised us to the best of her capacity, always staying within that margin of motherly duty, or maybe just well enough that no one would call CPS on her. Even now, the clearest memories I have of her face are of a tired scowl with a cigarette hanging from its lips. I won't lie, it was hard to shed a tear when I heard she passed. Don't get me wrong, I still loved her and it still pained me to hear the news, but that was about it. I was, strangely enough, less anxious about burying Mom than I was excited to see my little sister again. I hadn't seen her since she moved out for college this time last year. When she hopped off the Greyhound, she looked like she was on a similar boat. This blows. I know. And that was pretty much it. We're having a cup of coffee, going over Mom's stuff, all of it mixed up inside a box kindly provided to us by the care home. We're remembering the not-so-great memories of our childhood, struggling to separate the good times from the bad when it came to Mom. My sister mentioned something I hadn't given much thought to in years, since I moved out actually. When I was a kid, I used to have sleep paralysis episodes, seemingly at random. They started when I was like 4 or 5, happening once every month or 2. But as the years went on, they became more and more frequent. It came to a point, when I was 9, where they'd happen pretty much every night. My sister and I shared a bedroom for most of our childhood, a single-parent family struggling to make ends meet. Imagine that, right? I only got my own bedroom when I was 10, and Mom had to sell the washing machine for rent money, vacating the laundry room. That's about the time my episodes stopped happening. For a while, I'd joke with my sister, saying they were her fault, and that the real cure was to sleep away from her, and her loud snoring. She didn't snore, but Thankfully, she always took it as nothing more than banter. As the months went on and the episodes stayed behind, so did the jokes, and with time, even the memory of them was just a faint recollection. So when she brings up the episodes, I have to take a step back to really remember them, and oh boy, the image in my mind is vivid. I could see her bed from my own, what with the small bedroom space, and when the paralysis kicked in, she was pretty much dead center in my view. Everybody jokes nowadays about sleep paralysis demons, being these big, scary, SCP-looking creatures, or these strange black figures crawling on the walls, but mine was actually really plain. It looked like a tall, white man, but I could never make out any remarkable features about him. It was always dark when he showed up, darker than I'd remember it being when I'd fallen asleep, like he brought on an extra layer of pitch blackness along when he came. The only thing I could see was the weird mark on his neck, running from underneath his shirt, up towards his right ear, stopping just shy of the hairline. It was a long, narrow scar, like he'd been cut with a knife or something. The figure didn't really do much during my episodes. He'd show up, stand over my sister, with his right-hand side turned to me. Sometimes he'd put a hand to her chest, or crouch over to lean in closer to her face. Then he'd slowly walk over to me and place a cold, firm hand against my shoulder, and I'd fall back asleep like a baby. I could never tell how long this lasted though. Some nights it felt like a couple of minutes, others it seemed to go on for hours. I'd mention it to Mom on occasion, but she'd less than gently tell me to go away because she was busy. As often happens in these cases, my sister was my only outlet in regards to this for years. There we were, going through old photo albums and reminiscing on this. You always made it sound like a pleasant experience, she remarks at one point, which, in hindsight, was probably the weirdest part. When I drop one of the heftier, older albums onto my foot. Butterfingers, I know. Photos of Mom as a kid and her childhood home came loose from the old pages, the glue clearly not surviving the test of time, and a few well-placed cusses later, I started picking up the pictures while Sis puts them back in their place. I then noticed one of the pictures has another one stuck to its back, like it's been hidden away on purpose. I snapped the second picture loose. It's a wedding picture of Mom, probably the only one to still exist, with her as Dad, and my sister and I take a minute to let it sink in. In all my 25 years of life, this was the first time I'd seen a picture of the old man. My sister remarks how much I look like him, with a chuckle, but my eyes fixate on the image, petrified. Running along his neck is a scar, long and narrow, like a healed incision from a surgery. It popped out from under his shirt's collar, up towards his right ear, stopping just shy of the hairline. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment, so can anyone tell me why there was a woman sitting on my couch watching TV? I was in my room getting some work done when I had gotten a bit hungry and planned on walking to the kitchen to get some leftover Chinese. My kitchen sits right next to the living room, and as soon as I stepped into the dark hallway I noticed the television was on. I know I never stopped to watch anything on it, so this was an immediate red flag. Thinking that maybe it was updating or maybe Alexa had switched it on by mistake, I walked over to turn it off, but my heart dropped when I saw a woman with oily black hair sitting on my couch watching it. For a moment I was confused, because I knew there was no one here when I walked in, and I knew all the doors and windows were locked. From the time I came home, I hadn't heard anyone break in, so how could a person be sitting there? After the confusion passed, I wanted to walk forward and ask what she was doing in my house, but something screamed that that would be a grave mistake. If anyone has ever experienced sleep paralysis, that's what the feeling was like. I told my body to move, but the primal part of my brain refused vehemently. I slowly crept back inside my room and just waited in silence. At this point, I know you're already screaming at me to call the cops, and trust me, I wanted to. Nothing in that moment would have made me feel better than to have one or two armed police officers there to deal with her, so that I didn't have to. But if I'm being honest, I didn't want her to hear me talking. If she had walked to my room, I'd be trapped, and in that moment, I felt like that'd be a nightmare. After waiting for half an hour in silence, I mustered up enough courage to at least observe and see what she was up to. Forcing myself up, I cracked the door open just enough to get a clear view of the hallway and look at where she was sitting. If I didn't know any better, I'd have thought she had legitimately just stumbled into the wrong house and was relaxing like any normal person. But something was off. It almost looked as if she was slumped forward on the couch. Part of me wanted to believe she was sleeping, but what I saw next shattered all hope of that. She reached a disgustingly long arm towards the door and unlocked it from her seated position with ease. I haven't measured yet, but eyeballing the distance from my couch to the door, it had to be at least 8 or 9 feet away on the low end. She slowly stood up and made a clumsy effort to walk towards it. Her body was horrifying. She was tall, uncomfortably so. If I had to guess, I'd say she was maybe over 9 feet, with arms that touched the ground and dragged behind her. Her hands each sported roughly 11 fingers, that had to each be around a foot in length. From what I remember, she was completely naked, with sagging skin that hung loosely off her extremely thin body. She was also paler than I thought possible. Her skin appeared almost gray, and if I didn't know any better, I'd think her skin belonged to that of someone recently deceased. She didn't move gracefully. She dragged her massive body towards the door and raised her long arm towards the doorknob to pull it open. It almost looked like she had to break her own bones to complete the movement. But as she pulled the door open and moved a spindly leg outside, she stopped. My blood ran cold as she slowly turned her head towards me, and I caught a glimpse of her face. I wanted to scream when I didn't see any eyes, just a puffy exterior with sagging eye holes, and a mouth with long, rubbery lips that drooped past her shoulders in a permanent look of anguish. I didn't know if she saw me, or if she even had the capability to. All I remember was her turning her head back outside and leaving my home. She shut the door behind her, and I was left in silence with my heart pumping faster than it ever did before. I rushed outside with my phone to see if I could catch her on video, and I wish I hadn't. I wish I had just closed the door and gone to sleep, or gotten drunk and tried to pass the whole thing off as a messed up nightmare. But what I saw was... I know it was real. I looked outside in the cold dark, and I saw her hanging off the side of the building like a spider. The window of the person above me was open. She was fishing inside, and after a few seconds of searching, she pulled out their son. Her hand was completely wrapped around the head, and I couldn't tell if they were alive or dead by the time she slinked off into the darkness with the young boy. I had caught it all on video. I must have watched that video 100 times before deleting it. I mean, what was I supposed to do with it? You think the police would believe it's a real piece of evidence? Even if they did, what could they do? And as a parent, are you better off thinking that your kid ran away, or knowing that it was taken by an entity that we can't even begin to comprehend? At least with the former, you have the hope that maybe you'll see them again. I just couldn't bring myself to bring up such a crazy notion to a grieving family. Or worse, have them believe me, and go looking for something that no one should ever try and find. I knew as long as I kept it, I'd be tempted to watch it, and every time I watched it, I'd be driven farther into madness. There's been more stories of missing kids lately too. I've even heard some rumors about pets going missing from people's homes. Surprisingly enough, I even heard a story about a full-grown man disappearing. He was never seen again, with absolutely no trace of where he went or why he left. The only thing suggesting any kind of outside force was an open window, and a few strands of hair police couldn't match any DNA to. This has taken quite the toll on my life. I tried to find info on this thing, but as far as I know, there's nothing. If anyone out there has had a similar experience, please tell your story, or share images of the thing if you have them. I just want to know I'm not crazy. I'm quitting my job tomorrow, and staying with my brother on the other side of the country. There's no way I'm sticking around that thing more than I need to. I don't plan on being here much longer, but last night I heard a knocking at my door. I know the next time I see it, I won't be telling a story afterwards. But I also know I'm never coming back to this apartment building ever again. I recently began working for the London Underground as a cleaner. I work night shifts from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., which suits me as I'm a student in my final year at university, and those shifts give me time for lectures and to study as well. The pay isn't great, but it's good enough for me. I've only had 2 shifts, but I've experienced something I cannot explain, and I don't know if anyone will believe me. On my first day, I worked with a man called Steve. One of the first things he said to me was, "If you hear whispers in the tunnels, just turn around and go the other way. They'll stop eventually." I laughed, thinking it was a joke to try and scare the newbie, but Steve's face told me he was totally serious. On the second shift, I was left to work on my own, so I'd get the hang of things, but Steve assured me if I needed him, all I had to do was call for him on my walkie-talkie, and he'd be there. That was when I encountered my first whispers. I was sweeping one of the corridors when I heard someone whispering my name. I thought it was someone playing a prank on me, but something in my gut told me it was more than that. I froze, contemplating what to do. Then I remembered Steve. Using a shaky hand, I picked up my walkie-talkie and spoke. "Steve, I'm in the northbound corridor, but I'm hearing some weird sounds." I was cut off by a loud scream, and the sound of something running in my direction. I turned around and ran all the way up the escalators, and towards the staff room, where I knew there would be people on break. Whatever was chasing me was hot on my heels, and for every step I ran, I felt like the gap was closing in, and I was going to be grabbed any second. I burst into the staff room. I was panting and my face felt bright red. The people in the staff room just looked at me until one of them spoke up. "So you ran into Ella, I'm guessing." I was confused about who this Ella was, and why nobody was concerned. The whispers and screams, they continued. I nodded. "Something chased me," I managed to say. Before sitting down, I was given a drink of water. "Don't take it personally, she's done that to everyone. You just got to make sure she doesn't catch you." The people in the staff room laughed, but I didn't see how any of this was funny. I sat down with Steve in the manager's office, and he explained a little bit more about Ella and my encounter with her. Ella lives in the tunnels. She's been there for as long as I have, and I bet she's probably been here even longer than that. He sipped his coffee. Ella likes to lure people in. She sees it as some sort of game, and when it doesn't go her way, she gives chase. I interrupted him. "So it's a hunt?" Steve laughed. "If that's how you want to look at it, then sure. But we will not let anything happen to you while you work here. Is that clear?" I nodded hesitantly. "How do you think you can finish off the shift?" I was taken aback by this request. I've just been chased and hunted by some monster that lives in the tube station, and all anyone seemed to care about was me sweeping up a bit of dirt. I begrudgingly finished my shift with no farther problems from Ella, but I couldn't help feeling watched the whole time by something. I'm not due back to work for a few days, but I really don't know if I can go back there, as I'm afraid of what else is in the tunnels of the underground. I used to love going for night drives, but I never want to do it again. My friend and I would go out for night drives all the time. Sometimes Jamie and I will find a spot where we can see the stars really well, and just lie back on the hood of his car. Driving around at night, we've had some incredible conversations, and occasionally we see some really cool things. Driving is Jamie's thing. He loves it. Last night Jamie was in an awful mood. He called me saying he needed to go for a ride and didn't want to be alone. But when he picked me up, he would barely talk to me. He was speeding, but he's a good driver, so I wasn't too concerned. We got pretty deep in the countryside, and I didn't recognize the area at all. We'd been driving for a long time though. At this point it was just dirt roads and no streetlights. I suggested we go back, but Jamie said he couldn't go home right now, so we kept going. A while later we were driving through a wooded area, When Jamie pulled over and announced he had to pee. "Don't go too far," I told him. Jamie and I had explored enough forests that night that I wasn't even slightly worried, and I thought he'd be back right away. I was looking down at my phone, scrolling through Reddit, for what felt like a really long time. I looked up to see if I could see Jamie heading back, and I thought I saw a person standing straight ahead, about 20 feet ahead. I flashed the car lights just to make sure, and sure enough, a man was standing there staring at me. Once I flashed the lights, he started groaning very loudly, and just kept staring. I immediately locked the car doors. We were in the middle of nowhere, and hadn't seen another person or passed any cars in ages. I called Jamie, but I could hear his phone ringing. He had left it in the car. My stomach dropped. There was no way it could take this long for him to pee. He should have been back by now. I started looking out the passenger window, looking for him, making a silent deal with myself that if he wasn't back in 3 minutes, I was going to call the police and drive away to somewhere safe. When I looked back straight ahead, I saw the man was only 10 feet away now, and now instead of groaning, he was weeping, still staring very intensely at me. I decided to screw waiting 3 minutes and just take off, when Jamie reappeared. The man stopped weeping. I unlocked the door for Jamie and let him into the car. Jamie looked super pale and also very stone-faced. I started freaking out and screaming for him that we had to go, but he just sat there. Suddenly a bunch of people, wearing no clothing, but covered in body paint, emerged from the trees. I started crying and pleading with Jamie to start driving, but it was as if he couldn't hear me. The people set the man on fire. The man didn't make a noise, and the people started chanting. Jamie started howling with laughter. He then proceeded to turn the car around and we drove away. He was speeding faster than he'd ever done before. I started to dial the police, but Jamie grabbed my phone. "Don't call the police or you'll be next." He then gave it back to me. After that, Jamie returned to being emotionless and refused to talk to me, but he was muttering a ton under his breath. I couldn't understand any of it though. It didn't even sound English. I was too petrified to say or do anything, and Jamie dropped me off. Since then, Jamie's texted me every hour, on the hour, saying, "Do you want the fire to spread?" I haven't responded to any texts yet. Something happened to Jamie in the woods. I'm sure of it. He sent me a text a few minutes ago saying, "Let's go for a drive. I want to show you something." I don't know what to do. My great-grandfather, grandmother's dad, immigrated to Canada from the Ukraine when he was a young man. He had no money but came with a positive attitude and a hard work ethic. He found jobs working in mining and stuck with this his entire life, and passed it down to his son, my great-uncle as well. They often worked side by side on jobs in the dense northern forests of Canada. One of the jobs they worked on was staking claims on gold mining sites for a small company. This required them to go on multi-day, even week, expeditions into deep woods that had never been traveled. When I was young, I spent a lot of time with my great-grandfather before he passed away. He would often babysit me and loved to tell fantastical stories. And he was very animated despite his old age. Most of the stories were obvious fiction, like how he lost a finger in a fight with a bear. He was missing a finger though, etc. But he rarely talked about his actual life and fascinating stories of panning gold. Shortly before he passed on, he began to tell me a lot more fact-based stories of his life, and it always made me feel a bit like the family historian. My favorites were always the spooky stories he would tell me about his deep wilderness adventures. This is one of my favorite stories told by the best of my memory. I feel it important to add that though he was not a serious guy, a look of concern came over his face when he recounted it. It seemed to still bother him, even many years later. We were on my great-uncle and his, third day of hiking through some of the densest backcountry I've ever experienced. We left the horses with our third man on day 1, to be taken back to camp as it was obvious it would be too thick of brush for them to pass. We were following the riverbed as best we could, diverting only when the embankments became too steep alongside it. Your great uncle was an exceptional navigator, and I was really proud of him. Most of that day had gone really nicely, until a couple of hours before dusk. We began hearing noises coming from behind us, twigs snapping, water splashing, and so on. It was known bear and cougar territory, and we had experienced being stalked before, so it didn't raise too many hairs. We loaded our defense rifles and carried them in front instead of strapped to our back. The stalking continued until dusk, when we stopped to set up camp for the night. We quickly got a fire going, and the noises stopped as we drank and cooked our dinner. Soon it was time to retire, as we liked to get early starts to maximize our daylight. We crawled into our small 2-person lean-to style tent. I was awoken by your uncle shaking my arm, rifle in the other hand. I immediately heard the rummaging around and stayed quiet, reaching for my own rifle. It was a low moon evening, and the tree canopy made it impossible to even see your hand a few inches in front of you. We sat in silence listening. The noises were very strange compared to the countless wild animals I had encountered. "It sounds like whatever it is walking on 2 feet," whispered your uncle. I immediately shushed him. I heard the thing approaching. I cocked my rifle and raised it, knowing I'd only have a split-second reaction time. But as the clink of rifle being actioned rang out, I heard the thing run off. What unsettled me was the running sounded like a human taking off with an unnaturally long stride. We took turns keeping watch until daylight. When we awoke, our stuff was scattered all around camp. A few small objects were missing, such as spoons, which struck me as very bizarre behavior for a predator. Being stalked all day, and rummaging, and small objects missing at night. We were exhausted from each, only getting half-night sleeps and debated turning back. Money was tight, however, and neither of us could afford to lose this job. So we pressed on, telling ourselves it was a bear or something familiar. Nearing the end of day 6, a couple of hours before dusk, we came across a steep embankment near the side of the river that forced us deep into the woods, farther from the river than we usually like to venture. But the noises had stopped, and there was a sense of relief being able to trek without being followed. We mutually agreed the embankment must be the end of the creature's territory. About 30 minutes of traveling along the drop-off, running perpendicular to the river into the woods, the hair on the back of my neck began to stand up. We both looked down as we heard a loud crunch. As far as we could see in front of us, there were animal bones scattered everywhere. Your uncle proceeded carefully to look along the edge of the embankment. "It looks like it ends in a field 2 minutes up ahead," he said. We made the mutual decision we would proceed swiftly, and quietly, to where we could get to the other side of the gap, then cut back to the river before dark. I remember my great-grandfather pausing at this point in the story, gauging my reaction. I was not that old, and I think he wanted to make sure he was not scaring me too much. He took a deep breath and continued. "We really should have followed our instincts and turned around. We reached the edge of the forest line and the gully. It opened up into a big field, with a large dead hollow tree in the center. The first thing that caught my eye was the glint of human objects hung in the tree, many of which we recognized as our missing objects. Next to the tree is something I will never forget. It was a wolf-like creature in shape, but stood on its 2 hind legs. It had to have been about 7 feet standing bolt upright without support. Its fur was like no wolf I had ever seen either. It was short fur, and spotted white, black, and brown like a tricolor pinto horse. It almost had a deer-like body. Slowly and methodically it began to walk towards us in a disturbingly human motion. I analyzed in seconds our options for escape. The brush behind us was far too thick. Next to us the gully fell into a steep rock slide. My ears rung as your uncle's gun went off next to me. A mist of blood flew from the creature's arm. It seemed unfazed, as it took up in an unnatural sprint straight towards us. I pushed your uncle into the gully and leapt after him, knowing in my guts it was now the only option. We tumbled down. disoriented for what seemed like an eternity, before coming to a thud at the bottom. Dazed and bruised, I came to my feet and looked up at the top of the embankment. There, staring at us, was the creature. Something that will always bother me, or how human its eyes were, how I could see it thinking. Your uncle, still on the ground, rose his gun up slowly. I reached my hand out and lowered it. I swear to this day I saw that thing smile in approval. And we ran out of there. We ran through the night down the gully until we met the river. As we couldn't get up the steep edge, we waited against the current upriver until we found a spot we could get back up. We continued, at as fast of pace as we could, only stopping for small rest times to sleep and eat, without even setting up a camp, constantly hearing far-off sounds of something walking in the water behind us. The noises stopped at about the same spot they had started. We made the 6-day trip back in 4. After he finished the story, I asked a slew of questions. In summary, my great-grandfather had enough seniority with this small company, and the bosses were planning on giving him more of a clerical job, due to his age anyway. My great-uncle quit, and took on a series of jobs, and even traveled the world a bit in his youth before returning to mining at a fixed position mine for a large company. I always loved this story, and though my great-grandfather told me a lot of fun BS kind of stories, I knew this one was true, because of the seriousness he told it with. Also, there are so many unexplained things deep in the woods. I just hope to never come across something like this one. I used to stay up late. As a high school student, I ignored my parents' wishes and stayed up way past my bedtime. Teenage rebellion was a lot of effort when you have all honors classes, so you squeeze in what you can. I had a couple of friends I did stuff with. I was involved in the theater, so I got busy. I didn't have a girlfriend, or anything even resembling one due to my complete and total lack of charm, but I stayed busy nonetheless. And because of my raging hormones and the fire of teenage rebellion, I stayed up late. Now, I don't know if you have ever stayed up late in a building where everyone else is asleep, but it is a certain kind of bliss. You can say anything you want, as long as you're quiet enough. Do anything you want, as long as you're quiet enough. Go anywhere, eat anything, as long as you're quiet enough. I've spent a great many nights in my room alone, curled up with the TV on and quiet. Laptop on hand as I wrote the next of my stories. Sci-fi, post-apocalyptic, even just regular old fantasy. I've poured it all out onto virtual paper, with black pixelated ink and a steady hand. A guy has to have a hobby, right? I'm full of creativity, and the occasional D&D session doesn't quite quench the thirst of adventure present in a young boy. So I stayed up late, and I made my own adventures. One such night, things changed. The shadows of my home stopped being welcoming. I stopped roaming the floors of my house after dark. I started hearing things, started becoming more withdrawn. I entered my room earlier, stayed up later. Eventually, I couldn't bear the silence, the loneliness. It all climaxed on one night in the fall, when the clock stopped. I'm not a strong person. I can lift someone my own weight maybe 50% of the time, and that's being generous. So I don't spend a lot of time being active. I mainly spend my time inside, ignoring people. I've inherited some anxiety from my mother, along with some obsessive-compulsive tendencies, so I tend to remember where I put things and when people mess with them, which they delight in doing. It's like they enjoy seeing me be annoyed or something. Oh well. High schoolers, college students, even some adults are just kids anyway. The night started out fairly normal. Mom grabbed a bite to eat on the way home from work, and got me something too. So I gratefully accepted a burger, and sat in my room, my lamp on and the TV quiet. I screwed around, looking through Ask Reddit and such. I looked over at my clock at one point and noted the time. 2:48. Nice. I thought of the chemistry test I had tomorrow, and sighing, closed my laptop and coiled up its charger. 2:50. I turned the TV off, grimacing at the sudden silence, and set the remote to the side. 2:51. I changed into a pair of sweatpants, balling up my shirt and tossing it to the side. 2:57. I flicked my lamp off, laid down, and glanced at the luminescent numbers on the clock one last time. 2:59. Cool, I whispered to myself. Rolling over, thoughts about my test tomorrow running through my head. Will I pass? How hard is it gonna be? You know, those ones. I laid there for what must have been at least 20 minutes, listening to the noises of the night, birds cawing, rustling in the bushes outside, dogs barking in the distance. I rolled over again, looking at the clock again. When I saw the time, my blood ran cold. 2:59. That couldn't have been right. I was pretty accurate when it came to guessing time, one of the perks my anxiety made, really. Me to gauge time really accurately, and I knew that it had to have been at least 20 minutes of silence and darkness. Then another thing hit me. I couldn't hear the rest of the house's noise. Usually there'd be plenty of little noises here and there, plumbing running the water from the toilet to the grate empty it went into, or maybe some creaking as the back door was pushed on by the wind. But tonight, right now, there was nothing. I listened harder, and I realized I couldn't even hear the sounds of nature. The silence was deafening. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears, the movement of my comforter on my skin. I could hear my heart beating out loud, plain as day. I got out of bed, the springs squeaking as if they were frightened mice, and switched my lamp on. It shone bright for a grand total of 5 seconds, then winked out. Now normally something like this wouldn't make me lose composure, but the thing is, I could tell it was nothing related to the fuse or outlet, as my clock was still displaying the time. 2:59. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on. Surprisingly, it worked, so I strode to my bookshelf and grabbed the most weapon-like thing I could find, my pocket knife. Not exactly intimidating, but I just snatched it and held it in my fist, fear shaking my hands. This wasn't my standard night, so I was understandably frightened. I stepped out of my room, taking a last look at the clock. I don't really think I need to tell you what time it was, but I'll say it anyway. 2:59. The rest of the house was still silent, and I figured maybe the breakers in the rest of the house were just tripped by something. That happens, right? So I headed towards the garage, where the fuse box thing was. I was uninterrupted on the way through the darkened hallway, and I felt even more fearful. I could usually hear my mom asleep, snoring away, or my dogs being loud as they are, but nothing. I started to rush and instantly tripped over something. I kept a tight grip on my light, but not my knife, which fell from my hand and put itself in the floor right next to my face. I flinched away from it, now visibly shaking I was sure, and sat up, casting my light around for whatever I tripped over, but it was gone. I knew it wasn't my feet, as I could feel something like fur on it. Maybe it had been one of my dogs, but wouldn't I have heard it scrabble away? I scooted away, forgetting my knife and standing up. I proceeded towards the kitchen, then eventually to the garage. In the kitchen, the oven's clock wasn't on, nor was the microwave, which just reinforced my theory about the power. I looked at my phone on the counter and turned the screen on. The time was, you guessed it, 2:59. This made me feel fear as I progressed to the garage. I opened the door and tried the light. Nothing. Figures. So I stepped into the room, looking with my flashlight for the fuse box. That is, until the light went out. I smacked it against my hand, expecting it to flicker to life, but nothing. Suddenly, through the little clothing I had on my body, I could feel the room's temperature ice cold. Now, I don't watch a lot of horror shows, but I knew something was up. I've lived in the South for all of my life, and there is absolutely no reason an early fall night would be this cold. I shivered, my teeth chattering audibly, and turned around to step back inside. The door wasn't there. Now, it wasn't that I could see a bare wall or anything. Quite the opposite, in fact. I couldn't see anything, which unsettled me even more so. Now, the scant light from my bedroom should have been visible, but it wasn't. It wasn't there. My lighthouse, my rock, the little bit of courage I had left was gone, and now I was alone, afraid and blind. I felt my heartbeat quicken, my blood freezing and boiling all at once, my stomach disappearing. I could hear a clatter on what felt like the other side of the room, and then the pitter-patter of animal steps, then a growl. Looking around, panicking now, I couldn't see anything. I fumbled for the light switch, and finding it, I switched it off and on again. This time there was a flicker of light, and I saw the fuse box easily enough, on the other side of the room. That's when I saw it. It was a large, black, dog-like thing, with greasy, oily fur. It had green eyes, almost human in their sockets. I saw near me in the newfound light was sitting a plant pot. I dropped my flashlight, which flickered on as it hit the ground, snatched the pot and threw it at the thing. The ceramic pot bounced off of it, and slid to the side, near the fuse box. Well, it skittered away from the light's range. I instantly dashed for the fuse box, in a full-on sprint now. The garage seemed too long, too much ground to cover, but I was suddenly there, only a few feet away from the salvation of sweet, sweet light. Then my knees buckled as it slammed into my legs. I rolled over and kicked, screaming out into the silence. It was hissing into my face, one almost fluid mass on my body holding me down, with those eyes staring into me. I screamed again, and hit it in what seemed to be the face. It reared back and skittered away, letting me whip around and claw at the fuse box. I flipped every single one into the on position, and huddled up against the wall, breathing short and ragged gasps. I got up. It was gone. Leaving the garage, I left the light on until I could slam the door shut and lock it behind me. I did so with every other room in the house, until I grabbed my knife from the living room floor. Then I backed myself into my room, and pushed my bookshelf against the door. Nothing else. Not tonight. Climbing into my bed, satisfied that I wasn't going to be interrupted anymore, I turned my lamp back on, the light staying on this time, and grabbed my TV remote. I flicked my TV on and queued up another episode of The Office, calming myself down. There was never a chance to enjoy it, as suddenly my clock let out a little beep. Then the lamp and TV went out. I instantly turned to see the time. 3 a.m. I don't stay up late. Not anymore. The bangs, all of them, their sounds, they awoke me. I bolted right up in my bed. Looking around, I found nothing out of the ordinary. My room was perfectly normal. All my things exactly where I had left them. The half-empty glass of water, still half-empty. The comic book I was reading still unfinished. But those sounds, I had heard enough of them now to know what they were. Gunshots. I had a cousin that worked for the law. Forehead James had fired enough for me to recognize them at the drop of a hat. He was called that because he had a huge scar across his forehead, which he had received in a supposed act of heroism. I stepped off my bed, all dazed and in confusion as to what was going on. We had recently moved to the suburbs of a small town, so there's always a risk of bandits raiding our neighborhood. I made my way downstairs, worried about Mom and Dad. The stairs creaked and groaned, as if they were in pain, as I made my way down. What I saw shocked me. Everything was in disarray. The furniture all torn up and dishes all broken. I know I'm a heavy sleeper, but this was just ridiculous. The wooden floor was lined with a river of blood leading outside. The nauseating smell of gunpowder filled my lungs, as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Mom and Dad weren't in their room. I put on my jacket, and as I made my way out, I noticed something very bizarre. Tufts of gray fur all over the porch. I leaned in to examine it. They were covered in blood, and some of them were parallel to the trail of blood leading away. I started to follow it. The more I looked around, the more events started to elude me. Everyone's front doors were ajar, and it seemed similar scuffles had taken place all over the town. The fur and the occasional spots of blood were everywhere. If I were to describe to you what the situation reminded me of, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to a festival of a carnival after it had ended? The town reeked of that similar feeling, as if a massive event had just transpired, and I was only an observer of its aftermath. The thought of how I could have mindlessly slept through the entire thing bugged me incessantly. Still oblivious, I noticed something on the ground a few feet ahead of me. It was very tiny. I approached the object as it glistened under the moonlight, which is why it caught my eye in the first place. I leaned to pick it up and immediately dropped it. It was extremely hot to the touch, and it had burned my fingers somewhat. Some sort of shining piece of metal. It seemed as if it had broken off of something. As I was about to inspect it closely, I heard a blood-curdling howl. It sent a wave of shivers down my spine. I had never heard anything like it before. The sound was accompanied by another ear-splitting bang. Instinctively, I ran towards the sound. As young as I was never the one to cower, and in this situation, all I could think of were Mom and Dad, their safety. The thought of harm befalling them was something I was trying to completely avoid. It was an exaggerated feeling of the same feeling you get when you are really young, and your parents were out for a long time, and your mind wanders off to the realm of, what if something happened to them? It was something I chose not to think about. It took me a while to realize where I was headed, towards the woods outside the area. Now in the woods, I was really far from home. It didn't bother me as much as it should have bothered a child my age, as I'd been very good at not getting lost. I was always good with directions. Making my way through the forest, I could shake off an eerie sense of terror from my back, and soon enough that feeling solidified itself into one of true horror. The smell of gunpowder was replaced by a horrid stench, even stronger than it. I looked towards it only for a pair of eyes to meet mine. The moment our eyes locked, I understood that whatever those eyes belonged to was dead. And yeah, you heard that right. I said whatever, because this was no human. The dead yet sharp eyes I was looking into were one of a fierce animal. Drool dripped down its muzzle. It was an enormous hound. No, not a hound. A wolf. I had never seen one before in my life. And surely they couldn't have been this big. And what's stranger is that it was wearing tatters of what seemed to be clothes. It had brown boots on as well as other garments that were now ripped to shreds. Fear began to broil inside me, alongside the fluttering of butterflies in my stomach. I pushed on, and the more I worked my way forwards, the more I encountered dead bodies of those wolf-like creatures, massacred and sprawled all throughout the woods. I figured they must have been the town folk. Some places, I even thought I recognized some people. Had I been living in a town filled with them? What was this? Where were my parents? What was going on? Thoughts like these kept striking me over and over again, until I came upon another body, and all the thoughts silenced. Everything went quiet. Even if I didn't recognize him by his facial features, I would recognize that huge scar anywhere. That scar that horizontally slashed his forehead. It was my cousin, Forehead James. My knees buckled as I started to tremble, all sense flying away from the world. Streams of tears made their way down my cheeks, tears that I didn't even know were there. I managed to mumble James before breaking out into a cry. I nearly collapsed. Nearly. I had to know. Were my parents a victim of this? As little sense as it made for them to be monsters, they were still my parents. Before I moved on, I noticed something in James' scar. Something shiny and silver. I was too scared to get any closer, though. I'd been walking for a while, and was finally making my way out the other end of the woods. It was jarring to suddenly step out into the bright moonlight. Even so, I saw something in the distance. Two figures stood stark under the blazing moon. Two humans. Humans I knew. Mom and Dad. Subconsciously, a big smile streaked across my face, as tears of utter joy flowed down like a river, and I called out to them in a big wave of relief. However, as they turned around, I saw that they were covered in blood, from head to toe. Blood in the same tufts of fur. But they weren't like those monsters. They were still themselves. They were. Dad suddenly pulled out something from behind. A gun. Unlike any I'd ever seen before. He cocked it and shot at me, point blank. I closed my eyes in a fit of panic, and heard the same bang I'd been hearing all night. But nothing happened. As I opened my eyes, I noticed that Mom had deflected his arm upwards, and the shot had pierced the sky. Dad looked at her confused. She motioned towards me and said, "That jacket. Peter. No." I checked my jacket, the one I'd always worn to see what the problem was, when my blood froze. My hands. No, not hands. My hands, they were now paws, rested against my sides, with what looked to be claws protruding from them. I looked on in dismay at the fur-covered limbs I now had, as I reached to touch my face, only to find what was shaped like a muzzle, lined with sharp teeth. This can't be real. This has to be a nightmare. This has to be. My parents had walked all the way up to me and inspected me closely. My mom was in tears, the tears mixing in with the blood and dirt on her kind face. She said my name, and I looked towards her and asked what was happening. That only made her cry worse. My dad put a hand on my shoulders as he consoled my mom. All of us collapsed there, not knowing what to do. Even in all this madness, I felt safe. At this age, no matter what the circumstances, you always feel safe with your parents. After what seemed like an eternity, my mom finally began to speak. She explained the whole situation to me. It turns out that my mom and dad were werewolf hunters. They'd been trained since childhood and were a part of a big organization that undertook this mission. They'd kind of separated from it in recent years, albeit still undertaking jobs now and then, as they believed it was their destined duty, which they could never run away from. They had settled down and had me. Tonight was their biggest mission yet, to blend in and then take down an entire town of werewolves. My mom had put sleeping medicine in my water, to make sure I would sleep through the entire endeavor. However, seems like my extraordinary sense had awoken me to the sounds of those gunshots. That was the only thing they didn't account for. Their son being a werewolf, the very thing they swore to eradicate. "Honey, you're a werewolf," my mom told me, and with a heavy heart. They told me that I could no longer live with them. The organization would surely find out what I was. I cried at this, as did they. But there was nothing either of us could do about it. It seemed none of them knew about any existing cures to my condition. I was sent to live with distant relatives, and haven't seen my parents in years. I hope they haven't forgotten me, as I haven't forgotten them. As sad as it was, Mom left me with a single souvenir, a parting gift to remember her by, a silver bullet. When I was 19 years old, I worked in a small company as an intern. After working there for a month, I started to settle in and become part of the team. They were planning on having a ski vacation to which I was also invited. I gladly accepted, knowing I could show off my skills. We decided on going to the Swiss Alps, which are very close to where we work. So we arrived there by train a few weeks later. We were staying in a small hotel in the forest. It was an old traditional hotel that didn't cost a lot. After our first day of skiing, we arrived in the hotel and ate together. In the hallway, I noticed a tall man in a suit walking by quickly with a large suitcase. He wasn't really dressed for a ski trip. Later that evening, when I went to sleep in a room that I had to myself, I heard a loud crack. It sounded as if something had broken in the room. I turned on the lights and saw that the ceiling had a huge crack in it, large enough to almost look through it. I heard a muffled voice coming from the room upstairs, until it stopped talking. I put on some clothes and went into the hall, where a tall man came walking in my direction. He was wearing dark clothes, and was limping slightly. He was the man I'd seen earlier. He said in a stressed out voice, "Did your ceiling just break?" I told him what had happened, and that we should talk to the hotel manager. As I walked in the direction of the stairs, he grabbed me by the arm and said, "No, I broke the floor, but if you tell them, they'll kick me out of the hotel. Let me tell them what happened in a few days, then I can stay a while longer." I wanted to answer no, but since he was still holding my arm, I said okay. I went back inside my room, hearing his muffled voice for a while, then finally some silence. The next day was different. I only went skiing for a few hours before returning to the hotel. I went to my room and saw that the ceiling was looking bad. I decided to put a chair on my bed and stood on it to look in the crack. When I looked through, I saw nothing, but when I grabbed the ceiling to gain stability, it felt like it was wet. I quickly jumped down, pulling the ceiling apart even farther. I stepped from the bed and looked at my hands, which were covered in blood. I ran to the sink and tried to wash it off, when I heard more cracking from the room. I ran back and saw parts of the ceiling laying on my bed. As I gathered the parts, the ceiling broke completely, and a woman fell on top of me. She was dead, and her face was completely disfigured. She had scratches not just in her face, but all over her body. I screamed, threw her to the ground, and ran towards the door frantically. This is when I heard loud footsteps coming towards my door quickly. It was audible that the person was limping, so I knew it was him. I heard banging on the door while I ran towards the window. As I climbed out of it, I screamed for help, and the man was quickly caught by another guest. He had tried to hide several corpses in his hotel room, one of them under the floorboards, which had resulted in the floor breaking. The police told us this. They also told us that he had escaped before they arrived at the scene. Walmart is a godsend, depending on who you are. It was for me, at first. I live in a small town, smaller than most. Only about 4 businesses regularly hire near my house. And even then, family friends of owners and managers get first grabs. Luckily though, about half an hour away is another town, slightly larger, with just enough residents to have a more commercial district. It was always my favorite place as a child. Flashing lights, constantly changing. Something to do at all hours of the night. Of course, when I needed to find work, it was here that I applied. Plenty of jobs to go around, especially for someone young and able-bodied. Most jobs required manual labor, and I was happy to provide. When I got the response from Walmart, I was excited. They're a good store chain, in the end. Crucify me if you want, but God only knows I could use the cheap food and merchandise with my budget and living conditions. To get paid by them would be beauty itself. To get paid by anybody would, really. I showed up to work early on the first scheduled day, got my uniform, and was shown the ropes. I've always been someone to pay attention to what I'm doing, and do my best, no matter the job. This got me swiftly and irrevocably put on the night shift, to clean. I didn't mind really, I was a night owl anyway, and it gave me a reason to sleep away social obligations. Time went on, money started to be noticeable in my savings, and I was relatively happy. As I grew into a more secure and trusted position, my work ethic never wavered. I figured there was no harm in doing my best, and I'd likely get a hell of a recommendation for whatever job I pursued after this. Eventually, the closing shifts were left completely to me. We closed at about 12 a.m. every night, give or take for how many customers had to be shepherded through the final 2 registers, and however many self-checkouts and out the front door. The routine was simple. I finished cleaning the store while the cashiers and shift manager packed up their stations, and it was up to me to make sure all doors were locked after I finished my job, and put my supplies away. The first few times they reminded me that the store cameras were operational and recording 24/7. But I never intended to steal, even if some crime craving hit me. There was no point. I was a hermit after all. Anything I wanted to steal would be much bigger than I could possibly lug out. The night went like any other. The last of the customers finished their late night shopping at about 12:24, much to the hatred of the cashiers. I was behind on my cleaning because some family of farmers had dragged their mud-towing children to the store at midnight sharp, and I had to rework a few aisles. Nothing serious, and I figured it was just a bit more time before I got to recluse into the digital world. Besides, the floor scrubber was my favorite machine to use. I named it Sonic, for ironic reasons, and he was my trusted companion. The last of the cashiers left, with a wave and a smile. A cute woman, just a bit older than me. Her name was Teresa, if I recalled, and I had never gotten past the friendly small talk with her. Not that anything more could be pursued on shift, that is. I kept telling myself to ask for her number, but it had yet to break the veil of courage that was the first step. My cleaning was just about done, and everybody had checked out. The lights had gone into their nighttime settings, half of them turned off, leaving everything dimmer. We never turned all the lights off, so that the cameras could properly view anyone desperate enough to break in. I was just getting ready to drive Sonic back to his storage room when I heard a strange noise. It was the sound of footsteps. Calm, rhythmic footsteps, echoing just barely off the linoleum floor. My first assumption was simple. The shift manager had stayed late. I hadn't seen him leave after all. And he did have a bit of a habit of putting off some paperwork until last minute. So I continued on my route, and decided to make some friendly small talk with him as I closed up the store. He was nice enough, and I'd heard through the drama vine of my coworkers that he'd gone through a divorce recently. Poor guy. I was walking down the main aisle, the large open lane that crowned the registers to follow the longer lines, and less clogging. This is when I heard the next sound. It was very distinct, easy enough to remember. The sound of some heavy packaging hitting the floor, coming from somewhere to my left. When I looked, I saw two things. A box containing a fan laying in the middle of an open aisle, and the flicker of movement signifying something moving quickly out of my field of view. Now, there are a few things to consider when you look at my next course of action. I did think of calling the police. However, I thought immediately I knew what was going on. While I didn't see everyone that came and left, people tended to warn each other or gossip about interesting or scary people that entered the store in passing, and I'd heard none of that. So I came to what I felt was the most rational conclusion. Some teenager or homeless person had crept into the store with the intention of staying the night. This had happened before, mostly with the teenagers, not many homeless people in my community, for one reason or another. But kids always want to do the stupidest things they can, with the highest chance of success. It was a rational, quick explanation that gave me everything I needed. The next problem was the fact I didn't want to ruin some kid's life. I knew that just being taken into a police station wasn't a death sentence, but could deny scholarships for universities, and potentially some stricter jobs. I'd seen it happen before, even to people I knew. I didn't know if this kid had any big plans, but I didn't want to ruin them just because some stupid teenagers are stupid teenagers. I considered all of these things within a few moments, and decided to talk to the kid. I'd coax him out, threaten to call the police if I had to, and save the actual call as a last resort. A safe enough conclusion. I walked about halfway down the aisle where I'd seen them disappear. Taking a deep breath, I called out in the least threatening voice I could muster. "Hey kid, I saw you. I heard you. Come on out." Silence. I kept walking, eventually reaching the fan. Must have knocked it down attempting to hide. I replaced it. "Come on, kid. Don't make this harder on either of us. The manager probably already clocked me out. I'm not getting paid for this." It wasn't my best joke, but the lack of even a snicker kind of hurt my feelings. I sighed, rubbing my head. I could look around and try to find them, but I doubted it'd get me anywhere. I wasn't exactly fit, and while my job kept my endurance decent, I was tired. "Listen, kid, I'm gonna pack equipment. If you don't come out by the time I get to the front door, I'm calling the police. There's cameras everywhere. You'll get in big trouble." Satisfied with the threat, I turned and began heading back. Down the aisle, standing in front of my beloved Sonic, was the kid. Now I couldn't tell you what was wrong. It was the feeling you get in your chest late at night, listening to the small sounds of your room, when you just get done binging horror stories for half an hour. Something about the dimness of the lights, not letting me clearly see exactly how this kid looked. The hour of the night, and the fact that we were the only two people in this whole store nearly squeezed the breath right out of my lungs. I tried really hard not to panic. I managed. "That's the floor scrubber," I called over to the kid, taking a half-stuttered step forward. No response, but their head turned towards me. My vision isn't pristine. I don't wear glasses to a job for cleaning, as they get stains, and the lights were dim. but God, I knew something wasn't right. I couldn't make anything out. No gender, no age. They were on the short side, maybe younger, a child abandoned, a homeless kid. The thought should have been sad. But as I soldiered on with my approach, all I could think of was the fact that they stood between me and the exit doors. "Can you hear me?" I asked. No response. Nothing. I was closer now, about halfway down the aisle. My feet felt heavier, the air felt still. I couldn't even hear the buzzing of the lights overhead. I was set now. What would I do? Run from a random child vagrant? But every step felt like I was sinking, and my body felt heavy. My senses told me to run, no matter how much I rationalized. Details were getting clearer as I got closer. Blurred colors of blue jeans and a red shirt grew into crisper outlines. Short brown hair, sneakers. Normal things completely. My heart calmed a bit. For whatever reason, I noticed. The kid was wearing long, black gloves that slid underneath their shirts. I could just barely see the pale outline of their face beneath their hair. It really was just a kid. "Hey," I said, just a few feet away now. "Are you lost, kid? Your parents might be outside. You shouldn't wander off." I tried to sound as comforting as possible. My heart was still pounding against my chest. My body was still tense. But it was just a kid. A small kid. They looked up at me. Neither the police nor the employers believed me. Looking at the footage of a man having a mental breakdown randomly in the middle of an empty Walmart, I understand why. I wouldn't believe me either. My managers took me quitting short notice relatively well. They even said they'd still give me flying colors as a reference for future applications, assuming I could give them proof that I was going to regular therapy and a psychiatrist. My old coworkers give me half smiles when I see them on the streets, in a store, or whatever else. I'm sure some version of what happened crawled down the vine and humored them. I never stepped foot near that Walmart again. I couldn't. But sometimes late at night, when I'm driving or watching YouTube, I see something. A shadow of a shadow. A vague shape amongst the darkness. Too far away to see clearly, too close to ignore. Every time I know. And no matter how many times I try to ignore it, no matter how much I try to avoid it, I feel it. Every time, it gets closer on its own. I work at a coffee shop in Brooklyn, and like most coffee shops, we have a lost and found. Now, we have a policy that if an item is in the bin for more than a week, you can take it. This rule helps us manage the bin, because most weeks, the old stuff gets taken either by the owner or someone looking to get some free stuff. But one week, I saw an old flash drive had appeared in the bin. It looked pretty beat up, so it was no surprise when no one came to get it. My curiosity about the drive had piqued, so I just grabbed it and took it home with me. I wanted to see what was on it. Maybe it would just be some random videos, or something like that. But what I found was beyond strange, and was downright disturbing. I got home and started fiddling with the flash drive. I already had a bad feeling about it, but I was too excited about it to not investigate farther. So I plugged it into my laptop. I grabbed myself a cup of coffee and sat down for a long weekend of investigating. The first file was filled with mostly images of a group of what looked to be scientists. In most images, they would be standing together in some sort of lab, and in others, they'd be watching monitors with random things on them. I couldn't make out what were on the monitors, but now that I look back on it, I probably didn't want to know. That file was boring, and I found nothing of interest besides some logos that were on the walls. Things went downhill once I opened up the next few files. These files were filled with videos labeled things like Experiment 107 or Creature 205, and other weird titles like that. I clicked on the first video titled Experiment 1 and started watching. The video took place in the lab from the previous images. Two of the scientists were at a control table covered in buttons. They were watching the monitor, which was in focus now. On the monitor I could see a room, with what looked to be a person in the corner of it.
Ready for the first experiment.
One of the scientists said into a walkie-talkie on the table.
Roger that, we're sending one in.
Said a man on the other end. I watched as the monitor showed a man in an orange jumpsuit getting pushed into the room. I could hear the man banging against the door of the room, trying to get out. All of a sudden, the person in the corner turned around to face the man. At that moment, a chill went up my spine. That thing wasn't a person, but rather some sort of humanoid creature. It had long legs and arms, with sharp claws at the end of them, as well as dagger-like fangs that were so big he couldn't keep them in his mouth. When the man saw the creature turn to him, he started screaming and pleading for his life, but it was no use. The thing pounced on him and immediately started tearing at his stomach. The man howled in pain, and the creature ripped his organs out and ate them. I paused the video and ran to the bathroom to vomit. I couldn't handle the amount of gore that was on the screen. It took all the courage that I had to walk back into the room. I sat down and unpaused the video, bracing for what was to come. After a few more minutes of the beast gnashing and tearing at the man's chest, the scientist hit a button on the control panel, and the beast went down. I hoped that he was dead, but to my dismay I could still see it breathing.
Can we get a cleanup crew in Chamber 7, please?
One of the scientists said before the video cut out. I was reluctant to play the next video, which was titled Subject 215. I didn't want to see what else these people were going to do, but I knew that whatever was in this drive would be important. The next video looked the same as the first. Two scientists sitting at a table covered in buttons, with a walkie-talkie ready for use. But what was on the monitor was different. This time it was focused on a plant that sat on a rectangular pedestal. Why would anyone lock up a flower in such a big room? I wondered.
Okay, send one in.
One scientist said.
You got it.
A voice over the walkie-talkie replied. Just like the last video, a man in an orange jumpsuit was pushed into the room. He held a tin watering can, which was shaking so violently in his hand that he spilled water on the ground.
Remember, Subject 215 is very sensitive, so don't hurt it.
The man gave a thumbs up to the camera and approached the plant. He stood as far as he could from the plant and leaned the can over to give the plant some water. Once he was done, he tried to walk back to the door, but slipped on the water he spilled. The movement of the fall caused the plant to start shaking, which for some reason caused it to start growing. And so, it was about the size of the man within a few seconds. The man started yelling for them to open the doors, but it was too late. The plant reached its head over to the man and bit down on him. He screamed as the plant devoured him whole. It took a few minutes for the plant to stop eating and to shrink back to normal size. Then the video ended. What the hell? I muttered. I had only seen 2 videos, and as far as I knew, there were hundreds of them, all filled with probably more crazy and dangerous creatures that have been hidden from the public. I combed through the videos, watching the first few minutes to see what type of creature they had in the facility. There were things with wings, multiple arms, hundreds of eyes, and more deformities that shouldn't be possible in nature. There were giant spiders, zombies, a sentient computer, and more outlandish creatures that only your nightmares could produce. It took me hours just to look through all the videos in the first file, and by the time I was done, I felt sick and confused, but most of all scared that things like that could exist in our world. When I was done with the last video, which was about some weird toxic blob, I unplugged the drive and tried to get some sleep, but realized that I had been up all night looking through the file. I put on some clothes, got in my car, and drove to the police station. I talked with the police about my findings, and I showed them some of the videos. They got in contact with a person from the Department of Defense, who then called in a group of people who took the drive for farther investigation, and told me to try and forget, and to never tell anyone about what I've found. And so I didn't, and for years I've lived with what I found, until today. So if you don't believe me, that's okay. But trust me, this world has some secrets that are best kept away from the public. I guess I should start somewhat at the beginning. You see, this house is also the house my father grew up in with his parents, and my grandfather grew up in with his parents. I'm not sure how many generations this house has belonged to my paternal family, but this house is old. It's a 3-story townhouse, stood alone, across the road from an even older church in a small village about 3 or 4 miles from the nearest big town. I did not grow up in this house. My father despised this place. Out of the very long list of things he detested, this house was up there in the top 5. That's why I was so surprised he moved into it when he and my mom divorced. He always said that he would rather live on the streets than return here. When both his mother and father died, the house was naturally left to him. An only child of an only child. My dad wasn't just an only child, but a very lonely one. His father was quite frankly disinterested in him, and his mother was nothing short of vile to him. So when they died and all that was left was the house, I expected Dad to either demolish the place or sell it. He said it would cost too much to renovate the place to make it suitable to live in, and too much to turn to rubble. Now, Dad had a lot of demons trapped in his head. He would drink himself to oblivion in a vain hope to forget his childhood, to no avail. It was really very sad to witness. He had a good, well-paying job at a manufacturing company as the head of the engineering department, and Mom worked for an out-of-hours doctor's practice, often working nights. They were 2 passing ships in the night, and unfortunately, it was me that had to take care of Dad when he was too drunk to take care of himself. Mom knew nothing of his drinking problem, and to this day she still doesn't know the full extent of it all. They divorced when I was 13. I never, ever stayed overnight with my dad. He wouldn't allow it. He would always tell Mom that he would take me out for the day, but he couldn't let me into the house. So naturally, our relationship thinned. By the time I was 23, our relationship consisted of drunken phone calls at ridiculous hours, and me talking him off the edge of whatever rim he was close to throwing himself off of. And I'd had enough. I was pregnant with my oldest child, single, in a 2-bed flat. The last thing I needed was to be a parent to my parents, on top of a tiny human totally dependent on me. So I told him, everything he put me through, I didn't deserve it. I hated him for it. Hated him more than he hated his house, and to not contact me again unless he got sober. He had gotten progressively worse over the years, you see. He went from a binge drinker, to a high-functioning alcoholic, to a regular alcoholic, and drinking away his redundancy and life savings. That was the last time I spoke to him. He died a little over 6 months ago by suicide. I cannot express to you how awful I feel now. I wish I had reached out when my son was born. And again when my daughter was born 3 years later. And last year when I got married to the love of my life. I wish he could have shared in my happiness and been a grandfather. He was found after one of his many girlfriends couldn't get a response from him. He had only been dead 3 days, and was found. Empty whiskey bottles strewn all over the house, and 14 empty packets of codeine. Stained with blood and vomit, and God knows what else. He had a small funeral with only 3 guests including the priest. He has a pauper's grave next to his parents, in the graveyard at the church opposite. The first I knew about it was when I got a phone call from a solicitor. I was the only beneficiary in his will, and I got this house. He had nothing else to leave me. What money he had left paid off his debts and his funeral. I really didn't want to move here. It was my husband who convinced me. We were living in my small 2-bed flat that I had been living in since I fell pregnant the first time around. We had been saving as hard as possible to buy a house instead of renting, but it was proving difficult. We have 2 kids together who share a room, and had no garden at the flat. The house would be perfect for us. It took a while, but eventually I had to agree. The village wasn't too far from the town the kids went to school in. We both drove, no mortgage or rent, and for all it was rural, it wasn't too far out for us to still get to work with minimal hassle. And I thought, maybe a way of making some kind of peace with my dad. When we first came here to see the house, it was bare. Everything had been removed. By who, I couldn't tell you. But a raging alcoholic he may have been. But the old man was still an engineer at heart. Maybe he hadn't drank all his savings. It looked like a show home when we first stepped foot inside, although cold and dusty, and in need of a good cleanup. The floor was hardwood throughout downstairs, with a large open-plan living room, diner, and kitchen, with beautiful patio doors that opened up into a large, though unkept, garden, with high walls for privacy. The second floor was 3 ample-sized bedrooms with a modern bathroom, and on the third floor is the master bedroom, with an even bigger bathroom. It truly does look beautiful, and the perfect family home, even before we cleaned it up. We've been here officially 2 weeks. We spent a month cleaning and moving things in. The money we had saved ourselves we used to decorate and lay carpets. Carpets I was insistent on for the living room. Thankfully the kids didn't notice it in their excitement. In the middle of the living space was a sickeningly big, brownish red stain, set against the dark wooden floor. You'd be forgiven for thinking that it was just a watermark in the wood, but I knew immediately what it was. This was where Dad was found, where he spent his final moments. I didn't want a constant reminder of that staring me in the face. Even placing a decent-sized rug wouldn't cover it. You'd think that would be enough for me to hightail it straight out of here, but by this point we had nowhere left to go. Mom couldn't take us all in. She simply didn't have the space. We already signed off on the flats, and that had a person waiting to move in at the end of the month. I can't believe I've been this stupid. Everything has told me not to come here. Every instinct, every sign, and yet, here I sit on my patio, phone in one hand and a gin in the other, letting it all out into the ether of the internet. To make matters worse, my husband has been offered a new job, one that requires him to be away from home for up to 6 weeks at a time. The money is too good to pass up, but I don't want to be alone here. He's packing his bag now to fly out tomorrow afternoon. In the 2 weeks since we've been in this stupid house, so much and yet so little has happened. The very first day we arrived, ready to get comfortable and spend our first night, no less than 6 birds flew straight into the patio doors and broke their necks. We put it down to us not having anything up at the doors to inform the birds that there was an invisible barrier there. Now I'm taking it as a warning number 1. That same night, I woke up because a faceless someone was screaming in my ear. I put it down to a nightmare at the time. Now I think that was warning number 2. 3 days passed by without much incident. Maybe the odd bump in the night or the sound of a door creaking shut upstairs, but nothing that couldn't be explained away. On day 4, I had a long soak in the bath. I went to put my engagement and wedding ring back on afterwards to find they weren't where I left them at the sink. I found them on day 6 under my dresser. Every day something happens. My wedding photo has gone missing. My favorite perfume has vanished too. I constantly feel like I'm being watched. All the time the hairs on the back of my neck tingle and radiate down my back. I keep seeing blacker than black shadows in the dark corners of our house. I blink and they're gone. Doors are left open when I know I shut them, and vice versa. Specifically, the built-in wardrobe in our bedroom is always ajar, even when I know as fact that I closed it until it clicks, several times, every single day. Today has been the worst. I'm not sleeping well at all. I always feel on edge and uneasy. I'm snapping at the kids and at Gavin. The final straw came when, after putting the 2 little ones in bed, I came out of my daughter's bedroom when something caught my eye. I don't know what it was. I can't explain it. It looked like a person, but not. All I remember is 2 electric blue eyes and then falling. I almost felt like I was floating on top of invisible water. If it wasn't for the tightening in my stomach, it would have been a pleasant feeling, in honesty. Then there was a white flash in my eyes, and a searing pain shot through my entire head. I felt the blood rush into my face, and heard a ringing in my ears before the very breath was forced from my lungs, as the back of my ribcage landed with force against the cast iron banister at the bottom of the staircase, with a nice goose egg forming on the back of my skull, and a bruised back. I rubbed the bright spots from my eyes, and looked back up to the top of the staircase, and there was nothing there. Nothing at all. And still, I had a sense that I was being stared at, just being watched all the time. Apparently I screamed, and Gavin came running to find me in a heap, clutching the back of my head. The kids started crying because they had heard their mama scream so loud. They're asleep now after many reassurances that I'm fine. I haven't told Gavin about the eyes. He found a bright red, very unmissable toy car at the top of the stairs, and told me to be more careful after handing me a water and some ibuprofen. That toy car was not there. I know it wasn't, but I can't disprove it, can I? And how would I sound to him if I told him everything I've felt and seen? Most, if not all of it, can be explained away using logic and science. I misplaced my rings. I may have not unpacked the wedding photo. My perfume is probably hidden amongst our daughter's little treasures, and I tripped over a toy car, obviously. But those eyes that I feel are the eyes that are watching me, I can't get them out of my head. My mom is visiting tomorrow, and taking both the children for a holiday as the school has broken up for the Easter break. Then I will be alone, as of 4 o'clock tomorrow. I will be truly alone in this heap of wood, and stone, and glass. At least I think I'll be alone. No, I will be. I will be. I just need to document everything, so I know I can read it back and make sense of it all. What am I going to do? On the surface, the idea of having a security guard for thousands of tons of trash is ridiculous, right? I wasn't sure why they'd require a watchman at such a godforsaken place, but I needed a job and it paid well. There were several reasons for the high wages. First of all, the stench is both constant and overwhelming. Anyone who's ever been to a dump knows that hideous smell. You honestly worry that the pervasive stink will follow you home after you leave. It absolutely does. Luckily, I have a poor sense of smell and don't mind showering twice a day. Even then, I have to wear nose plugs while on duty. The other reasons were never disclosed to me, but believe me, they become readily apparent later. On my first day, I was shown the ropes by the daytime security guy. He showed me where everything was in the office and explained what my required duties were on the grounds. As darkness approached, he seemed quite anxious to leave. I assumed that was because it was a frickin' garbage dump. No mystery to that, but later, I realized there was more to it. Considerably more. I had nightly paperwork to fill out, and was supposed to make 2 full walking rounds around the premise during my shift. Derek, the day shift guy, seemed visibly nervous when he walked out. He hesitated for a brief moment and told me to call if I had any trouble. I didn't get a chance to inquire what sort of trouble I might have. It's not like it's a bank, for heaven's sake. It's a stinking landfill, and the facility is closed to the public at night. There aren't any deliveries. I heard Derek's tires squeal in the gravel parking lot when he left. All of a sudden, it was just me and countless acres of rotting garbage when the sun went down. What issues could there be? Scavengers? There are plenty of people who bring in 2 bags of household trash and leave it here with a carload of found treasure. Those people are gross, but they seemed harmless enough. Every landfill has scavengers who dig through mounds of trash, but that would normally occur during the day when the gates are wide open. I went back inside to escape the brunt of the stench. The entire waste management property has a 10-foot tall razor wire fence surrounding it like a prison campground. It was hard to imagine anyone scaling it at night to sift through piles of discarded debris, but Derek clearly knew something I didn't. Even more bizarre was that I was required to possess a firearm license. Just the thought of possibly having to prove my marksmanship against crazy rednecks and salvage hounds made me very uneasy. Why would the property owners care if some ghoul came to dumpster dive? It didn't make sense. I rationalized that it was probably due to an accident liability issue. Their insurance policy had to cover daytime incidents of people getting hurt during official landfill hours, but at night, when the gates were closed, it was a lawsuit waiting to happen. Still, why would I need a license for concealed carry? Was I supposed to fire a warning shot at anyone trying to break in? I would have expected them to explain their concerns and security policies better. Obviously, Derek wasn't one to go into great detail, as he tore out of the parking lot. I figured I'd just try to keep a cool head and deal with any terse situation that came up with common sense. On my first circuit walking around the compound that night, I noticed something very odd. The barbs at the top of the fence were all pointing inward. If the point was to keep people out, that was going to be much less effective. Fortunately, the smell lessened a bit after the sun went down, and it cooled off, but trust me, it still wasn't like walking through a rose garden. I heard shifting and various creaks within the nearby piles of trash. Obviously, there are thousands of mice and rats living in the festering filth, but the noises I heard sounded like much larger animals. I knew snakes and scavenger birds would be drawn to the place, as a rodent hunting ground, but I assumed most of that occurred in better light. The sounds of garbage shifting and piles falling over was unsettling. A few times I directed my flashlight beam in the general direction, and it would stop, at least momentarily. I saw plenty of angry red eyes in the debris, but I wasn't about to interrupt their nightly routine or confront them. This was their home. Live and let live. Back at the office, I sat down and recorded the time of my rounds. Even with the AC running, I could still hear the piles of trash falling over in the distance. Obviously, it was a bustling metropolis for the night creatures that lived there. Neither Derek nor the man who hired me warned me about any of that. I shrugged to myself. It wasn't a big deal. I knew that any place that malodorous would attract a plethora of unwelcome inhabitants. Despite my thin reassurances, the sounds started to worry me as they grew more frequent. Some seemed incredibly close to the building, too. I gazed out the window at enormous hills of squalor and rot. A single security light shined over the first few hundred yards. I caught the gleam of a tin can rolling down a mound of debris. The reason for its movement wasn't obvious at first, but I assumed rats or other animals were bustling around under the surface. Just as I was about to look away in diminished interest, the objects at the top of the pile began to shimmy and shake. I pulled up a chair to witness what I assumed was either a gopher or Norway rat. Instead, a human hand breached the surface and shot skyward. I couldn't even blink at first. Not only did the hand and arm wrangle free of the tangled debris, but so did the owner's horribly mangled head. If that wasn't shocking enough, seeing the rest of the body took the cake. My jaw dropped in disbelief. The person was clearly deceased. He had to be. Even from that distance, I could see several bullet wounds visible. I am witnessing a reanimated corpse rise from the dead. Obviously, the garbage dump was not sacred ground, and the corpse was very restless. Like a light bulb going off, I finally understood why I was required to carry a gun, and why Derek was so anxious to leave. All of a sudden, another corpse started wiggling free of the trash. The first one was almost out of his makeshift burial plot, and seemed intent on heading for the fence. In all, I counted at least 5 well-dressed bodies in the debris. They all looked newly dead. Someone was using the landfill to get rid of people they didn't like. I didn't know for sure, but the Italian waste management family who owned the property seemed like they might know who these undead corpses were, and how they came to be there. Even I wasn't dumb enough to ask any questions about it. Instead, I grabbed my pistol and an extra clip. I needed to finish what hadn't been handled properly before. It was the sensitive, undisclosed part of the job. The next morning, Derek arrived and came into the office to replace me. He had a very relieved look on his face when he saw that things apparently went okay for me during my first night shift. I told him I had to shoot 5 rats. He nodded at the subtle code. Then I told him where they were buried. We both knew that if we didn't want to find ourselves under tons of debris, we needed to maintain the facade and do our jobs quietly. Some days I have to shoot at least a dozen rats. Other days are slow, and there are only a couple. But I've come to accept that my job with the landfill organization is a permanent one. Growing up, my parents didn't let me watch cartoons because they would ruin my brain and make me dumb, as they would say. Instead, I found myself watching a lot of shows about monsters or aliens, or other things paranormal. I remember many nights where I was too scared to go to bed, because I'd just watched one of those scary programs on those channels. I live in an area that is pretty heavily wooded. I do have a decent amount of neighbors. However, everything behind my house is dark woods at night. The creepy darkness of the foreboding woods scratches to get into my backyard. In fact, my entire neighborhood, which is rather small, is actually surrounded by woods, making the nighttime a time that encapsulates all of the houses by that eerie darkness. When I take out the garbage at night, or come home from work late around 2 a.m., I sprint to the door and turn around, looking out at what may be lurking and waiting for me as I unlock the front door of my house and slide in quickly. Even though now that I've passed through school, and am in my final years of college, I still imagine those hideous creatures I'd seen on TV, chasing me down and killing me, if I didn't run fast enough. I must say that I am probably never going to get out of this jumpy stage in my life. Of course I wouldn't. Not after that night. That experience with that thing. I don't know what to call it. About 3 years ago, my relatives from Europe came to visit some of my family members I had in Vermont. At the time, my parents had chosen to drive up to Vermont, to all have a gathering there, since it had been almost 15 years since the last visit, leaving me to drive up on my own the next day after my classes ended, since it was spring break. After coming home to pack up for the visit, I hopped in my car and put in the address of my relatives in Vermont. First it told me 6 hours to arrive, but when I hit the button my phone's GPS notified me there was heavy traffic due to construction work. That 6 hours grew to 8.5. Great. This was going to be a fun drive, much longer than I remember it as a 7-year-old. I left at a decent hour, and by that I mean I left at 8 at night to hopefully avoid some of the construction work, which was causing the heavy traffic. About an hour in, I stopped for some snacks and gas. By this point I was feeling pretty good about my drive, thinking an hour went so fast. What's another 7 going to be? Not much for me. Finally I was on Interstate Route I-91, after almost 3 hours of driving, and of course this was the part where it would slow down, as this was the highway that was being worked on. From what I can remember, as I was nearing Greenfield, Massachusetts, my GPS told me of an alternative route that was faster. I just needed to make a left, and follow some smaller state routes to the west a few dozen miles or so. This would have shaven off a couple of hours and slow driving, which is one of my pet peeves. I took the turn and was delighted to see an open yet curvy road ahead of me. It was nearing 1 in the morning. I began thinking of ways to go inside my relative's house at such a late hour, without disturbing them. I'll cut away the next hour and a half or so, that was mostly uneventful in this less traveled road, and cut to the part that will haunt me for years, possibly for the rest of my life. When I got close to a town called Dover in Vermont, for some reason it sounded familiar to me. I don't remember why though. I checked my GPS and saw that I only had 90 miles to go. This sudden good news distracted me from the fact that I had made a wrong turn somehow, and ended up being on a bumpier road. This is where I knew some serious crap might happen to me. My eyes widened as I noticed the GPS signal was lost on my phone. Perfect. I was in the middle of nowhere with no GPS signal. I pulled over and tried to think of the last few turns I made to get back to the original alternate route. Now that it was after 2 a.m. and about 20 degrees out, I quickly got a cold feeling in my chest, almost like the area around me was filled with demons and monsters. I tried to shrug it off, but couldn't. I suddenly felt a burning feeling in my bladder. I had to urinate so badly that I needed to unload it somewhere. I sat for a few minutes in my car, until I forced myself to get out and pee somewhere next to it. I quickly made my situation worse, as I mistakenly turned off my car in this cold weather in a panic about running out of gas with no phone signal. I hopped out of my car slowly, and walked around it to pee. However, as soon as I got out, I noticed the different foliage in this area, and how it looked too different. As I went to pee, I kept my back against the side of the car, out of fear of something grabbing me from behind. Something that has always sat with me as one of my biggest fears. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I quickly picked up on a foul smell in the air, almost like death itself was living in these woods. As I finished up and was going back into my car, I caught a glimpse of something I wish I had not noticed before. Several of the trees had long scratches in them, and I don't mean like small scratches from two teenagers carving their names into them. These were deep, heavy, and unclean gashes in these trees. I realized then that it was time to get the hell out of here. I felt the darkness close in my car as I got inside. What happened next nearly sent a chill down my spine. I turned the keys in the ignition 4 times until my old 1997 Taurus finally whimpered to life. It was a mistake to turn it off. I rejoiced in the fact that my car magically started, despite being 20 years old in sub-freezing weather. However, that quick feeling of bliss disappeared as soon as it came, as I remembered I was still in the middle of nowhere, with no GPS signal. I quickly made a U-turn, catching another glimpse of the gashes in the trees, which I could now see affected more trees deeper in the woods. I should probably mention this as well. As I made the turn, my headlights caught something moving in the distance along the trees. I paused to look at what it was. A person? How and why? I was wondering what to do in this situation. Do I help him, or is he here to rob me and steal my car? I allowed him to come about 30 feet of my car, and before I had the chance to question him, he shouted at me, "Run! There's something evil in these woods. I am a lost cause, just go." I then caught a glimpse of his body. My heart jumped into my throat as I saw his left arm had been ripped off, and was bleeding and dripping. At that moment, I knew it was time to get out of here. I questioned myself if this was some kind of sick prank, but threw out that idea when the man got closer, because I could see he really was bleeding and suffering like a soldier. Reality hit me right in the face as he inched closer to my car, and I floored my old Ford out of there, the suffering man's words echoing in my head. I felt bad for leaving him there, but the adrenaline made me leave him for dead. What could I do for him anyways? I was pushing 90 miles an hour in my car, but time felt like it was moving slowly, as I realized the man did not say someone evil was in the woods, but rather he said something. My imagination ran wild as all the dark and evil creatures from my memories flashed in my head. Was this one of the things I'd seen on TV? Just then I remembered why Dover sounded so familiar to me. The story of the Dover demon from the 1970s or 1980s, when a college student saw some kind of humanoid figure walking by the side of the road on all fours. I got nervous now. I was in this creature's territory, and it was already not happy, seeing how that man had turned out. Was this really happening to me? Was I going to finally meet one of the monsters from my childhood? As I had quickly raced back the way I came, I met the road I had previously turned off of. Stupidly, I stopped at the intersection, before I made the right to check if any cars would be coming by. I looked both ways, first left, then right. That was when I saw it. My entire body felt limp, and my heart stopped. I shouted as that thing was menacingly staring at me through the window. Time seemed to stop as it stared at me. It was hunched over, skin pale and tightly pulled around its body, yet hanging off the front of its torso and legs. It had a distended stomach, above which I could see its rib cage and deep indentation in its flesh where a normal person's solar plexus would be. But the worst part was its face. I felt like I was looking at something straight from hell. Its head had not a single hair on it. It had protruding temple bones and deep eye sockets, filled with what I wouldn't even call eyes. Those eyes. Those dark and black soulless eyes that seemed to tear a hole in the back of my mind. It had 2 small holes in place of a nose, and perhaps the most menacing feature, its mouth, with its lips hanging low with drool, and its jagged sharp teeth looking sharper than kitchen knives. I am able to describe all of this that I saw in that instant, because that disgusting face is forever burned into my mind. I spared no time and hammered my foot on the gas pedal to the floor. My car burned rubber and then began to accelerate down the road. I must have ran over its foot with the rapidly spinning wheel of my car, as it then let out the most disgusting and blood-curdling screech I'd ever heard. It sounded a mixture of a psych ward patient and a horse being shot in the chest with an arrow. Now the chase was on. The monster began to run after my car. Why did it want me? Was its other victim not good enough? My car gradually approached its top speed, but the thing was just barely losing its ground on me. If I had not been in that situation, I would have been impressed by the creature's ability to run that fast. The road was curvy, so I had to slow down to avoid crashing. I knew that would be a game over if I had crashed. That monster could eat me and leave no trace of my body within seconds, if I survived. The reduced speed allowed the monster to keep pace with me. I came to a fork in the road. I took the right turning road and caught some air over a bridge. The road straightened out here, and I picked up speed even more, edging out to 110 miles an hour. I checked my mirrors to see something even more disturbing. I looked back at the bridge in the distance to see 4 or 5 more sets of dark black soulless eyes had appeared out from under the bridge, all staring at me like the first one. Then all 6 monsters in total began to sprint to catch up to me. I began to contemplate stabbing myself with a knife in my glove box. I'd never get to say goodbye to my parents or relatives. Was this the end for me? The emaciated bodies in my mirror were gaining. I could even hear them all shouting and gurgling in unison, with their mouths wide open, lips flapping in the wind. I had to do it. I had to kill myself in the car to avoid being taken by those demons. This was the end. As I leaned over to reach the knife in my glove box, I caught out of the corner of my eye the sign to get back onto Interstate Route 91. This was my ex machinima. I had a chance of losing those evil creatures on the highway. I slammed my glove box shut and yanked the steering wheel to the quickly approaching on-ramp. I made an illegal left turn onto the highway, going the wrong way, and drove 500 feet back and turned around. Those sick and twisted monsters entered the same way I did, but lost me and chased another car instead, which I'm guessing they assumed was my car. The man in the other car must have noticed the things chasing him, as I heard his loud exhaust rattle in the night air. He floored his vehicle to escape those demons. He seemed to be in a much faster car than I, as his brake lights quickly shrunk into small red dots, and eventually disappeared. The pursuing monsters, I observed from a great distance, seemed to be startled by the sound of the car's exhaust. To my luck, they turned around and swiftly dipped into the woods on the side of the highway, and were finally out of sight. I was able to get a signal back on my phone. 30 more miles to go and I'd be at my relative's house. I cautiously drove the rest of the way, checking my mirrors for anything dangerous. Luckily, when I arrived at my relative's house, the garage door had been left open. I briskly pulled my car in and shut the door behind it. I let out a shaky sigh of relief and took in everything that had happened to me as I got out of the car and stood in the dimly lit garage. I was shaking, my heart racing probably around 180 beats per minute. I felt sick. I eventually calmed down, or calmed down a little bit at least, and looked at the clock on the wall of the garage. 3:52 a.m. I figured it was bedtime. I stumbled through my relative's house to find the empty guest room in the back of the house on the second floor. To my dismay, they had remodeled it and expanded the room to include a lot of windows. I was on display for anyone, or anything, lurking in the vast Vermont woods. It took me an hour to finally fall asleep, but I eventually did. I wish my nightmarish tale could end there, but it doesn't. For the rest of the visit, I enjoyed several activities with my family, almost investing myself too much in the things we did to try and forget about that hellish experience. On the morning of the last day of the visit, I woke up super early, around 7 a.m. I'd been in a good mood from drinking all night with my uncles, and was feeling generous. I'd gotten the sudden urge to buy my relatives from Europe a cheesy parting gift, as they would be leaving for their homes for another 10 to 15 years. I mustered up the strength to get up and dress super warm to drive to a local Walmart that was open early, and got there 5 minutes after it opened. I drove my car there, parked in a spot by the side wall of the store, and quickly went in and returned to my car bearing some cheesy cards and small gifts for my family members. As I rounded the corner to get back to my car, my heart once again fell into my stomach, and then shot up into my throat as I stopped dead in my tracks, and felt a sickness again. I found myself staring at the same man in the woods, who was suffering from a lost arm that was supposedly bitten off by those evil humanoid creatures. He blurted out to me, "We're coming for you." All sorts of alarms went off in my head. How did he find me here? Or better yet, how and why is he still alive? What was he? Why did he want to come for me again? Why did he say that? We're coming for you. I panicked and ran back into the store, quickly running to a more populated part of it, and waited for nearly 45 minutes before coming out again. This time the coast was clear, and I safely made it to my relative's house just in time for brunch. That evening we said our goodbyes, and I hopped in my car and followed my parents back to our house in New Jersey, making sure they stayed on Route 91, away from the road I'd taken. That night I did some research about my encounter, and learned that what I saw the other night was a skinwalker. I also found out that they can shapeshift into human forms if they want to play tricks on people and lure them to their doom. It then hit me. The man was never in any trouble. He didn't exist. That wasn't a man at all. It was one of them, those evil skinwalkers. I had spoken to one. It tricked me. I felt nauseous at the notion of what I had experienced. I felt totally defeated and vulnerable. Time passed on without any incidents. The next year I got accepted into medical school in Boston. I was delighted to spend the next few years of my life in an urban area, away from any threats lurking in the night. However, I am still frantic at night, and I run to my car whenever I am alone. I also am weary of unfamiliar people and fear that it may be one of those skinwalkers trying to catch me again. All I have to say is please be careful when driving around rural Massachusetts and Vermont areas. It may save your life. I've been waiting for far too long for a knock to come to my door. The odds are probably fairly low at this point, given my history and all, but I still want it. I need to keep that hope. I guess it's hard to understand what I'm talking about if I don't explain, so let me take you back 3 years. My wife, Jasmine, was buried in at least 3 blankets, like she always liked to do. I could practically only see tufts of her ash-brown hair, peeking through the gap between the blankets and the pillow she laid her head on. I was under the top layer, because I was always hot when I slept. I turned our television off and laid the remote on my nightstand, before adjusting to face her. Even when I couldn't see her face, I liked to know that she was still there, that it was still her. As I laid there fading in and out of consciousness, something kept me from fully drifting off to sleep. God, I wish I had just fallen asleep. Had I been able to sleep more quickly that night, I wouldn't be writing this right now. But no, I couldn't. And it wouldn't be long before I heard the most faint sound from my living room. Something was knocking on the door. It was quiet enough that Jasmine slept through it, her adorable snoring and all. Still, it was loud enough that I wasn't sleeping anymore. I lifted my blankets off of me and closed my bedroom door behind me as I left, so as to not disturb her. Just a minute. I sort of whispered, sort of shouted, across my living room. Who knocks on someone's door this late? I muttered under my breath as I shuffled across the hardwood floor. The next 3 seconds are where I made the mistake that changed my life, and I beg that you don't repeat it. I opened the door without knocking. I'm not sure why, or how I was supposed to know this beforehand, but knocking back on the door is a simple step to avoid a very long period of misery. When I turned the door without knocking, I opened a door to something that wasn't the hallway outside of my apartment. I was looking into my own apartment, as if through a mirror, and on the other side, it was some sort of metallic creature, whose complexion resembled the color and consistency of mercury, silver and gel-like. So I did what any rational person would do. I tried to close the door. Unfortunately for me, this creature reached through the threshold of my apartment with a hand that very suddenly transformed into my own, pressing it open again. As I continued to pass through the threshold, the skin materialized into my own. The jade green eyes were mine. The sandy blonde hair was mine. Even my clothes were the same. I was paralyzed with fear, and I don't really remember too much more before I ended up in some colorless mirror of the exact same apartment. The only difference was that my wife wasn't there, nor my 2 mutts. I didn't really feel anything physical that one might feel in their everyday life. I never got hungry. I never got tired. I didn't even feel the sharp pain that I expected to feel when I slammed my fist so harshly into the wall that I heard and felt the bones in my hand crack. I spent 3 days alone in that apartment, with the door closed, before I finally decided to venture around other places. I found other people. They too felt nothing. They didn't see any color besides gray, but they hid, and they spoke quietly. They told rumors of others who had been stuck here and didn't make it far. They took me into a supermarket that was a few blocks away from my house and told me that the creature that I saw was only one of many. Those creatures tried to escape into the place that I'm from, and in their free time, they hunt people like me for sports. It's a game to them. Hunting us in this mirror world, with which we are unfamiliar, is simple, and it lets them feel something. Those people helped ease my suffering for the next 3 years that I spent there. But I couldn't forget about my wife. I had already forgotten what any physical sensation felt like, and my hand didn't heal. Ever. Not while I was there. A few of us decided to start following the less stealthy creatures around. We hoped we'd get lucky enough to see what they did to get through, and after a few months of very careful stalking, and a few friends lost, the one other woman and I finally figured it out. All they had to do was knock. It really wasn't all that hard to get back, once I figured it out. How could such a simple method work so well? Anyways, I ran back to my apartment very carefully that night. I knocked from outside of my apartment, and waited a few minutes. Nothing happened, so I tried again. Still nothing. I opened the door and walked into my apartment, slamming the door shut. I really lost hope at that point, until I realized I had been inside when I got here. Maybe that was the key. I knocked 3 times. Sure enough, the door began to glow very subtly with color that I had missed so much. Too bad that all faded when the door knocked 3 times back, and I opened it to find nothing. I did the same thing over and over, night after night, with one of 2 results. Either no one answered at all, or someone knocked back. One night though, after several months of trying, the person that opened the door didn't knock back. The doorknob turned for a second before releasing again. "Who is it?" The sweet voice of my beautiful wife called from the other side. "It's me. It's Ollie. Please open up." I cried tears of joy as the doorknob twisted again. It opened, and she froze in shock. "That's not me in there, sweetheart. We have to call the police," I whispered. She still didn't move. I ran through the threshold to reach for a hug, and what happened next was the most disappointing moment of my life. My arms wrapped around a whole lot of air. In fact, they weren't even my arms. My arms were now thinner and darker. I could see my ash-brown hair at my shoulders, and my hands were smaller. The door closed behind me, and I thought that Jasmine was nowhere to be found. I was wrong. As I walked into the bathroom to wash my face of the tears I'd shed over failure, I noticed that there was color in the room again, and my face wasn't the one I was looking at in the mirror. It was Jasmine's. I spent that night binding the hands and feet of the creature that claimed my body, and taping its mouth shut. Don't worry though. I'll feed it so that it doesn't die. I'm thinking that I may need it. To anyone reading this, I hope that you take my advice when I tell you to knock back on the door the next time that someone knocks. Knock exactly as they do, pattern and all, and then you may open the door. I hope I save you from what could be a lifetime of misery. As for me, I'll be opening every door that gets knocked on, using the hand that was stolen from me, especially if it's my apartment door. This creature is going back where it came from, and I have to get Jasmine back. Hopefully she can figure this out. I know she can. And if somehow, out there, you're reading this, Jasmine, I'll find a way back to you. Whether it means me there or you here, I will return to you. I love you. Midsummer, I bought my first house. For a 24-year-old single parent, it seemed like a huge step in the right direction for just us two. What I didn't realize was how much of a mess it can be in order to finalize all the paperwork. In short, the buying process was awful. The women selling became verbally violent over things they had no control over. My loan processor decided to take 2 weeks off and not have any of my file processed until the day of closing, which ended up setting my closing date back over and over. The whole thing was just a mess. When it was finally over and the paperwork was signed, I felt relief. I made plans to move, recruited friends and family to help, and started getting small things moved right away. The house is set up on a piece of beautiful half-acre of land, and although the home is only 2 bedrooms, there is plenty of opportunity for updating and remodeling. The basement, which at one point was finished, is now an open space to make into whatever type of room I desire. There is also a 2-car garage that just barely tilts a little to the left due to the previous owners taking all the supports from the unit. A part of me wants to fix it. The other part wants to wait for it to fall over, and then use insurance money to replace it with something better and safer. The first couple weeks in our new home were filled with weird sleeping schedules. The house is old, so it took us a while to grow accustomed to the sounds of a creaky, old abode. We also live right next to train tracks, but we did at our previous apartment also. The loud honking at night really didn't bother us too much. What did start to bother us about a month into our new home were the footsteps. At first you could hear them in the hall leading to the bedroom. As time went though, the footsteps started coming on inside the bedroom, always ending in the corner of the bedroom right next to the second closed space at the window, on the adjacent wall. It felt as if someone was just standing there, watching you. I had to keep reminding myself at night to not think about it, that if I didn't give it the power of thought, it would not exist to me. This thought process actually seemed to help immensely, until guests started coming over to sleep. It started with my first boyfriend I had after the new move. He would tell me every morning about the footsteps in the bedroom, where they would stop, and how it sounded like someone was trudging in the snow well in the corner of it. After a month or so, he told me he could no longer stay at the home overnight, because he could not sleep due to these occurrences of odd activity. His fear did bring back a lot of odd sounds and strange situations for a while. One day I'd come home around 6 p.m. My son had fallen asleep in the car, and after bringing him inside I decided to lay him on the couch. I went into my room to fold clothes for about 25 minutes or so, when I got this strange feeling to go into the living room to check on him. I walked out to see a figure of white, translucent in vision, standing in front of the kitchen entrance watching my son sleep. I stood there for a while, frozen in curiosity and tensing anxiety. My dog was doing the same as I from the other side of the living room by the front entrance. After about 3 minutes, even though it felt more like 15, the figure vanished and I felt at ease. After my boyfriend and I broke up, I started to remind myself again that it was not real. Things turned back to normal, and we kept going with our usual lives. I began dating again in the winter. We are still together now, but he started staying at my house more and more. At first he didn't notice much of the odd noises. Then one day he was at my home, and I was just about to get off my second job. He heard a ball roll through the attic of the home. This is impossible considering the attic is completely lined with insulation. He then began to hear the footsteps in the hall that stopped at the bedroom door. When I came home and laid next to him in bed, he told me he couldn't sleep, and that all these strange things were happening. I told him to not think about it or else it would get worse, and went to bed. About a month after, he and I had gotten into a couple arguments that ended up escalating whatever was going on inside my home. The morning after our argument, he woke up and went downstairs to get ready for work. He kept seeing some dark figure moving in his peripherals, and felt like he was being followed, and watched the entire time he was getting ready. In a daze of sleep, I heard him come up the stairs loudly. As he was walking up the stairs, I felt large, warm hands wrap around my ankles, and start to slide up my legs. By the time the front door had slammed shut from what I assumed was him leaving, the hands were at my hips. I woke in a fit of anxiousness, and the hands disappeared. I called him immediately, because I was upset from him being so loud. After promptly answering, I asked him where he was, and he informed me that he was at the local gas station that was at least 5 minutes from the house. I got instant chills down my spine. He could sense the fear and worry in my voice. It wasn't until later, after I had left the house, and was on my way to work, that I told him about the hands and the stomping, that he told me about how he felt like he was being followed downstairs. As of now, we are trying to stay positive and not think too much about it. But what happens during the next fight? What happened to make people move out of this house so quickly each time? If you have been living under a rock for the past few years, let me explain what the Midnight Game is. The Midnight Game is an old pagan ritual that they still do to this day. It's meant for the people who disobey the gods in their religion. The way to punish them is to play the Midnight Game. The way you start the game is to put a drop of blood on a paper signed with your name. After that, you will need a candle, and light it before midnight, and you need to turn off any lights in your house besides the candle you plan on using as your only light source. Then you knock on a wooden door 22 times, and the 22nd knock has to end exactly at midnight. Then you open the door and blow out your candle, close it, then open it again, and relight it. Then the game begins. Now what makes this scary is that you are letting in the Midnight Man. He is some sort of entity of some sort, and is quite terrifying to be honest. There are ways to know he's nearby: a sudden drop of temperature, a shadowy figure, or your candle blowing out. If your candle goes out at any time, you have to relight it within 10 seconds. If not, then you lose the game. Now if you do lose the game either by your candle or the Midnight Man catching you, then he will proceed to rip out your organs one by one, pretty much killing you. Now the game ends at 3:33 AM, and you can't end the game. If you do by turning on a light, even for a second, then the game stops, and the Midnight Man doesn't leave. There is a sort of saying to end it though, and the only way to stay safe from the Midnight Man, and it's to surround yourself with salt. That way he can't get you, but you can't leave until the game is over. Now, on to my story. So I like the supernatural and I tried the Midnight Game. It was only me when I played it, and no one was in my house when I played it. I did everything that I just said, and began the game. It started at my front door, and I decided that I would make things a little interesting, and leave the salt in my room, which is the farthest room away from the front door. I started walking towards it, and the entire time I felt uneasy. I got to my room, and I felt on edge. But nonetheless, I got to the salt. I had a false sense of security when I had though, because I knew I had something that would keep me safe, but it's just salt. Another rule of the game is to not stop moving, because if you stay in one spot for too long, then you will be caught by the Midnight Man. So I kept on moving around the house. First I went to the bathroom, and looked in the mirror for no reason. Then I went downstairs, but while I was on my landing I heard something in my living room. I looked in there, which is in clear view of my stairs, and I swear I saw a shadow of someone outside. I ran down the stairs and ran to the window, but when I got there, there was no one there. I then went to my kitchen and looked around. My house is pretty small, but is quite warm all the time. So when I walked into my kitchen, it felt cold. Remember, that means the Midnight Man is near you. So a few of these events happened, and eventually I did something very stupid. I turned on the lights. It wasn't like I manually did it. It was like my body automatically did it out of fear. It was around 2:30 when I ended the game, so I had about an hour left, but it was still ended permanently. But even after the game is ended, he won't leave. I knew this, and I still had some encounters with the Midnight Man even after the game, and so I did the game again. Similar things happened during it, but this time I didn't turn on any lights. I beat the Midnight Man, but not without consequences. During the game, my candle went out for 11 seconds. On the 11th second, I felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. I paid no attention to it until after the game. I was about to take a shower, and I took off my shirt, and saw a deep cut where I think my kidney would be. It was on the front of my body, so it was easy to see, yet it didn't hurt. I then realized something. Who was that at the window? The Midnight Man is supposed to be inside your house. I took a nap after the game, but nothing happened. But I remember that I left the door unlocked. That is why I don't like the Midnight Game. and why I don't play it anymore. It proves something to me, and that something is out there to do something bad to all of us. That is why I tell you, don't play the midnight game. Just a side note, I decided to write this story after hearing about Reddit and no sleep a few days ago. This story takes place around a few years ago when my dad left town for a business trip. I've never told anyone this story, but I guess now I have. I used to live in a fairly wooded area, inside of a 2-story house, in a smaller area in the United States. The house is kind of creepy though. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it's just always settling, even though it's been there for decades. If you really stay quiet and have no source of sound, you can hear a noise, like a muffled crack with a drag that lingers a small amount too long, for comfort. But this story is not about that house. It is about something even scarier. About 5 meters behind my house, it's nothing but forest, for approximately 3 miles. I'm one of those people who is just absolutely fascinated by the wilderness, but never likes going out. Knowing that my dad was out for a business trip, and he thought I was adult enough to stay out of trouble whilst he was gone, I tried changing my ways, and decided to go out into those woods. Little did I know, that would be the biggest mistake of my life. It was approaching the late evening when I embarked on my journey. I had a little caution in my step when I was deathly scared of mountain lions, snakes, coyotes, and the like. But as I went along some trails, I felt better, and got more of a pep in my step. I even got confident enough to hike a bit away from the trail. Thing is, I kind of ended up getting lost. I started to panic, and tried to find my way back to the trails. Being a coward and the sensitive teen child I was, shaking in my sneakers was my first instinct. Mind you, I was only 15 at the time. I started to walk around, growing increasingly anxious. The walking turned to running, the running turned to sprinting, and eventually the sprinting turned to sitting and crying. I was huddled up against a rock, knees to my chest, sobbing silently. This was it. I'm gonna die out here. I don't have the guts to kill an animal, and I wouldn't know how to light a fire. If it wasn't starvation, I'd definitely be mauled by a vicious predator with ill intent. I wouldn't die by natural causes, or in the military, or saving someone. No, I'd die because my stupid decision to go off the path. I started to think about what death was like. Would I be reincarnated? Would I be in an empty void of nothing for all eternity? Would I be with God in heaven until the end of time? And even if I went to heaven, would it be for the better? I was raised in a Christian household, and was raised to know heaven as a paradise. But there was something scratching at the back of my head. Maybe heaven wasn't as great as it was chalked up to be. Stuck in my own thoughts, I slowly slipped into a deep sleep, scared and waiting for my inevitable death. Maybe I would die in my sleep. Hopefully it would be painless. Except I woke up. It was late at night, but the worst part was the ear-splitting screech that seemed to be a few feet away from me. The screech was something incomparably terrifying. It sounded like a shriek, one you would hear if a woman saw someone dead in a horror movie. But something was off. It sounded like a cry from a wounded animal being mauled was heard at the exact same time. I don't know if whatever it was killed an animal, or that it was just the noise that thing made. I didn't stick around to find out. Fight or flight was activated. I jolted up and ran as fast as I could to whichever direction was opposite of any noise. Due to my panic state, I ended up running so fast I didn't look where I was going, and tripped over a log. I face-planted into the dirt. I didn't know what happened, other than I could taste dirt and leaves in my mouth. I spat out what I could, and when I looked up I was in shock. I was always a skeptic, but I always loved hearing about folklore and mythical beasts. I looked at that creature. Its eyes were sunken into its head that looked like a skull. Its body withered to the point of emaciation, to where I could see the bones under its skin. Its body color the ash gray of pure death, lips tattered and bloodied. Its body emitted the scent, which I could only describe as the fresh scent of a decaying corpse. Which made sense since it looked like it was a corpse. of which had just risen from the grave. I just stared as, based upon this knowledge, and basis of the thing's appearance, I was face to face with a Wendigo. My body froze as I looked into its eyes. It had no eyes. That's what made me panic. Was this death? Was I already dead? Is this what death was like? Staring into a horrifying creature that was just itching to tear me to shreds and feast on my flesh? I thought of my family. I never really liked them, but I wanted to see them. As I was thinking, I noticed that the Wendigo was already leaping onto me, and that's when I saw my short life flash before my eyes. My elementary years, my family, my middle school years, my family. My family was all I could think of. I wasn't even supposed to be out here, and by some miracle I was able to move. I scrambled onto my feet, but I felt a sharp sting in my back. I didn't care. Adrenaline pumped through me like it was my own blood now. I ran faster than I thought humanly possible, and by some miracle, I guess it lost interest or something, because after a while of running, I came across a trail with a few people trying to investigate the screech I had heard a while back. Before I started running, they saw me, and they watched as I collapsed. A wound in my shoulder, and blood on my shirt. They asked if I was okay, and as one of them patched my shoulder up with the bandages in their first aid kit, I explained what happened. Their original plan was to call an ambulance, but I told them not to. It would be stupid. My family would scold me. No one would believe me. And I had a phobia of hospitals anyway. And thinking about that creature, the Wendigo, it made me think about death. And knowing there would be death around me a lot in that hospital, I wouldn't be able to bear going. I'm not sure if they believed me, but they helped me to my house. I didn't feel safe though. I asked if they could escort me to my neighbor's, which was maybe a few hundred meters away. It took me a bit to realize that sting I felt. It may have been a claw from the Wendigo. I didn't care. I made it out alive. I made it to my neighbor's safe, and I haven't had any incidents since. Yet I'm waiting. I feel like it will come back. It felt weird how it just left me alone. Knowing that, I don't get too much sleep at night. It scares me even thinking about the incident. And every now and then, I can hear that same screech. Yet it is usually really quiet. So quiet to the point where I can barely hear it. And it almost sounds like the cracks in my old house. I will never forget the first day I met Lacey. It is forever etched in my mind, and it was the day a true friendship was forged. I was 4 years old and starting a new preschool, as we had recently moved houses. I was a little shy and remember, even at such a young age, feeling a little nervous about the prospect of going to a new preschool. As soon as my mom walked me through the door, I remember this girl with wild curly blonde hair, wearing a dress with flowers on, coming running up to me. She took my hand and said, "Let's play." The rest of the day went so quick playing with my new friend that I forgot I was ever nervous. After that day, mine and Lacey's friendship was forged. Over the years, she stayed at my house, at weekends, or I at hers. When we were 8 years old, Lacey moved house, but it wasn't too far, and we still went to the same school. I remember distinctly going over to her new house, and thinking I didn't like it like I liked her old house. Right behind her house was a huge stretch of woods, and they appeared to me so dark and gloomy. Now in the UK we don't have national parks that are huge, and you could easily get lost in. However, the woods probably seemed much more dark and imposing at this time, as I was so young. Lacey and I used to play out often when I was at her house, as she had a huge back and front garden. We were allowed to play on the street too, but were under strict instructions from her mom not to go past the streets, and to definitely not go into the woods. I was quite a scaredy cat as a child, and the thought of going in those woods never crossed my mind. Unfortunately, it did in Lacey's. When we were around 9 and Lacey had lived in this new house for a year, she suddenly started taking an interest in these woods. It started off by her wanting us to just play at the edge of the woods, even though I told her we would get into trouble if her mom saw us. Lacey was much more adventurous than I was, and didn't seem to worry about getting into trouble. One day we were playing at the edge of the woods, when Lacey had the bright idea to go in farther. We argued about this, and I said I was going to go get Lacey's mom, and then she started to run into the woods, and said she would go alone if I wouldn't come with. I weighed up my options quickly, and against all the bad feeling inside, I reluctantly followed her into the woods. I'd actually gone for woodland walks before with my aunt, when I stayed with her, as she loved walking around different beauty spots. However, these woods felt very different to any I had been in before. For starters, there were no animal sounds at all. You could not hear a single bird in those woods, which was very strange. I kept nagging Lacey to go back, as I felt more uncomfortable the farther we walked into them. Lacey just laughed and ran farther, making me go deeper in the woods to catch up to her. She stopped at a little stream, and it felt welcoming to actually hear the noise of the water break the eerie silence of the woods. It was a warm day, and Lacey decided she was going to take her shoes off and paddle in the water. I was about to say it was a bad idea, but it was so warm, and I thought it might be fun to paddle for a while. We both got into the water, and had so much fun I forgot all about my earlier fears of being in the woods. We splashed each other and laughed so hard my cheeks hurt. I have no idea how long we were playing for, but I noticed suddenly it was starting to get dark. I told Lacey we should head back, and she agreed, and hadn't realized herself how late it must be. We sat on the back of the stream, and let our feet air dry for a few minutes, before we started to put on our socks and shoes. It was then as we sat there, that we heard a loud crack behind us. Lacey and I both jolted at the noise, and looked at each other. We had literally heard no noises in the woods, apart from the rushing water, so the sudden noise made us jump. Neither of us dared look behind us at first, and I was overcome with such a deep sense of terror, although I couldn't explain why. Eventually, I slowly turned my head around, and breathed a huge sigh of relief that nothing was there. Then all of a sudden we heard another loud creak just across the stream in front of us. Lacey and I jumped up, and hadn't even finished putting our socks and shoes on before we started to run. As we ran, we heard more cracks behind us, accompanied by what I can only describe as a low whistling. The woods seemed to get darker as we ran, and all of a sudden I heard a scream and realized Lacey had fallen over a large branch. I ran over to help her up, and as I did, I saw what looked like a man about 10 meters behind us. The only problem was he was very still, almost like a statue. His head was bowed, so we couldn't see his face, and he was wearing a white shirt and a pair of black trousers, which were too short. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and it was almost like I dared not look away. I could hear Lacey's heavy breathing beside me, and knew she was as paralyzed by the terror as I was. All of a sudden the man started to move with his head still bowed, and he took a couple of steps slowly, then started to run. Lacey and I screamed and ran as fast as we could. We dared not look back, and as we ran we could hear the branches creaking, and the whistling was changed to a high, very scary shrill laugh. I realized as I was running that Lacey wasn't at the side of me, and she had fallen again about a meter behind me. I went over to help her with no sign now of that man, demon, monster, or whatever he was. As I was approaching Lacey, I held out my hand, and without a noise being made, he stepped out from behind a tree directly in front of me. I will never, ever forget his face, and I still have night terrors and flashbacks of it to this day. He had very pale, smooth skin that almost appeared like shiny plastic. His eyes were pure black, and his mouth was stretched across the bottom half of his whole face. He opened that mouth wide to grin at me, and in his mouth was no teeth, only black gums. He was insanely tall and thin, and I didn't know what he was, but he definitely wasn't human. What I did next I would forever regret, but I was panic-stricken and set off running. The terror his image had caused me made me forget about my poor fallen friend on the floor. I heard a blood-curdling scream erupt from Lacey, and I'm ashamed to say I didn't even look back at first. When I did eventually look back, she was gone. I ran all the way out of the woods and straight into Lacey's house. I heard her mom start to shout from the kitchen about how we were in so much trouble, but when I burst into the kitchen, her mom's expression changed from anger to fear. After I told Lacey's mom what had happened, she called the police. They went looking for Lacey in the woods, alongside some neighbors that volunteered to help, but they didn't find anything. The police said they would search around the area, doing random house checks if need be. My mom came and picked me up that night, and I was a shivering wreck. I tried to explain to my mom and the police that the man who had Lacey wasn't human, but I know they didn't believe me. I became so hysterical my mom told me some years later she was close to having me committed to a mental hospital. The next day when the police resumed their search, they found mine and Lacey's shoes by the stream, as well as some other items of Lacey's. Her hair clip, cardigan, and one sock was found farther into the woods. There was also bloodstains on 2 trees close to the stream, as well as a few hairs which were found to be Lacey's. That was 25 years ago. Lacey was never found, and she remains missing, possibly deceased. I've never been back to those woods, but just lately I've been thinking about them a lot. I decided only yesterday that I'm going to drive over to those woods tomorrow and see if I can find out what happened to Lacey. I know that being took, harmed, or even possibly killed her, but if there's a chance she could still be alive, then I owe it to my best friend to try and find her. Most of my friends were joyfully attending their first year at uni. I wasn't the case. I wasn't feeling the glee nor the joy. I like to reckon it was because I was just fearful and scared to leave what I called home. I thought it was terror and fear of something new and undiscovered, but now I truly believe it may have been something else entirely. A force that kept whispering me not to go, a force that knew what was about to happen and tried to protect me. I hushed the voice inside my head each time I heard it and ignored what it was telling me. I did what we were all taught to do. I ignored my gut feeling, my instincts. The reasoning is well above it, right? Or at least, that is what we've been told. Since that horrific night, I don't even know what to believe anymore. However, back then, I reassured myself that I was just feeling anxious and uncomfortable about leaving home and finally becoming an independent adult. Iron-fisted, I decided to leave my nest and face my biggest fear, growing up, and left both my safety and my nest. My family wasn't able to accompany me to the town I was headed to, so a friend of mine, who was also heading there, offered to give me a ride. It was a bright sunny day when we took off. However, as soon as we entered the city, all the colors started to fade. All the houses seemed to become grayer and grayer, and the day suddenly turned gloomy. The gray houses were surrounded by withering grass and naked branched trees. The streets were so empty, with only a couple of people strolling on the pathways now and then. What was peculiar about them was the way they strolled slowly, as if their bones were extremely heavy, or they had some kind of weight pressed against their chest. The closer I looked, the more they resembled walking corpses. Their appearance was so elderly. Their sunken faces with pointy cheekbones were emotionless. Even though they weren't old, they looked so tired and dead. They had no life ignited in them. I tried to distract myself from the disturbing images I was seeing, but as soon as I looked away, the voice in my head started shouting at me again, telling me not to go there. I glanced at my friend, but she didn't seem disturbed at all. Quite the contrary. She seemed rather peaceful and calm, as if she wasn't seeing the same scenery which I was observing. After driving what felt like an eternity to me, but was actually around 20 minutes, we arrived at the dormitory where we were supposed to stay for the next few years of our studies. The building itself was actually magnificent. It was renovated recently, so its antique features really stood out. It was grand and beautiful. Nevertheless, it still had an eerie note to it. I shrugged the uncanny feeling off and entered the building. I was assigned the room 244. I was rather disappointed with the news because I knew it was a double room, hence I needed to share it with someone. And that wasn't something I was looking forward to since I enjoy to have time to myself. I went towards my room, and as soon as I unlocked the huge, creaky old door, I shivered. I don't even know how to describe the cold I felt. It was unnatural and unbearable. I wanted to turn around and run away immediately. That's how odd it felt. It was the feeling you feel when you just know something bad is about to happen. When you just know something doesn't feel right. Eventually, I forced myself to shrug it off once again, and entered what was going to be my home. I met Emily, my roommate, who was quite fun to be around. She made the room feel a lot warmer than it truly was, and for a couple of months, everything felt normal again. However, one day after my classes, I returned back to our room, only to find it empty. Emily left without having said a single word. The room was so clean and empty, as if I never had a roommate in the first place. That's when I started to notice how strange that room was once again. I was always feeling as if someone was watching me, as if I was never alone. I'd often turn myself around trying to catch who was staring at me, even though there was nobody in the room, because I felt someone's gaze pierce my back. After a month or so, I convinced myself I was crazy, and that I was making it all up, because feeling a certain way never really is proof of anything. I continued to lead a normal life for a month, and everything was normal indeed. Except the uncanny and uneasy atmosphere I felt in the room all of the time. After some time you get used to it. Everything was normal up until then. It was a night like any other. I was reading a book and listening to some music when I decided to call it a night. I stood up and turned off the lights. As soon as I was surrounded by pitch black, I ran towards my bed, because of the presence I felt right behind me. At that point, all of that was just a normal night to me. I slept safe and sound, only to be awakened by my body aching painfully. I was out of air and breath, and out of panic, I grabbed my phone quickly, trying to light up the room only to see the phone showing 3:33 a.m. Terrified, I jumped out of bed and ran towards the bathroom where I locked myself in. After trying to calm myself down, my body still hurt very much, so I decided to examine it. I took my pajamas off only to realize I was covered in large, bloody scratches. I was mortified. I stayed in the bathroom until dawn, because I was so terrified I couldn't move. After that night I switched dormitories, and I'm still afraid of the dark. This is the first time I'm talking about it. I hope to learn more about what I faced that night. I didn't know what to get you for your birthday, until I read about this and thought it was perfect. I stared down at the single admission ticket in my hand, as I stood on the steps of what looked like a gigantic old grindhouse, that still undoubtedly had actual films in the projector booth. Lisa had left me there on the sidewalk, beeping her horn as she ran a stop sign and disappeared into the quiet night. She knew I enjoyed being scared. She knew I enjoyed grindhouse flicks. So yeah, it was a perfect gift, I suppose. Except the building looked deserted. Not even a street lamp lit up the cracked sidewalk I stood on. It was 1:45, and Lisa was my only way to and from this place. Unless I called for a ride out. I had no idea where I was, however. My cell phone was near dead, and showed no reception next to the tiny red blinking battery icon. I turned it off to save what little juice it had left, so I could call when I was done with whatever. What was I doing here? The anacrostic cement building smelled like the city's sewer on the outside. I could only imagine the acrid stench on the inside. On its rugged walls were old, framed, now showing posters for films with titles I didn't recognize, some with dates going back 50 years or so. The bulbs surrounding them had long burned out, the metal coils inside rusted and decayed. This place could have been a pretty hot place to be a while back, And I could picture the new hipsters of today frequenting it, if someone dumped a lot of money into renovations. My feet had fallen asleep where I stood, distant pangs of tingling numbness creeping down through my legs. I paced while I waited, watching for signs of life. A homeless man turned and glared at me as he passed, pushing 2 shopping carts piled with blankets and cardboard boxes on top of other junk. The wheels squeaking noisily as he left the sidewalk onto the asphalt, crossing the street, leaving me there with no one else in sight. I thought to ask him what this place was, but thought against it when he shot daggers at me with his eyes. The lights on the building came on all at once. Someone had flipped the breakers inside. The audible surge of electricity made me jump and redirect my attention to the cinema, just in time to see a shadow move into the tinted glass ticket booth. Without anything else to do, I moved towards the ticket booth, bypassing the velvet ropes that would have divided the line until I heard clucking coming from the ticket booth microphone, amplified by 2 small PA speakers on the roof. I stopped.
Please don't skip the line. Everyone will get inside. There is no reason to rush.
There's no one here, I chuckled to myself. I assumed it was part of whatever act they put on that Lisa had thought would be perfect for birthday gift for someone like me. Someone who has seen so much and experienced so much during their life that they can't feel the same anymore. To say I was an adrenaline junkie would be an understatement, as I had far surpassed that title. So far they had put on a good show, just making me jump at the lights. I wondered if the homeless man had been hired as part of the act. Maybe they closed off the street for this. I couldn't see the face of the ticket master, just his white-gloved hands when he tore my ticket and handed me the stub.
Your showing is at midnight in the left theater. Don't be late. Who wouldn't want to miss our previews for upcoming shows?
I rolled my eyes. The large analog clock inside the booth told me I still had 5 minutes to kill, but I wasn't going to spend them outside with the homeless man, who had seemed vexed that we were breathing the same air. Lisa had not bought a ticket for herself, and she had told me why when she gave me the cute ironic birthday card with the ticket inside, but I could not remember exactly what she had said, just that it sounded like BS. Leaving me here alone was part of the setup. I knew it. I pulled on the brass handles fixed on the arched double doors, tugging on both before realizing that the doors were still locked. You mean there aren't refreshments in the lobby? I rolled my eyes, fidgeting away the few minutes to midnight I had left. Assuming the doors would be unlocked then, probably in a dramatic fashion. To my surprise, when the clock hit midnight, nothing happened. I tugged on the doors. They didn't budge. I was more than confused at that point, and turned back to the ticket booth for answers, which I received before I asked any questions.
Go left, Mr. Adams.
The gender-neutral voice spouted from the PA system. I tugged on the doors of the theater again, frustrated. If they were selling this place as a spook fest, they should have made sure the facility was working before charging admission. I went to say as much, but was cut off by that voice again.
Not in there, Mr. Adams. Go to the stop sign and turn left.
They stated, seemingly annoyed with my misunderstanding of their instructions. What was I supposed to think? I was dropped off in front of a grindhouse with a ticket that was taken, and I was told to go to the theater on the left, but not inside the building? Exasperated, I made a show of stomping down to the old, crooked stop sign. As I made the turn to the unmarked street to the left, the lights of the theater went off, one by one as each switch was hit. I could feel the heat of another light, sunlight on my back. I turned back toward the streets, but there was no longer a street there. It wasn't night anymore. I wasn't in the same place anymore. The scene in front of me was painfully familiar. I was walking into a playground, specifically a playground from my own childhood. You know that feeling you get when you think you might pass out? That happens when you're drunk sometimes? I felt that, combined with a subdued general malice, knowing that the questions were going to come. The monotone voice of the ticket master wafted into my brain. like the on-scene narrator of a movie scene.
This is our first preview this evening, and it will be a real gem when it hits theaters. If it hits theaters. The release date is unannounced, unfortunately. Please watch quietly and do not disturb the actors.
Part of me expected it to also remind me to turn off or silence my phone, but I heard nothing regarding it, as if the Ticketmaster knew that I had already shut my phone off when I was outside the theater. I accepted that he, let's say, for the sake of continuity, were probably watching me from the time Lisa dropped me off to the time they made a show of lighting the place up, which had disappeared entirely. When I turned to look at where it would have been behind me, there I stood surrounded by children playing, screaming, laughing, running circles around me, their eyes never turning to meet me, their curiosity never getting the best of them. I expected one to ask me who I was, or what I was doing there, or one of the adults stationed around the park to come and snatch the children away from the strange man that had just appeared out of thin air. Nothing happened. They paid no attention to me, and I soon realized that they could not see me at all. I went to wave my arms and yell in panic, but a terrible sound, worse than nails on a chalkboard, sent waves of white-hot agony bouncing off the inside of my skull.
Do not make any sound or disturb the actors. You have been warned once. Do not make me warn you again.
The Ticketmaster's voice hissed over the sound, and I immediately complied. Dropping my arms at my sides, I had recognized the playground initially, but I had forgotten the name of that elementary school I had only spent a year at before I got expelled, for what happened on this playground. All around me, I noticed that the children were being taken by their parents to unseen vehicles. The sun, was it really, had begun to set, casting tones over the lush green fields and sandboxes. To my right, I saw the glistening metal of the jungle gym slide where it had all begun. Then I saw him. Then I saw myself. Or was it me? Two little boys appeared, walking up behind the jungle gym, one holding a bat and the other holding a ball. I recognized the chubby freckled cheeks and pig snout nose of Brian, whom I thought was my only friend in school. I was surprised the Ticketmaster did not reprimand me for when I ran over to the jungle gym, just to get a better look at the shaggy brown-haired boy with glasses that was tossing a baseball up into the air, too far for him to catch with ease. The ball tumbled down the artificial hill the jungle gym sat on, and rolled to the toe of my shoes, where I stopped at the bottom. On cue, the boy with glasses ran over after it, stopping short of where I stood, with a skid that raised dust off the unglued soles of his ripped Converse. I beckoned him to look up telepathically, hoping to meet his eyes. I didn't have to, however. As I stared down at the 8-year-old, I was certain I was staring at my 8-year-old self. I couldn't move or speak. What does one say to themselves in this particular situation? I feared that skull-splinting sound the Ticketmaster had warned me with. But I knew what was going to happen next. I didn't know how sadistic Brian was. It wasn't like I had gone to school long enough to hear the rumors that had been circulating about him, or long enough for anyone to care to warn me to stay away from him. My parents had even supported our friendship, thinking I was off to a good start in my new school. I watched the baseball rise and fall into my 8-year-old hands until I fumbled, the ball starting to bounce away from me again. But instead of landing at my feet, it bounced right into Brian's hands. The baseball was a gift from my father that had been passed down from his father, and so on. I was never a big baseball fan, and obviously didn't have a positive career outlook as a pitcher, but the ball had sentimental value, even if I didn't remember the player's name who had hit it into the stands, right into my great-grandfather's open mitt. "Oh, thanks. Can I have it back now?" My younger self pleaded, trying to hide the panic in his voice. I remember that uncertainty I felt when Brian had just stood there, throwing the ball up in the air with that evil grin on his mug. I lunged at him, trying to snatch it from the air, playfully. It wasn't intended to be, at least. But Brian's grin turned south when my body brushed against his, barely scraping against his flabby self in my haste. I went to scream at myself, but I could feel the crescendo of the agonizing sound starting in the center of my brain, and stopped at nothing but a loud whimper. All the confusion and bewilderment I had felt before would have sufficed, but they had far surpassed the expectations I held for this place. I was truly starting to feel fear. With a quick pivot, Brian raised his bat and crack, brought it down against my spine, shattering vertebrae that rendered my lower body pretty much useless. My younger self screamed, a high-pitched wail like a dying pig, sufficient for the amount of pain he had caused then, and years to come. I fell to the ground instantly, sprawling out on the grass. I don't know how I willed myself to get up and pursue him when he ran, but I watched as my younger version took a minute to gather his bearings and chase after Brian, clamoring for anything to latch onto that would support his lifeless legs, who stood at the top of the jungle gym next to that wicked metal slide. "Give it back," I cried breathlessly at him, using the random wooden beams on the structure to support myself, my upper body effortlessly pulling my weight in a way that seemed impossible, now that I was able to watch what transpired in third person. Nothing but adrenaline. Brian taunted me with the ball, pretending to throw it out over the trees, not caring that he had just temporarily paralyzed me, ruining my love of sports and all the ambition I had to play them at that age. I remembered it even as I watched the memory play out in front of me, with all the terrible details of reality. I had had enough, just as I was watching enough of Brian messing with me and not being able to do again what I had done then. With the dexterity of a not half paralyzed spider monkey, using the beams for leverage, I lunged at Brian at full speed, the entire weight of my 98-pound, 8-year-old body crashing down against him. I didn't push him off the jungle gym then, but I should have. The struggle commenced in front of the slide, but I had the advantage of being on top of him then, and the pull bar above the slide was more than enough to stabilize my partially limp lower body. I remember thinking about how I wanted to punch that grin off of Brian's face, and I did, with such force that he lost his balance and started down the slide. We had just moved to Texas when the state was averaging 98 to 100-degree temps in September, only 2 months into the school year. My mom had made a comment that she couldn't believe they would install a metal slide, of all things, and warned me to not go on it if the sun had been beating down like it had on that day. The sound Brian made as he hit the slide was inhuman and guttural, loud enough for anyone within yards of the playground to hear. He was wearing a basketball jersey, his dad's, that was too big for him, and started to ride up his back as he descended. I closed my eyes. The smell of bacon frying and the sizzling sound of his flesh literally cooking on the slide was enough. I could hear my own voice screaming now, frantically calling for help. That was the part where Brian's flesh had melted onto the metal, causing him to get stuck on the slide. The smell of burning skin and fat wafted by me, bringing me back to the memory I was experiencing again. Everything went black. I opened my eyes and I was on the street again, standing at the intersection with the crooked stop sign. I could hear a slow clap sounding off in the distance, that gradually became louder as it came closer, and then was inside my head.
Only a short intermission before our main feature. Take a breather. We'll be back soon.
The Ticketmaster announced joyfully, before leaving me with less than a minute to wrap my head around what I had just experienced, before throwing me into another segment. This one did not seem familiar. Wind was blowing through my hair, and when my eyes finally adjusted to my new surroundings, I was seated on top of a moving vehicle that was traveling top speed on a highway at night. The stark contrast between this and the previous scene made my eyes itch and burn as my vision struggled to adjust. I could hear sound coming from the inside of the vehicle, clear enough that it felt like I was hearing it through headphones. I recognized one of the speaking voices as Lisa's vivacious, girly tone, and my own, much deeper bass vocalizations. Was this one also from the past? I didn't recognize any of the exit signs we passed. flying by us in streaks of light and color, driving too fast. The road shrunk down to 2 lanes. As we entered a stretch of forest where the highway became a less maintained state road, Lisa's cheerful laughter had long since turned to irritation, her tone more vicious, animalistic even. We were fighting, from what I could tell, but I couldn't discern what about. Everything that was said sounded like it was in a different language.
Sorry, the dubbed version never came in.
The Ticketmaster sounded bored as he chimed in. Seated somewhere behind the depths of my mind again, the car began to drift into oncoming traffic. The correctional jerk that followed almost threw me from where I was perched on the roof, though I assumed that was impossible. I was just an audience member watching a show, I reminded myself, feeling the car drift again. The 2 lanes became more narrow as we careened toward an old bridge, traveling about 85 miles per hour. My guts sank to the lowest point in my body I could feel, like I was on a dangerous ride at the fair. I could almost foresee the end result. A tire burst sounding off like a shotgun blast in the foggy night. The car swung on 2 tires, tipping toward the rail of the tiny bridge that held us above the shallow rocky river below. With a screech, the passenger side of the car began to skid against the metal railing of the bridge, sending sparks flying around, where I watched as helpless as I had been when I was watching the replay from my life. I could hear Lisa crying, screaming, begging, and then awful silence as the passenger side of the car smashed against a metal beam, bending it, shattering the window, cracking the windshield, and positioning the car precariously on the edge of the bridge, barely hanging on with only one front and back wheel on the platform. I couldn't take it anymore. I started yelling, gibberish, profanity, anything for the Ticketmaster to acknowledge me, and pull me out of this hellish theatrical dream I seemed to be trapped in. I was losing my balance. Water from past rainfall made the roof slippery, and I was now only a few hundred feet away from my demise.
You were driving. Too soon, Mr. Adams, but Lisa wanted you to try.
No. I didn't want that responsibility. I'd already ruined a guy's life forever by accidentally cooking him alive. I didn't want to be responsible for Lisa's death, the death of the only woman I had ever found that understood me, and my various quirks, who stood by me when I still couldn't walk, and didn't want to go through physical therapy anymore.
You can change it, but you only get 1 try before the credits roll. You cannot come back once the show is over. Do you understand?
He knew the answer. I knew that I couldn't pass up what was being offered to me, even though I didn't understand it. The Ticketmaster was not abusing me with torturous sounds of punishment any longer. In fact, the disembodied voice was soothing, dripping candy-flavored venomous temptation.
Where should I rewind, Mr. Adams?
He did not need vocal confirmation of my answer. I could feel the darkness creep up on me again, that sudden shift that I cannot describe. Then the heat of the late afternoon. The playground. This was where my life had been changed permanently, and I knew that then. What happened here had sealed my fate. The children still disregarded me as if I were a ghost, but I was patient now that I understood how the game worked, and waited for the sun to begin to set, and the 2 boys to traverse the field up to the jungle gym. I made my way over there, my fears stemming from not knowing, the most basic fears of the unknown, not knowing what I could do to change what had transpired. I watched my younger self clumsily play with the ancient baseball, holding my breath when it rolled down the hill to stop where I stood again. This time I walked back behind myself, keeping my distance until Brian picked up the ball. I broke off from where I was tailing myself, sneaking around the jungle gym so I could cut Brian off as soon as he went to crack the bats. I watched his arm swing back, and moved as quickly as I could, with all my force, lunging at the short little demon child. To my surprise, Brian collapsed onto the grass under me, and I grabbed the baseball bat out of his loosened grip. Fuming in a rage, I raised the bat up with both hands. Enough fury had built up in me to bash in his brains for the 13 years of paralysis and post-traumatic stress from smelling his bacon cook off the back of the slide. The anger and sadness from my parents' disappointment, and resentment for raising the boy who cooked another child alive, as Brian's parents told the story. Stop. I whirled around. That was my voice, little me, talking to me. Brian was sobbing underneath me, snot bubbling out of his nose, as he hysterically tried to pry me off of him, calling out for anyone to help, including me. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please? I just wanted my ball back. It's important. Little me extended his hand, sniffling, big teardrops falling from his eyes. I almost laughed and cried at the same time, seeing myself stand again in that moment. The ball was laying on the grass next to Brian, who had released it when I tackled him. I scooped it up and tossed it to little me, who smiled and thanked me under his breath. I was still staring for a while before realizing Brian was suffocating under my weight, and lifted off of him with noticeable ease. Much easier than I had thought. Getting out of the bed was a chore in the morning, or standing for long periods of time, but I had a feeling that it wouldn't be that way any longer.
We must conclude tonight's showing. I think this picture will cause you to leave a changed man, Mr. Adams. Thank you for joining us this evening. I know that I enjoyed it.
He's awake. Oh my god, baby. I missed you so much you don't even know. The distant sound of rhythmic beeping was drowned out with Lisa's excited gushing, her lips fluttering about my face. I wasn't anywhere near a grindhouse, or that nasty part of town it was in. There was no feeling of discontent, that something wasn't quite right, that had clung to me through the night. Everything felt complete. My surroundings, however, were foreign. A white room with curtain enclosure surrounding me, the faint beeping of machines' ambient noise filling the gaps of silence as I digested where I was. What happened? I could feel the fear again, clear and ugly, digging its fangs in my heart. I wiggled my toes, and it subsided when the numbness and tingling did not follow the motion. I knew whatever answer she was going to give me no longer mattered. Everything would be okay. I'm sorry, babe. You let me drive the new car. I ran a stop sign in BFE, and this truck came out of nowhere and T-boned us. You've been out for a day, but you're alive, and I can't believe... I hushed Lisa, pulling her into my chest as she convulsed, sobbing in my arms. The sweet scent of her cherry blossom shampoo filling my nose, as I buried my face in her hair and whispered, "Everything is going to be okay. I promise." My friend Steve told me about the app. He used to drive all over the place for work, and he heard about it through a friend of a friend. My Passenger, it's called. The ultimate navigation companion, like Google Maps or Waze, only better. More advanced. Steve told me he's shaved hours off his driving time since he started using it. I can understand the appeal. I only use My Passenger on a handful of occasions. But I noticed the difference straight away. It's not so much the speed. Although the app does seem to always choose the quickest routes, it's how aware the thing is. It's almost spooky. Waze will tell you about hazards up ahead. Sure, a vehicle stopped at the side of the road, a pothole, that sort of thing. But this was in another league. The first time I used it, the app told me to consider switching on my windshield wipers less than a minute before it began raining. On my second trip, cutting through the countryside on my way home from work, the app advised me to drop 10 miles per hour below the speed limit because animals had been spotted ahead. 1 minute later, a deer jumped out in front of me. I kid you not. The thing froze on the tarmac, and I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop about 10 feet in front of its muzzle. I've deleted My Passenger now, wiped it from my phone. I had to. After what happened the third time I used it, not to mention what I've learned since, I didn't have any other choice. It's wrong, that's the thing. The app. There's something badly wrong with it. Please consider turning on your headlights, Gary. Visibility has fallen to 80%. My passenger's sing-song voice cut through the car's silence. I turned the headlights on. It was still early evening. That in-between time when the last rays of sunlight are just starting to bleed out of the day. But my passenger was right. It was getting a little harder to see. I smiled to myself. This was another surprise function. It was only the third time I'd used the app, and I'd never tested it out in the evening before. I didn't know how it could detect the onset of darkness. My Ford Ka cut a winding path through the new forest. Trees blurred by on either side. A ripple of dark and light greens. I shifted in my seat. It was a Thursday night, and I'd been out after work to meet some friends at a pub. The trip had taken longer than I thought it would. The pub turned out to be about 30 minutes away from my house. And now, heading back in the direction of Bournemouth, as the shadows at the side of the road lengthened, I was feeling tired. I had a dull headache and heavy eyes. As if it could read my mind, my passenger spoke again. "A faster route has been detected, Gary. In 200 yards, turn right onto Mill Lane." I glanced at my smartphone. It rested in a little holder that attached to the windscreen using a suction cup. My passenger's bright display lit the screen. I could see my car as a red arrow on a snaking gray line. Dark green blocks of color, representing the forest, pressed in on either side. My suggested route was a bright blue line. Up ahead, near the top of the screen, the route suddenly cut away from the road I was on, at a right angle. I only hesitated for a second. It was true that I'd never driven back from this particular pub before, but I had spent a lot of time in the new forest. Countless trips. I'd definitely driven on the road I was currently winding through before, but I didn't recognize the shortcut my passenger was now suggesting. Mill Lane rang no bells. Still, what was the harm? The app had shown me new routes before, and it hadn't been wrong yet. I slowed the car and indicated. Pointless, of course. I hadn't seen another car for 15 minutes, but a force of habit. The right turn came up so suddenly I almost missed it. Mill Lane was a narrow opening in the forest, a road that seemed to be more gravel than tarmac. The trees crowded closer on either side too. "Please consider putting your headlights on high, Gary. Visibility has fallen to 40%. My passenger wasn't wrong. Mill Lane was dark. The tops of the trees joined together above the road, creating the effect of a shadowy tunnel, a dark green passage that was rapidly fading to gray. I took one hand off the wheel and rubbed my eyes. My headache was getting worse. It felt like an invisible hand was holding my skull in a steadily tightening grip. I was only rubbing my eyes for a second at most, but when I took my hand away from my face again, I was forced to grip the wheel, and hard. I twitched my hands to the right, correcting the car's course, and narrowly avoiding the trunk of an oak tree. Idiot, I thought. And then, after that, some shortcut. This was the problem with sat-navs. Sometimes they were so badly concerned with the fastest route that they'd practically take you off the road to save 30 seconds. Mill Lane was not going to be any fun. I knew that already. I'd been hoping the road might widen out the farther along it I went, but that didn't seem to be the case. If anything, as I slowed to take the first bend, the trees seemed to press in closer on either side. Their branches reached towards me like fingers. Any closer and they'd be scratching the paintwork. Up until this point, I'd thought my passenger was different. The app seemed to be very aware of driving conditions, as well as speed. But maybe I'd been wrong after all. I squinted in concentration, doing my best to ignore the headache. Rounding another tight bend in the road, I was suddenly aware of just how quiet things were. I could hear the hum of the engine, and the crunch of my tires on the road's gravelly surface. But nothing else. No other sounds at all. Not completely unusual, of course. One thing I like about the new forest is how peaceful it is. But the start of my journey had been different. When I'd left the pub, what now seemed like an age ago, the roads had felt full of life. Bird song, the roar of a tractor in a nearby field, the wind in the trees. Turning off onto Mill Lane though, it was like I really had entered a tunnel. The forest appeared to be so dense here that it muffled outside noise. "A faster route has been detected, Gary." My passenger's voice cut through the silence, almost making me jump again. "In 200 yards, turn left onto Twilight Avenue." I frowned. Twilight Avenue? It sounded like a made-up road name. Sure enough, though, when I glanced at the app, it was there. A tiny gray line, snaking off from Mill Lane onto that mass of dark green. My blue route marker had been corrected to follow it, but this time I wouldn't be making the same mistake again. Twilight Avenue? I muttered under my breath. Can screw off. The sound of my own voice reassured me. It was something familiar in the silence, and now I had a plan in place. I'd ignore any more shortcuts and follow Mill Lane until it emerged onto a bigger road. If it took longer to get home, so be it. Driving on these narrow tracks was no fun. As if to illustrate the point, my car thumped over an object in the road. Something I hadn't seen. Probably just a small branch. But my eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror just the same, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. A woman was sitting on the back seat. Her face, which was half obscured by a tangle of dark hair, filled the mirror. I screamed. Twigs suddenly began to rattle against the car's left-hand side, and my tires bumped along the road's muddy verge. I jerked the wheel to the right. My eyes flicked to the front windscreen as I desperately corrected the car's course. And when they flicked back to the mirror again, the back seat was empty. No one there. I put my foot on the brake and brought the car to a sharp stop. I could feel my hands shaking. Sweat ran down my back. My face was hot and itchy. I pulled in long, deep breaths, trying to slow the rate of my heart. Thump, thump, thump. I began to count to 3 in my head, then gave up when I reached 2 and turned around in my seat. Nothing. The back seat of the car was still empty. There was no sign of the woman. You imagined it, that's all. I ran a hand over my sweaty face and through my hair. You're tired, and you have a headache, and you creeped yourself out. That's it, right? It was my passenger that answered. In 150 yards, turn left onto Twilight Avenue. Get screwed. I put the car into first gear and began moving again. All I wanted now was to get home as quickly as possible, but I wasn't going to turn off onto any more narrow lanes. Screw that. I wanted to get as far away from these windy roads as possible. My hands were slick on the steering wheel as I drove. My heart thumped high in my neck. The headache was much worse now too. A low, sick pressure in my skull. It felt like my entire head was being compressed. In 100 yards, turn left onto Twilight Avenue. I eased the car into second and rounded another bend. The road grew narrower still. Trees crowded in. They were so close now that their outermost twigs kept tapping against my wing mirrors. Outside the car, the world had darkened to a deep shade of gray. It seemed too dark somehow. Unnaturally so, as if the trees lining the road had been planted with the sole purpose of blotting out the sun. As I pushed the car into third gear, I had the horrible feeling that I was being watched. "You're just tired," I muttered to myself. "You're tired, you have a headache, and you imagine something that wasn't there. There's no one there." But even as I told myself this, a horrible urge crept into my head. An urge to peek into the rearview mirror again, just to be sure, just to make absolutely certain. It was like that feeling you get as a kid when an adult tells you not to do something. Half of my mind wanted to look, almost needed to, but the other half was afraid. Afraid of what I might see if I did. Because it was still there, wasn't it? That feeling of being watched, that nagging, crawling sense of eyes on my skin. I rounded another bend in the road. Time felt like it was slowing down. The skin on the back of my neck burned. The headache raged behind my eyes. My hands were glued to the wheel. Twigs scraped against the car in a steady tick, tick, tick. I could still hear the hum of the engine and the crunch of tires, but they were muted now, as if they were coming from a long way away. From a great distance, I heard my passenger telling me to turn left onto Twilight Avenue in 50 yards. And then the app said something else. Something that made every pore of my skin flare with a sudden, sick heat. An unfastened seatbelt has been detected, Gary. Please ensure all passengers in the vehicle are buckled up. I glanced down at the polyester band across my chest. My seatbelt was on. I knew it was on. It had been since I left the pub's car park, and I was the only person in the car. Turn left onto Twilight Avenue. Turn left. My eyes moved to the front windscreen. Up ahead was a gap in the crowded trees. A small opening. There was something wrong with it, though. The air around the opening seemed to run and shimmer. It was like the air above tarmac in a heat wave. I blinked my eyes, trying to shake the vision, but it stayed. My headache pounded. Fear sloshed in my stomach like poison. I increased my foot's pressure on the accelerator, willing my car to travel faster, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Time was moving impossibly slow. Turn left onto Twilight Avenue, Gary. Turn left. The wheel in my hand was starting to twist. To turn to the left, I could feel it. A subtle pressure, and I tightened my grip to try and stop it. But my hands were still sweaty, and it was hard to keep the wheel in place. The tendons on my forearms stood out as the car began to drift to the left-hand side of the road, towards the opening in the trees that we were now almost level with. A defense barrier in my mind seemed to crumble. Terror like I'd never felt before, and I hoped to never feel again, surged through my body. I started screaming. I clenched my hands so tightly on the wheel that pain shot through my palms. I hardly felt it. I pulled my hands to the right, as hard as I could, but it was like an invisible, iron hand gripped the wheel. The pressure was too great. The car drew level with Twilight Avenue. We were on the far left-hand side of the track now. The car angled to take a left turn. I stared in horror at the lane I was about to be forced onto. It was nothing but darkness. All darkness. The trees that lined the side of the track faded away into a yawning, black throat. The air at the entryway to that blackness shimmered and writhed, as if something invisible waited there, as my panicked eyes searched for a way out, of any means of escape. They found the rearview mirror again, and I saw her. The woman was in the back seat once more, grinning at me. One cracked yellow eye stared through tangles of black hair. I screamed again. With every last bit of strength I had, I jerked my hands to the right, and time suddenly sped back up. The force of my action didn't budge the wheel, but it did cause my sweaty left hand to slip. My palm lost its grip, and flailed through the air, knocking into the phone's holder on my windscreen, and dislodging my phone. It tumbled out of its cradle, and bashed against the driver's door on the way down, before disappearing into the footwell. My right hand, which had stayed on the wheel, suddenly found that there was no more resistance. I twisted the wheel to the right, away from the gaping darkness of Twilight Avenue, and the front tires careered across the dirt verge, and back onto the gravel of Mill Lane. Tree branches scraped the paintwork, dead fingers struggling for a grip, and then the car suddenly had all four tires on solid ground again. I slammed down the accelerator, still screaming. Trees blurred past on either side of me. I almost lost control of the car at the next bend, but somehow, by sheer blind luck, I managed to keep from spinning into the trees. When I finally worked up the courage to glance in the rearview mirror again, minutes later, the woman in the back seat was gone. The first thing I did when I got home was delete my passenger, wiped all traces of it from my phone. I called in sick for work the next day, and spent the entire weekend locked in my house, not answering the landline, not speaking to anyone. I did do some Googling. I managed to find Mill Lane on Google Maps easily enough, but there was no trace of Twilight Avenue. It didn't exist. There were no roads or tracks leading off from Mill Lane at all, for that matter. When I finally worked up the courage to turn my smartphone back on, I went straight to the App Store. My passenger was gone. I couldn't find any trace of the app anywhere. I suppose I might have given up there. I guess with time, my exhausted and frightened mind might have been able to convince myself that what I saw on that drive wasn't real, that it was all just the product of tiredness and a bad headache. But then on Monday night, I got a phone call. The same phone call that prompted me to write this, in fact. It came from Steve's wife. She wanted to know if I knew where he was. She said he'd driven off to the pub to meet some friends straight after work, and he still wasn't back. Said she was starting to get worried. That was 2 weeks ago now. Steve never came home, and no one's seen him since. Knock, knock, knock. I felt my eyes wearily drift open as my brain, still foggy from sleep, registered the sound. Rolling over, I stole a glance at the glaring red numbers by my bedside clock. 2:43 a.m. It seemed far too early for my neighbors to be up, save for Dennis, though he typically roused himself around 4 a.m., so he could be down at the fields at sunrise. Then again, I knew a grand total of nothing about agriculture, so I suppose he could be up earlier, not particularly keen on leaving the warm confines of my bed. I allowed my eyes to slip shut. Surely whatever the old man needed could wait until the daylight hours. Knock, knock, knock. My eyes shot open, huffing out a sigh. I clumsily untangled myself from the bed sheets and began shuffling my way down the hall to the front door. I squinted into the peephole, expecting to see the sun-worn, scruffy face of my neighbor, but instead was greeted with no one. Frowning, I clicked open the deadbolt and poked my head around the door's heavy oak frame, scanning the empty space of my porch. The cornfield across from my yard rustled and swayed in the gentle night air. I watched as a few moths lazily bounced themselves off the porch lights, their tiny bodies fluttering about in the dim, yellow haze. Another quick glance over the yard produced nothing, and my growing irritation of being disturbed at such a ridiculous hour prompted me to shove the door closed with a huff. I assumed the knocking was courtesy of some local kids who had gotten tired of cow tipping and decided to move on to the art of ding-dong ditch. I grumbled to myself as I made my way back down the dimly lit hall to my bedroom. I had moved away from the city to avoid the various annoyances of human interaction, but even out here, it seemed I couldn't escape the mindless antics of teenagers. Knock, knock, knock. The pang of searing anger I felt upon hearing the knocks was quickly replaced with a wave of unease that made my stomach churn. My feet cemented themselves to the hardwood as the realization crept into my mind. The knocking hadn't come from the front door. I cautiously turned my head until my eyes met the flaky white paint of the closet to my right. I felt a strange and primal fear crackle up my spine as I stared on blinking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I scrambled backwards, tipping over myself as the sound erupted from behind the closet's pale wooden frame, the door shuddering violently on its hinges. I helplessly clung wide-eyed to the wall for a moment, before bolting down the hallway towards my room. The minute my feet touched the edge of the bedroom carpet, I flung the door shut, and shakily fumbling with the lock, I ran to push my dresser up against the only thing separating me from the hallway. I cursed myself over and over for not thinking to grab a knife from the kitchen as my dresser scraped its way across the carpet, guided by my trembling arms. My makeshift barricade in place, I shrunk into the farthest corner of my room, my eyes never leaving the door. I sat huddled in the quiet, in the dark, for what felt like an eternity, listening only to the sound of my blood rushing in my ears. I felt my eyes begin to water when the knocks came again, slow and deliberate. Knock, 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 at my bedroom door. I'm running, panting, glancing behind me. I can't see it, but I can hear it. I don't know what is chasing me, but I know that I am in danger. Tonight seems like a good night to take a walk. It's officially springtime, but it's too early in the season for mosquitoes to be out quite yet. Perfect. I put on my chucks and lace them about as loosely as I usually do. Just tight enough to stay on my feet. I wish I had a dog. That would have made my night even better. Before I leave, I grab my keys, which have some mace on the keychain, and a light windbreaker I borrowed from my mother the last time I was home. I then depart. Out the door, I go into the twilight. My small house is surrounded by woods, and a few cabins that rarely have any occupants unless the college kids from the city are home on break, hoping to have a quiet place to get high away from the prying eyes of neighbors or the police. There is still enough light out where I don't need any assistance of my phone's flashlight, which lets my eyes adjust to my surroundings. I breathe deep, and allow the fresh air to enter my lungs. This really is perfect. There is a footpath along the road which I tread on. It's even for the most part except for those few patches that have basically turned into gravel from a lack of repairs. I'm pretty sure the last time this road was paved was about 3 years ago. Yeah, about 3 years ago. That's what we're going with. The sunset was always beautiful here. I missed it today, which was a bummer. There is still light out, but it's fading quickly. The sun is already way over the horizon. I am squinting a bit more now, and I am starting to slow down and tread more carefully. The noises of the night are slightly less friendly now, but I am used to this feeling. I do live out here after all. The moment I decide to start heading back to my little cottage, I hear some rustling. The rabbits must be coming back out, I think. I am really glad I have my jacket with me, as well as my sneakers, however flimsy they both might be. Usually the temperature drops at night. The progression from the daytime temperatures to night are drastic, but not sudden. I begin to shiver. I see my breath condensing in front of me. How could the temperature have fallen this quickly? Why is this happening? Springtime weather patterns are always a bit screwy. And this is the East Coast during April. But nonetheless, it is a little bizarre. Were the trees always this tall? Yeah, this is an old growth forest. I keep walking. There are trees creaking, wind blowing and rustling leaves. Sounds of the forest settling. I keep walking. My pace is casual. These sounds are normal. The forest is like a kind, old friend. The sun is finally fully set. It's on its way to wake up the other side of the world now. The light she was providing me is gone. It is nearly pitch dark now. I am silently congratulating myself on thinking ahead and allowing my eyes to adjust instead of putting out my lights. It is peaceful out here. Walking around outside and experiencing the woods without having to ruin my shoes is awesome. Thank God for pavement, am I right? There is only one road, so I know I can't get lost. These are my woods. These trees are my friends. I miss my friends back home. It is a bit difficult for people to visit up here, since this place is a bit out of the way. I am at peace here. I let my mind and feet wander. I listen to the forest. She speaks to me, but I do not speak back. That is disrespectful. My job here is to respect her space and stay on the path. Stay on the path. I pat my pockets to find my phone. I feel my keys. But I don't feel my phone. Oh well. It wouldn't have been much use to me out here anyway, since there aren't any cell towers here. There is my flashlight though. That would have been nice to have just in case. I am thankful for the moon. I glance up and I see the sky. Darkness and her shadows have the power to mess with your mind. The trees are taller. The woods are darker. I can see, but only barely. There is light in the sky, but not from the stars. I look for the moon, since I have lived in the woods and barely have anything to do to keep myself entertained. I keep track of things. Tonight the moon is supposed to be a waning crescent. The moon should be visible. Without the smokestacks of the city, the moon is almost always visible, even with clouds. Where is the moon? I can't see anything in the sky. No stars, no moon, no sun, no clouds. Today was perfectly clear. Not a cloud in the sky, in fact. I notice my feet have stopped moving. How long have I been standing here? I take a step forward and I step onto some leaves. One foot is still on the path. One foot stepped off. It's fine. The woods will understand. I bring my foot back up to the pavement and take a few steps. Something doesn't feel right. I take a few more steps. The only sounds I hear are my own shoes hitting the pavement. No rustling, no creaking, nothing. Everything is sleeping except me. It is still too early in the year for fireflies and cicadas and mosquitoes. Tonight is clear and crisp and cold. I've been walking for what seems like hours. Darkness and a lack of watch can play tricks on your psyche. How far did I stray from my house? It doesn't matter. My feet know this path well, and there is only one road. A tree falls and I almost jump out of my skin. That happens sometimes, but after however long without any ambient noise, that really got me. The rain must have rotted an old, dead trunk. I'll go out tomorrow to find that stump and turn it into firewood. I'm shivering now, which adds to the sound of my footsteps, and all I can think about is warmth. If I had known tonight would have gotten this cold, I would have grabbed a heavier jacket, or at least a hoodie to layer my mom's flimsy windbreaker. My feet are starting to ache. The cold does that sometimes. Also, a lack of arch supports can do that sometimes. I'm not an old person, but I am definitely not a teenager anymore, and I want sleep. Of course I'm not going to be curling up on the road. I have to hurry up. I start to pick up the pace. I am no longer appreciating the quiet of the woods. I am only trying to hurry up and get to my warm bed. I wish I had a flashlight. All I can see is the void-like pavement, and the shoes I am walking on it with. That and the break between the impossibly tall tree line and the starless sky. Rustling. There it is again. I am tired, but the only thing I can think of is the fact that the noise sounded like it was cut and pasted from earlier. I am not pondering the implications of this sound. I can see my house up ahead. Did I leave the lights on? It doesn't matter at this point. Usually I would be mad at myself for leaving the lights on, but I'm glad I did this time. Then it hits me. I religiously check to make sure my lights were off before I go anywhere. I drag my feet closer and then I see it. My house is on fire. It's not a small fire either. I'm too tired to really feel anything, but a bit bummed about the lack of a bed in the near future. I keep walking. Maybe I can crash at a neighbor's house tonight. I trudge on. My legs feel like cement, but at least there is a light now. I look around to try and spot anything else. There is something else. Not a house, not more lights, but reflections. Reflections from what seems like a million eyes to my tired brain. I don't want to know what these eyes belong to. Only some are looking at my illuminated figure. I don't want to know what the others are watching. They seem afraid. About as scared as I am now. The only sounds I hear are my now pounding feet that are carrying me down the road. The crackling of fire from my burning house. My beating heart and wheezing lungs. And the sound of whatever that is chasing me. It sounds like it has many legs. I'm running faster now. I am warming up from the exertion, but I am losing energy fast. Finally, I reach another cabin. I bang on the door and sob, but when nobody answers, I try the doorknob. Thank whatever deity is out there that the last stoner college student left it unlocked. I step inside and collapse from exhaustion. I won. I outran the beast. When I come to, I see I am in a hospital gown. I try to move my head to look around my painfully bright surroundings, but I am unable to move my neck. I can move my eyes though. I see a clock on the wall and it says 1 o'clock. Because of the lack of windows, I can't tell whether it is night or day. Even with a clock, time is still imperceptible. I see a nurse in the hall and we make eye contact. She starts moving down the hallway after quickly averting her eyes, which I find odd. I am in pain. I cannot see the state of my body, but I know that I still have all my limbs. A doctor comes in shortly. She explains that the police were driving through the area with the fire department, after seeing large amounts of smoke right at dusk. The doctor explained what they did to me, but I blanked out when she started using technical language. I fell asleep. I was awoken by a sound at 3:27. I'm guessing it's the afternoon because nobody in their right mind would be up at this time otherwise. A cop was standing by me talking with a doctor. After about 5 minutes, they both see I am awake. The officer says that he saw me at the scene of the crime, in what seemed like some kind of a trance, and before the officer could ask what was going on, I started to book it down the road. Somehow I had gotten into a neighbor's house, and that is where he found me, completely cut up with multiple broken bones. I had run through the wood and glass front door of a neighboring cabin, and had passed out directly afterward. All I can think of were those eyes. Last night. Did this really happen? Was what the officer said the truth? The broken bone thing checks out. I have a fractured femur, a really messed up shoulder, as well as a few broken fingers on my left hand, a broken ankle, a broken jaw, and a whole bunch of broken ribs. The problem is that running into a door could not have done this kind of damage. I am no medical professional, and even I know that. I also have multiple deep cuts all over my body, and all of them are in groups of 3 parallel lines. Running into a door could not have done this. It looks and feels like I have been batted around by a giant cat. The noises I heard coming from me may have been a number of officers and firemen trying to catch up with me, but the problem is, whatever was chasing me ran with a rhythm, and thudded, rather than clomped like it was wearing heavy boots. The thing chasing me did not have shoes. The thing chasing me was not a concerned officer, and the thing that caused my injuries was definitely not caused by running through a door. The thing I remember most clearly from that night, in fact, was the door being unlocked. This time of the year comes a bit rough for me. It's been 10 years since my friend disappeared, and I can't help but feel guilty. The fact that I'm the only one who's able to remember her doesn't help at all. I met Nira back in junior high. She liked anime and went to church on Saturday evenings and Sunday mornings. An otaku and a devout Christian. Quite a weird mix, isn't it? Well, that's what I thought at first, but once I got past that, I saw her true colors. She was charming and caring and enthusiastic. She loved to play the piano and to read poetry, and held small rehearsals just for me when we were alone, and she was really good. She had lots of fun stories of past love affairs and a contagious laugh. A friendship like hers was truly a breath of fresh air into my life in the middle of the stressing last years of high school. I frankly don't remember when we stopped talking, since college days are long gone. But I suppose it was around 2nd or 3rd year, because I remember my main worry was getting my driver's license before turning 22 or so. Now, most people part ways simply because they stop talking, because they feel like they don't have anything in common anymore, or because distance got a toll on the relationship. But the way we did was rather strange, to put it simply. I was going to travel to the States to spend about 6 months enrolled in the University of Oregon. I had worked really hard to get the scholarship, so I was feeling quite excited. Around the first days of November, a day or two before I caught the plane to Salem, Nira and I went out to have a coffee. Nothing like some quality time between 2 old friends, right? Right. She hadn't been very expressive, but I had grown used to that by then. She had been like that since she had done the Way of St. James in Galicia. At first I had been quite thrown off by that, because she used to be such a vivid girl, and now her face looked just stoic for the most part. But when I confronted her about it, she calmed me down. Something about finding spiritual path. I'm somewhere between atheist and skeptic, in the non-believing spectrum, so when devout people speak about these things, it freaks me out a bit, whatever religion it may be. We didn't go to our usual cafe, the one opposite the linguistics faculty building, but went to another one near the train station. The coffee there was good, but it was a long walk from Nira's apartment. The evening flowed emptily. There seemed to be an invisible wall between her and me that forbid real conversation to exist. My friend looked like she wanted to tell me something, judging the way she opened her mouth, words almost spilling out, but she always ended up closing it before it happened. In the end, she seemed distant, and I quickly grew bored of the situation, so I went home earlier than I thought I would. It was only when I was in the airport with my dad, and 2 of my siblings waiting to go on board, when I heard back from her. I remember it being a weekday. because my friends didn't come to say goodbye due to college. Nira was one of them. My phone rung, and when I heard her say my name, I could visualize the frown on her pale face. I excused myself and went to the bathroom.
Something happened this summer.
She paused for a bit.
When I walked the way of St. James.
By the pause, I suppose she was either pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose or smoking a cigarette. She continued seconds later.
When I visited the Apostles' Cathedral, I stayed in a hostel for 3 nights to rest for a while before returning. I booked a shared room with another girl.
Another pause and a long breath exhalation confirmed that she was smoking. A thing she did whenever she felt anxious.
Her name was Elizabeth, or something like that. Tall and slim, short, dark hair, black eyes. Her figure resembled yours from behind.
What are you trying to get across here? I looked at my watch.
Elizabeth wasn't normal.
Her response was short, sharp, and quick. I admit this caught me off guard.
I tried to muster up courage to tell you this the other day, but I couldn't. I want you to know this because it's never been the same, to me.
She had managed to keep her voice quiet and calm up until that point, but it was beginning to break as she was starting to give in to anxiety. I was feeling a strange sensation in the pit of my stomach, too.
The last day of my stay was raining heavily, therefore I couldn't go outside to explore the city.
She took another moment to let another cloud of smoke out.
When I came back from the dining room, I saw Elizabeth in her bed reading a book. Its covers were red and leathery. She was so absorbed in her duty she didn't reply back to my greeting. I laid in my bed in silence as the girl kept turning the yellowed pages of said book furiously. After an awkward silence, I stood up and asked her what she was reading.
Why did you do that? My voice came out hoarse after a little while of not saying anything.
I don't know. She was weird, but I was leaving the next day, and I hadn't talked to her much. People visit Santiago de Compostela to redeem themselves, don't they? I just thought it would be good to speak to her a bit more.
She let out a huff and I fell silent once again.
She turned her head and muttered a quick nothing before closing the book and shoving it into her backpack in haste.
Where's the terrible part in this? We get to know a lot of people with odd behavior, you know. I know I was starting to act rude, but I tend to get a bit unnerved when I don't understand which direction a situation is taking.
The last night. That's the terrible part. I woke up in the middle of the night to an extremely loud thunder resounding very near. I was ready to fall asleep again when a whispering sound caught my attention. As my eyes adjusted fairly quickly to the lack of light in the room, every ounce of drowsiness in my body was sucked out forcefully as I looked towards the bathroom, or rather the full-length mirror placed just opposite the bathroom door.
I heard how she was pacing around the room she was in.
There was a path of red candles that made their way inside the bathroom. Through the reflection of the mirror in the hall, I saw Elizabeth hunched over the sink, looking at her reflection in the bathroom mirror with wide eyes, whispering something inaudible, and with the red book in her hand, I rose from bed to try and eavesdrop, but the old bed mattress decided to make a squeak. That's when she turned her head to look at the mirror outside the bathroom. She turned so violently I thought she had broken her neck.
A chill ran down my spine as I listened to my friend talk.
I faced the opposite direction and closed my eyes tight as I heard how she stepped out of the room she was previously in and made her way stealthily to me. She stood right before my back for about 5 minutes without making a sound, just staring at me. Then she got even closer and ran her finger down my back and whispered something I didn't understand. It sounded like an ancient language. After that, she snuffed the candles and got in bed without saying a word. I didn't sleep one bit for the rest of the night, and the following morning she just acted like she normally would.
The gut-wrenching sensation I was feeling at that moment made me want to cry. Why did you tell me about this just now? My voice quivered slightly, but it was nothing compared to the pained voice Nira let out. I could tell she was crying by then.
Weird things have been happening to me. I don't think it's safe anymore.
She didn't finish her sentence as my older sister barged into the restroom, yelling I was running late to go to the boarding gates. My friend sniffled and bid a quick goodbye before she hung up. My family thought the long face was due to it being a hard departure for me, but the only one who truly knew was me. After landing in Oregon, I tried several times to get her to talk about the incident, but she begged me to never bring up that topic again into a conversation. In a few weeks, we lost contact, and I never heard from her again. That is until February next year, exactly 5 days after my birthday. She texted me, "Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man." Revelations 13:18. Being the rancorous person I am, the fact that she had forgotten to hit me up in 2 months, even forgetting my birthday, and the first thing she texted me was the lyrics of an Iron Maiden song made me mad. And I told her how angry at her I was for not talking to me at all. I got no response from Nira, and moved on with my life. Not an ounce of regret invaded my mind back then, and that's what tortures me the most. I got back from the USA in May, a week or so before the finals season began. It felt great to be back home, but it seemed like a piece of the puzzle was missing. Quite literally, Nira was nowhere to be seen. I went to her apartment and knocked, but no one showed up. Nira lived alone. That apartment was her family's property, so her not being there during weekdays was very rare of her, because her house was an hour or so from our college. Needless to say, I tried to contact her multiple times, each one in vain. That's when I grew worried. Then I remembered her group of friends from the performing arts club. They were a bunch of stuck-up girls who wanted to be famous in Broadway. Not really my type, and not Nira's either, so I never understood quite well what brought them together, but whatever. They conveniently boarded the same bus I did, so I thought it would be a good time to ask them why she wasn't around. The next day I took the bus a few hours later than I normally did, because I stayed in the library studying some more. Phonetics could get really messy from a certain point of your information. I wasn't really worried about my plan, because pretty much the whole body of alumni was there when finals approached, so her friends would probably be there too. When I boarded, it was almost empty. Quite understandable though. It was almost 10 p.m. by then. I was starting to think they had left earlier when a platoon of giggling girls got on. We greeted as we knew each other because of Nira, and I was about to go and sit with them when something made me stay frozen in place. A girl was lively chatting with them. Tall and slim, short dark hair, black eyes and glasses. Kind of resembled me. I recognized those features, and the gut-wrenching sensation I felt months ago came back at full force. I tried to calm myself down, but it started anew when I heard the thick Hebrew accent she had. Eventually everyone but she and I hopped off the bus. As I waited for my stop, I directed a few glances at her. She was sitting stiffly, looking through the window, and she didn't even blink. The sight was unnerving, and then something happened. She got off before me. I armed myself with courage or stupidity, whatever you may call it, and hopped off behind her, even though it was a few stops before mine. It really wasn't the safest area of the city, to be honest. Streets poorly illuminated, and neighborhoods full of delinquency. Not the place I would go for a friendly evening walk. Blind determination had clouded my head nonetheless. Nira still was my friend. I kept a safe distance, far enough to not let her suspect anything, but close enough to not lose track of her. She kept walking for about 15 to 20 minutes, getting herself through empty streets that were worse illuminated each one, and not looking back. Then suddenly she stopped dead in her tracks, and so did I. Hiding the best way I could, my heart leapt in my throat when she turned around in the most eerie way possible, looking at the mouth of the street, or rather back alley. She turned around and began walking once again. My eye caught something that had slipped from her pocket. A folded piece of paper. I waited for a long time for her to disappear and for me to calm down. And when the right moment came, I approached the place she had stopped and dropped the paper. Fear skyrocketed in me, and I unfolded it. A picture of my friend Nira standing by the Santiago de Compostela Cathedral. In the photo there were some signs along with the series of numbers. They were her date of birth, scribbled in black marker, with what seemed to be a red candle wax spluttered. I've never run so fast back home in my life. A few days after recovering from the shock, I looked at the picture again. The signs looked like ancient Aramiac. When the next year started, that girl wasn't around anymore, nowhere to be seen. But neither was my friend. I never received news from her family. Not that she had much to begin with, and it seemed like no one missed her, like I was the only one who knew she was not there. There weren't any missing person reports for her either. I moved to another country once I finished college, because that place flooded with memories of Nira. Wasn't letting me move on. I got a job and bought a house in the countryside. I'm about to get married too. My boyfriend has helped a lot with the scar it left in me. He's really the best, unlike his stepsister Elizabeth. She never seemed to like me very much. Not that I care though. I don't like her back. She's weird and has a very strange collection of books scattered in her house. Every exemplar has red, leathery covers that look quite familiar. But I can't put my finger on what. It had been a fun night in the finally warmer nights of the Canadian winter. Anna, a close friend of mine since the 6th grade, had thrown a party in the bushes at a fire pit with around 50 or so people having gone. I went with Elena and Vivian, and was planning to go to Elena's house after. The night itself had been a disaster, with Anna's phone being stolen and thrown in the lake, fights breaking out, and Vivian and I losing Elena for a good 40 minutes when she went on a walk in the forest with some mutual friends. So when we piled into Elena's mom's car, I was tipsy and exhausted. The important thing to note here is I only had around 2 or 3 coolers, over a 5-hour period, and I am not too bad of a lightweight. We drove to Elena's chattering and excited from the night we had, talking to her older sister Haley. We got downstairs and played some music before we began to get bored, when suddenly Elena walked over to her closet and pulled out a Ouija board. "So guys, you want to kick tonight up a notch?" Now, normally I would have said no, having lived in a house in my youth that we later discovered was previously inhabited by Satan worshippers, and being followed by entities up until now. I know not to mess with this kind of stuff, but I let my young stupidity get ahead of me. So when she asked, I readjusted myself before saying, "Yeah, sure." Elena, Viv, and I crowded around the board, while Haley sat by the bed in a computer chair, scrolling through her phone. I don't know what it is, but whenever Haley's in the room, they go crazy. Just watch. Elena glanced over to her sister, who looked up and smiled, bemused by our activity. She set the board down gently and placed the planchette on it, pulling her dark hair into a high bun with her pink velvet scrunchie that she always kept on her person. Viv gave an excited but scared breath before placing her fingers on. "Is there anyone here with us?" Elena asked loudly. The planchette didn't move for several seconds before jerking to say yes. Viv squealed and we both laughed in shock before turning back to the board. "Are you the ghost who haunts this house?" The planchette moved to say no. "Okay, Elena, you're moving it." Viv gave her a playful glare before Elena took her fingers off slightly to prove it was still moving. We became slightly more somber as we continued. We asked a few more filler questions before the planchette began to drag our fingers to ZO, ZO, ZO. "Stop," Elena commanded in a stern voice, and the planchette stopped and allowed us to center it. "Zozo is the Ouija board demon. If this is them, then we need to say goodbye." I gave Elena a nervous look, feeling a pit begin to form in my stomach. "No, it's just a prankster spirit trying to mess with us. It's fine, don't worry." The board spelled out Zozo a few more times, and even Momo as he is also referred to as. But we asked a few more questions before Elena grew bored, and said goodbye. We let go of the board with Viv and I giving each other wide eyes, and disbelieving looks. I'm literally shaking right now. Did that really just happen? Viv let out a shaky breath, blue eyes wide with disbelief, while we both sat excited but terrified. We resumed listening to music and talking before Elena grabbed the board again. We once more began to ask random questions to the board. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to, but at one point I asked, "How did you die?" And instead of answering, it spelled out Momo once more. Elena took over the line of questioning from there. "Did you like Viv's presence?" she asked, while the planchette shot to yes. Do you like Haley's presence? Once again, yes. Do you like my presence? It hesitated for a brief moment before going to yes. How about, do you like Allison's presence? My eyes snapped up hearing my name. The board sat still for almost a full minute before saying no. What did I do? I pouted, though inwardly I was terrified. The board began to spell Zozo again, before Elena said a stern stop, and it became still once more. I told you, it's a trickster. Elena decided to ask again, do you like Allison's presence? The planchette immediately slid to yes. She once again grew tired of the board, so we put it back in the box. Though this time I had decided to have one more cooler, and once we finished the game my chest began to feel tight, like something was cutting off my airway. I can't breathe. My chest feels constricted. I had begun to gasp for air, but my friends chalked it up to me being overdramatic. I left and went to the bathroom, calling my boyfriend and leaving a message that I loved him, since it was 3 AM and he was asleep, before dropping to the floor and finding it even harder to breathe. I walked back into Elena's room after a few seconds and said, something isn't right. You either need to call my mom or an ambulance right now. I can't breathe. I got into the bed, and they began to become concerned. Viv helped me get off my sweatshirt, as I was way too warm. Come lie on the floor and put one arm under your head. It should help you get some airflow. Haley helped me put my arm up. I was getting progressively worse. I became extremely cold and started to shake and cry. I was still gasping for air, and according to them I had become sheet white. Can you open your eyes for me, hun? Can you look at me, please? Haley sat next to me with her phone flashlight in hand. I can't focus on anything. I can't open my eyes. I whimpered, becoming increasingly more panicked. You can. You're doing really good, okay? Haley used a calm and reassuring voice, while helping me turn towards her. I somehow got my eyes open with some difficulty, and she shined the light into them, watching me intently. Her pupils aren't responding. I'm gonna have to call an ambulance. The ambulance got there a bit later, and they checked me out and took me to the hospital. I told them about having a little bit of alcohol through the night, and they couldn't figure out what had happened and chalked it up to a panic attack. The worst part was having to call my mom from the ER at 4 AM, but she was very supportive and not really too mad at all. I had to wait until about 8 AM to see a doctor, and I ended up falling asleep. When I woke up, I had no idea what was happening, and felt very confused for a bit before recalling the earlier events. I was released, and the next day I threw up 3 times, which had never happened before the morning after, especially having had so little to drink through the night. But long story short, I will never be touching a Ouija board again, and I'm still terrified of drinking from it. Stay away from Ouija boards. They are serious. They aren't a game. Leave the dead where they are. Dead. And if you ever contact an entity named Zozo, say goodbye immediately. Have you ever just stared out your window while trying to fall asleep? I did all the time. I have since I was just a little kid. It's not like I'm actually paying attention to anything. Just getting lost in my head while having somewhere to stare with my eyes out of focus is all. It all started 2 months ago. I was staring outside my window thinking of the latest video game I had been playing while trying to fall asleep, when I saw it. An older lady, probably in her mid to late 60s, appeared behind the glass. Her skin was an unhealthy gray color that reminded me of dirty dishwater. She smiled, revealing a revolting grin. Her teeth were nothing more than sharp little black knobs. What would normally be the whites of her eyes were yellow instead, and her pupils were a soulless black. She raised a hand to the glass, her fingernails about 3 inches long and a very dirty, sickly yellow color. Made a screeching sound as she dragged them down the window. At this point, I felt my brain kick into action, and I let out a blood-curdling yell. With a weird hissing sound, I watched as she dropped to the ground. At this point, I had become aware enough to grab my phone and call 911. The cops showed up and didn't do anything. Basically told me to call back if anyone threatens me or breaks in. And then they left, so I took it upon myself to investigate. After grabbing my aluminum baseball bat, I head to right outside my window. Checking out the ground first, I found something so odd I thought I had to be seeing things. It looked like she had slithered away. Ever seen a snake's tracks in dirt? That is what this looked like, but human-sized. I follow the tracks until I hit the tree line, where they suddenly seemed to disappear. I continued to search the woods for a moment, but found nothing else of interest, so I went ahead and returned to the window. Checking out the glass now, I could see where her nails had scraped the window. They had left some weird yellow residue behind. My curiosity getting the better of me, I wiped just a little of the residue onto my finger to smell it. Instantly, I emptied the contents of my stomach onto the ground. Whatever the residue was, it smelled like 1,000 corpses stuck in a dark, damp room, with no ventilation while decaying. The next night, my window having been thoroughly cleaned, I stared at my window with a burning intensity. I was determined to catch this woman and find out why she was bothering me. She didn't disappoint. Since I was posted up in a chair right in front of the window, I saw her approaching this time. She slithered towards my window with no difficulty, as if she were a large human-shaped snake. Once she had arrived just outside my window, she stood up and smiled at me. I was instantly hypnotized by her eyes. Black on yellow sucked me in, and for just a moment I found myself reaching to open the window. At the last second I realized what I was doing and pulled my hand away. Jumping up and grabbing my bat, I start for the window. However, something deep inside me told me this was a mistake. I just knew if I opened that window with her behind it, I was as good as dead. Maybe even worse than dead. I just stared at her, and she stared back at me with a look in her eye that seemed to be daring me to try and attack her. I pick up my phone to call 911, when I stop for just a second and end up calling my best friend instead. The entire time while on the call, she's staring at me grinning with that grotesque, evil smile. Having hung up the phone, my friend letting me know he'll be over in 15 minutes, and I close my eyes counting to 10. When I open them, she's gone. My friend arrives and we survey the area. She didn't touch the window this time, so we started with the ground, and sure enough there were human-sized slither track marks, heading to the tree line. And at the tree line she had just seemed to disappear again. My friend took off after hanging around until I had settled down. The next day I went out and bought a fancy security camera system. 10 cameras all with HD video, 30 FPS, night vision, motion censored. Set up all over the outside of my house. 2 at my window, 1 pointed directly on the spot in front of it, and the other set up to record my property all the way up to the tree line. As bedtime approached, I smiled to myself. I was going to catch that thing tonight, and I was sure of it. I stared out my window that night, waiting for her to show up. Around 11 p.m. I was starting to nod off, when there was a loud booming knock on my door. I jerk awake and grab my bat. I turn to my laptop to check the door cam. A cop is standing outside. Letting out a sigh, I leave my bat on my bed, and head to answer the door. I haven't laid eyes on the officer for more than a moment, when a feeling of dread filled me. "Hello, sir." The cop begins. "I'm just here to follow up on a call we received from you the other night. Mind if I come in and have a look around to make sure you're safe?" I look him up and down, and in my stomach feels like it was replaced with a black hole. The whites of his eyes are yellow, his pupils black, and his nails are long and yellow. I stand there for a second trying to think what to do, when he speaks up again. "Sir, I'd just like to come in and make sure you're safe." As I stare at him in horror, I notice his features seem to blur, like watching a streaming video at 144p. It's almost as if he'd become pixelated for a moment. As he seemed to shift back into a solid, non-blurred form, I noticed his eyes seemed normal now, yellow to white and black to brown. I almost thought I had just imagined it all for a second, when I noticed his nails were still yellow and long. I slammed the door in his face, locked it, and ran to my room to grab my bat, turning to my laptop to see the front door cam was off. Checking the rest one by one, I see none are working. Then my laptop emitted a loud, high-pitched whining noise, and smoke came out of the exhaust fan. The smell of the smoke made me empty my stomach. It smelled like the putrid residue on the window. At this point, I knew the HDD was fried, which is where I had all my video footage recording to. The next day, I packed up and moved out. Been staying with my friend since. I haven't seen whatever it is since, and I hope I never do. I don't stare out the window at night anymore, and I haven't slept very well as it has invaded my every dream. Sometimes at night I swear I get a whiff of that horrible, rotting smell. I make it a point to hike as often as I possibly can, bringing with me my dog Lily, and a camelback full of water to get me through the hottest parts of the morning sun. Today my goal was to hike above the end of a common trail that a lot of local hikers like to frequent. I have seen the place where the normally tread trail ends, and the new one begins. The earth suddenly giving way to scrub brush and cacti, and a newly erected barbed wire fence. The fence is new, only installed in the last couple of months after some sort of scuffle between the city parks department and some new land developer company. I think the land developers may have won, because there is a massive new sign at the end of the trail declaring that the point beyond is private property, and that trespassers will be detained. I wasn't really deterred by the sign though. I had finished the first leg of the hike, and I still had lots of energy in my legs and daylight to burn. So I walked past the sign and dipped under the barbed wire, and continued on my hike. My dog follows me on longer trails like this one, barking at ground squirrels and generally doing her own thing, running around a few paces to sniff until I catch up, and then dashing forwards towards the next interesting doggy thing. We walked along, my eyes fixed on the goal of our hike, the tip of the ridge overlooking our small town. It was no small task to get up there, and while I am sure that people had done it in the past, it didn't appear to have been visited recently. Besides the odd rusting beer can or spray-painted rocks, the area seemed to be deserted, and there was no clearly trod path anywhere through the brush. The footing was treacherous, if there wasn't loose scree to twist an ankle on. There was cacti with spikes long enough to go through a boot. I kept an eye on my feet, making sure that I didn't injure myself in a spot that I really wasn't supposed to be in the first place. My dog was having the time of her life, and I had to keep calling her back to me, as she circled farther and farther away. I wasn't paying too much attention when I realized that I hadn't seen her in a while, and a flash of anxiety shot through me. I started shouting for her, hoping that the sound of her name or a loud whistle would bring her back to me, like it always does. I started walking quicker through the brush, desperation making me reckless. The thought of her injured or at the bottom of a cliff flashed through my mind, and I shouted her name again, hoping that if I yelled loud enough, she would hear me and come back. Lily! Nothing. I wasn't thinking clearly, my eyes starting to blur with tears, as I looked around hoping to see her tail poking up like a flag to signal that she was nearby. I started to head in the direction I saw her last, all thoughts of reaching my goal suddenly dismissed, as I searched for my lost dog. The ground dipped into a small canyon, my original goal rising up to the front of me as I started to follow the ditch deeper into the mountain. If I hadn't been so panicked, I would have stopped to admire the greenery and enjoy the way that the air was much cooler when shaded by the walls to either side of me. I could hear the birds chirping and the wind rustling the leaves. In a normal situation, I would take my time here, maybe stopping for a picnic. I walked on, calling for my dog and hoping that she had followed a rabbit this direction into the underbrush. I don't know how long I looked for her. To my adrenaline-filled brain, it seemed like it had been hours when in reality I probably only walked for 30 minutes or so. All I know was that when I paused to take a break from yelling and turned around, that the area I was in was totally unfamiliar to me. It was much colder here, deeper into the wilds. I was surrounded by pine trees, their needles carpeting the ground and their branches stretching to cover and create a canopy above me. Thud. I strained my ears, hoping what I heard was the sound of my dog crashing towards me, but there was nothing. Not my dog, not a bird, not even the wind was making any noise. Everything was quiet. and it was so heavy that it felt as if someone had reached up behind and stuffed cotton into my ears. I was already unsettled. It didn't seem natural for this area to be so quiet. Was it this quiet the whole time, or did the silence just begin? I couldn't remember, and it scared me to even think about it. So when I felt the back of my neck begin to prickle, as if someone was watching me, I began to panic. I didn't turn around. I didn't look. I just started slowly walking back the way I had come, hoping that the mountain lion or whatever it was that was stalking me would lose interest. Thud. I kept walking. My thoughts that were previously only full of worry for my dog were suddenly full of worry for myself. I was clutching my pack tight to my chest, mentally giving myself a talk to try and calm my racing heart, so that I would have enough energy to hike back to the car. I was focusing so hard on listening to what was behind me, wondering if that soft thud I just heard was all in my head or not. Thud. I was nearly back to the entrance of the canyon where I noticed my dog was missing, and I was filled with sadness and anger. Was it the thing that scared me that took my dog? How dare they mess with my dog? The lion better not mess with my Lily. Of course, my monologue was all internal. Externally, I was still clutching my pack and hunched low as I slowly walked forward, but my inner voice was giving me strength. What if the noise I heard was my dog being eaten or dragged away? Would I ever forgive myself if I never knew what happened? Thud. So I gathered my courage and turned around as quickly as I could muster, and looked down the canyon where I had just came, and there was nothing. No scary lion sitting there eating my beloved pet. No big bad waiting to take me away. I breathed a slow sigh of relief and straightened my back, giving a little chuckle at my paranoia. Of course, those were noises in my head. Besides, I was in a rocky canyon. If something was going to make noise, or follow me, they would probably be shifting rocks anyways. I took another breath, my heart rate slowing down to a normal level. It was just a normal hike on a normal morning, and my dog was probably back on the trail where we had come in waiting for me. Turned back around and began to head back down the trail, still chuckling at myself at my foolishness. I would have to tell my husband about this later. I'm sure he would find it funny. I resolved to just head home instead of trying to climb the ridge today. I had already had enough excitement. I glanced over my shoulder down the canyon again to give myself reassurance that there really was nothing there, and out of the corner of my eye I caught some movement. It was Lily, happily trotting towards me with something in her mouth. I shouted with relief and called her to me, glad that none of the terrible things that I had imagined had happened to her. She happily snuffled my pant leg, wagging her tail as I lavished affection onto her. She was covered in pine needles and dirt. It looked like whatever she had been chasing had put up a good fight. She was missing a small patch of hair on her shoulder, but otherwise didn't look any worse for the wear. I tried to tug her mouth open, to get at what was inside, but she had her jaw locked tight, and was not going to give it to me. So I gave up and shrugged, not willing to battle her for a bit of rabbit or whatever she had. The rest of the hike down the mountain was uneventful. We got back to the car and picked up some lunch before heading home. My dog was tired, and so was I. The adrenaline-filled rush of the hike, and the stress of thinking my dog was lost, had left me drained and tired. I couldn't wait to fall into bed and end off the night. My lucky pup had gone right into the backyard, and buried whatever she had found for later, and then flopped onto the floor and was snoring almost instantly. I envied her careless ease in falling asleep. Finally, my husband and I tucked ourselves into bed. I stretched out my sore muscles and reflected on the day, lightly thinking about the pretty things I had seen and wondering about some of the plants I had nearly stepped on. My eyes were fluttering closed when I saw movement at the foot of our bed. I kept my eyes hooded as I focused harder, assuming that it was the shadows from the trees outside that I was seeing dance. But shadows from trees don't have eyes, and shadows from trees don't blink. Terror flooded through me as I stared at whatever it was that was staring at me back. I opened my eyes fully, hoping that if I did it would disappear. It didn't. The eyes were low, around waist height, and glowed reflectively like a cat's eyes did. At first I thought that maybe it was our son asking for a cup of water, but our son's bedroom door was closed firmly. and his child hands hadn't yet learned to use the doorknobs. And his eyes didn't glow like that anyways. I reached my hand out from under the covers and gave my snoring husband a hard pinch, hoping it would be enough to wake him up. "Babe, there's someone in our house." He groaned and rolled over, acting like he was trying to fall back asleep. I kept my eyes locked on the shadow and shook my husband's shoulder. "Wake up." With a heavy sigh, he finally sat up, rubbing his eyes and turning to look at me cowering next to him. I reached a hand out and pointed at the thing that was standing at the foot of our bed. He scoffed and looked at me. "It's Lily." He rolled his eyes and flopped back onto his pillows, and within moments he was sound asleep again. But I had my doubts. Our dog wasn't that tall, and our dog didn't stare at me like whatever this was did. I was willing to give my husband the benefit of the doubt though, and sat up farther to see what he had seen. And he was right. It was our dog. But she was acting so strange. Her eyes stayed locked on my face, following my every movement. Her back was arched, and I guess she really was that tall, because I had no explanation for her suddenly being twice the size I thought she was. "Lily, what the hell? Go back to bed." I whisper shouted at her, annoyed that my fear had gotten the best of me again. I wasn't sure how she had gotten into our room. We kept our doors locked at night. Maybe one of us had forgotten to click the latch. I sighed and placed my feet on the floor, moving to get out of bed and go let her outside to do whatever it was she seemingly needed to do. She must need to use the bathroom, I reasoned. There was no other logical explanation for her weird behavior. But as soon as my feet hit the floor, our dog turned and dashed out of our room. I could hear her nails skittering across the wooden floor down the hallway, and then I heard a soft thud, which I assumed was her jumping into her bed. I muttered angrily at myself as I shuffled over to close our bedroom door, cursing myself for being such a scaredy cat. Had my hike today really scared me so badly that I couldn't even recognize my dog when she was right in front of me? Maybe I needed to get my eyes checked. I tucked myself under the covers, pressing my back against my husband and facing the door. Even if my fears were unfounded, it made me feel safer to know that my back was protected. The next morning passed like they always do, my husband leaving work early for his job at the local military base, me waking up with my son to make breakfast and do some work on my laptop while he eats and plays. I keep the back door open during the day, letting Lily walk in and out as she pleases. It was gorgeous out, clouds covering the sun just enough to keep the yard cool. It was a perfect day to do some gardening and finish up with some of my to-do list. After my scares of yesterday, I felt stupid when I looked a little harder at Lily, and noticed that she really was a big dog. I had never noticed that her head came up to my waist before, but I probably just never paid enough attention to her. I did see that the spot on her shoulder was looking a little swollen and red, and the bald patch of fur seemed to be getting bigger. I made a mental note to keep an eye on it. I had seen mange before, and was a little worried that this is what that was. Just in case, I googled the signs and treatment methods, and picked up some soothing dog wash to try at the encouragement of a WikiHow article. The rest of the day was uneventful. I spent the afternoon during my son's nap gardening, transplanting some vegetable shoots into our raised garden bed, and cleaning up debris and dog poop in the backyard. I gave the spot where my dog had buried her treasure a wide berth, ignoring the uncomfortable feeling in my stomach that I got when I looked at the small patch of turned earth. When my husband returned in the evening from work, I let out a small sigh of relief and relaxed. I had been feeling tense all day, and even though my son had been easy to take care for, I needed a break from being cooped up at the house. I volunteered to pick up some takeout, taking my small moment in the car alone to try and sort out why I was so uncomfortable and unsettled lately. My therapist had given me a bunch of different methods to try when I was feeling the way I was now, so I spent the rest of the car ride taking deep breaths and listening to some music to drown out the feeling of dread I got when I thought about returning to the house. While we ate our dinner, I chatted with my husband about his work and told him about the concern I had for the balding patch on our dog. He didn't waste any time in teasing me about my sudden fear of our household pet, and I tried to laugh along. It was silly, wasn't it? There was nothing to be afraid of. This was the same dog I had for the last 8 years. It was only normal for me to think she was smaller than she really was, when I was so used to living with her, right? After dinner, we followed our normal routine, putting our son to bed and then catching up on the little household chores that cooking produced. My husband didn't say anything when I took the pepper spray my mother had given me and placed it in the drawer next to my side of the bed. I wouldn't use it, but knowing it was there had a calming effect on my nerves. It doesn't hurt to be prepared, just in case. My husband turned into bed before I did, citing his tiring day at work as an excuse to go to bed at 9 p.m. I voted to stay up a little later, finishing up my to-do list for the day and answering emails. I got distracted browsing the net, and before I knew, it was after midnight. I stood up from my desk, stretching my tired muscles and shaking my foot back awake, leaning over to shut down my computer so I could turn in for the night. It was then that the back of my neck began to tingle, the same way it had yesterday in the canyon. It felt as if someone was watching me. I whirled around, expecting to see my husband behind me with the wide grin he had when he was trying to prank me. But it wasn't my husband, only my dog, sitting in the doorway of my office and staring at me with a look I can only describe as calculating. I gave her a hard glare, hoping that it was disapproval on my face and not fear. "We are not having a repeat of last night tonight, Missy," I scolded, my fear giving way to anger. I stepped past her into the hall, and my arm brushed against her back. Was she taller again? My stomach flipped, dread washing over me. Am I going crazy? Lily followed me closely, her head now level with my elbow. She was definitely bigger. Maybe it was some sort of genetic defect that only presented in 8-year-old dogs. Mange didn't make dogs grow, did it? I stepped into the garage and began to rummage through the storage area, looking for our travel kennel we had purchased for her a few months ago, when we had moved here. I shouted triumphantly, dragging the heavy plastic crate into the dining room. Lily watched me, her eyes following my every move. I opened the door and pointed at the kennel, staring my dog down. I needed to assert dominance. I was the alpha here, and the weird stalking she was doing at night now was not okay. Not in my house. "Kennel," I demanded, fully expecting her obedience. She didn't even look at the crate. Her eyes stayed locked on my face as she slowly walked forward and then sat at the entrance. Were her eyes always that color? I didn't think her eyes were this light before. I sternly pointed at her chest and then at the crate again. She huffed and then obeyed, walking into the kennel and laying down. It was a tight fit, much smaller than it had seemed when we purchased it at the beginning of the year. I reached down and closed the latch, glancing into the crate again to make sure everything was securely closed. Lily was pressed against the wire mesh, her eyes glued to my face. My stomach rolled and I began to sweat. I must be coming down with the stomach flu. I needed this rest tonight if I was getting sick. I prepared myself for bed, popping a melatonin to help myself sleep deeply. I was exhausted and it was my husband's turn to wake up with the baby in the morning, so I would be allowed to sleep in an extra half hour or so. I settled in, fully expecting to close my eyes and then open them again in the morning when the alarm went off. But when I opened my eyes again, it was still dark outside. I groggily sat up, wondering what had been loud enough to wake me from my medicated stupor. I checked my phone. It was 4 a.m., 3.5 hours before my alarm was due to ring. My husband was still asleep, a string of drool stretching from his mouth. Thud. Our son must be awake and playing. That must have been what woke me up. I groggily stepped out of bed, draping my cardigan across my shoulders, and shuffling out into the hallway. I was half asleep still, but the feeling that something was wrong began to wake me up. Why was his door open? Did he learn to undo the child lock already? I stepped into his room, glancing over to his bed to see if he was there. A chill of fear crept its way up my spine when I saw our dog, sitting next to the head of our son's bed, staring intently at him. I gasped, and Lily turned to look at me. Only it wasn't Lily. Not anymore. Whatever this was didn't stand on 4 legs. It hunched over, nearly as tall as I was. Its front paws curled under as if they had been broken and reformed into human hands. Its eyes glowed with their own ghostly white light. I let out a screech and dashed forward, my only thought to protect my son from whatever this was. The thing leapt forward, its fur brushing against my side as it dashed through the hall and into the other room. I scooped my son up, clutching him to my chest as I screamed for my husband. Thud. My son cried in my arms, confused and afraid. All he knew was that I suddenly was holding him and screaming. He hadn't seen the creature at the head of his bed watching him. I tried to control my breathing, hiccuping sobs as I curled my body around my child and pressed my back against the wall. I could hear skittering from the end of the hallway, in the direction our dog had run. I was so afraid, for myself and our family, and I was terrified that my husband had been eaten or killed in the time it was taking him to get from our bedroom into our son's. I couldn't stay in here. I had to protect my family. Shakily I stood, my legs trembling from adrenaline. I grabbed a blanket from the bed, draping it around both of us as if it would protect us from any attack. As quickly as I could, I ran across the hall and jumped into our bed with my son, scooting back to press my back against the wall again as I shouted for my husband. "What?" he called, opening the door from our master bedroom to peer at me from his perch on the toilet. I stared at him ridiculously. Our son could have just been killed, and through all of the commotion my husband somehow thought it was a normal morning and was just going about his routine. It was Lily. She nearly attacked our baby. I was so angry and I could hardly see, my breath coming in panting gasps. My son clutching my shirt and buried his face into my neck. His crying now turned into quiet complaints as he tried to fall back asleep. "What is with you and the dog? She's fine. I don't know why you are suddenly so afraid of her. She has never heard him before. Why would she now?" He spoke dismissively, unable to see the abject terror on my face, without his contacts in. He hadn't seen what I saw. He didn't see that thing that was no longer our dog. I couldn't even think. Tears were flowing freely down my face as I trembled and clutched my baby tight. Thud. The sound made me jump, and I stared at the doorway, straining my ears to hear what was going on right outside our bedroom door. This wasn't normal. This wasn't okay. I didn't know what to do, and I felt so alone with my terror. My son had fallen back asleep, and his heavy breathing warmed my neck. I pressed my back harder against the headboard and tucked the blanket closer around us. My eyes locked on the door. I reached into the drawer and grabbed a pepper spray. I wanted it handy in case that thing tried to come back into our room. I could hear my husband rustling around in the bathroom, moving along with his day as if everything were completely normal. The adrenaline began to fade from my system, and my eyelids grew heavy in the exhaustion that remained. It's okay to close my eyes for a moment, I reasoned. I would hear if anything opened the door, and plus my husband is awake, and right there. I fell asleep, curled tightly around my son. I didn't wake until hours later when my alarm went off, and I could smell coffee brewing in the kitchen. I woke slowly, feeling well rested and calm, congratulating myself for taking that melatonin, and trying to remember the last bits of the dream I was having when I woke up. I was starting to remember the premise of the dream, until I remembered everything else that had happened last night, and the feeling of my son missing from my arms started to sink in. I bolted out of bed and ran into the kitchen, stopping cold when I saw my husband sitting at the table, drinking his coffee, and our son at his chair quietly, eating his breakfast. At their feet was Lily, small, fluffy, and with 4 normal legs again. Everything seemed to have gone back to normal. There was no evidence of any scuffle, and the crate was missing from the dining room. I opened the garage door and there it was, in the back of our storage. Everything around it undisturbed, as if I had never moved the crate in the first place. I was bewildered. Had I just made everything up? Am I really going crazy? Was everything I was remembering actually just a dream? I didn't know what to think, and my confusion was evident on my face as I sat at the table with my coffee. "Sleep well?" my husband asked, now looking up from his phone. I made a non-committal noise and pulled up my laptop, loading my emails in an attempt to distract myself from the lingering feeling that something wasn't right. I looked up at my son sitting across from me, and was filled with gratitude that he was okay. The fear that something could have happened to him was unshakable, but he was acting normally, so it must have all just been in my head. Noticing me watching, he gave me a grin and promptly threw his sippy cup to the ground, splattering milk across the floor. Yeah, he was acting normally, alright. I stood up and refilled his cup, leaning behind him to set it on the table. I pressed my lips against his head, inhaling his baby scent, and then noticed a small red mark on the back of his neck. It looked almost like rug burn, but it was perfectly round. I brushed my thumb against it, confused. How had he gotten this? It wasn't there yesterday. Hey babe, do you see this mark on his neck? I asked my husband, and he leaned over to get a better look. Yeah, it looks like rug burn. You probably got it playing the other day. Doesn't look like anything to worry about. I nodded and reached down to pick up my son, setting him on the ground to dash away and play with his toys. Was he this tall yesterday? His head nearly came to my waist now. So when I was 5, there was a big thunderstorm going on in my hometown. Now I personally enjoy the rain, but this is a night that I can never forget. As the storm was raging on, I went into my mom's room to sleep because her bed was a lot more comfortable. I woke up early into the night to realize that I couldn't move at all. At first I wasn't so freaked out. I couldn't move, no big deal, until I looked towards the bedroom door. I thought what I saw was my dad. It was dark, but there was enough light to see a figure and its eyes. At first I thought it was him, until it started to smile. This thing was tall, abnormally tall. It had to hunch over at least half of its height to walk through the door. I tried to scream and yell for my mom to wake up, but I was paralyzed. All I could do was watch as it slowly made its way through the room, walking towards me. As it got closer, I could see its skin was stretched over its body, and it kept smiling at me the entire time. Its teeth were jagged, and its eyes were bloodshot. I was so scared. I couldn't breathe. I was hoping my mom would wake up, or that I was dreaming. I didn't want this to be real. And if it was, I wanted her to run as fast as possible away from it. It got so close I could smell the scent I now know as the smell of rot. It stopped right above me and just stared at me. Next thing I remember from my mom is waking up in the morning breathing heavy. I just told her I had a bad dream, and thought it was that, until years later with my uncle. This was when I was 12. He was describing his nightmare about my grandpa, his dad, spare house that he bought to help store stuff for his job. He was telling me that in his dream he went there to go clean off some of the equipment that was kept there, and noticed something following him. In his words, it looked like the monster from Scooby-Doo, the live-action movie. But I knew what it was. It was the same creature I saw in my sleep paralysis. Both him and my grandpa noticed that I had gone white as paper. I told them I had seen it before, and knew what my uncle was talking about. At first, they didn't know how to react. Honestly, I felt like I should have just kept it to myself, because that night I saw it again inside the haunted house. I've never been inside the house, but dreamt of one room in particular, the room with the one window that faced the road, with the moon shining brightly through. On the right-hand side of the room, there were Christmas trees. On the left hand were racks of bats, balls, and everything in between for sports. On the far side wall of the entrance were baby cribs, from when I was born, and from the family members' kids. As I was walking through the room, I heard such dark and maniacal laughter. It was so deep and cold it sent me into shock. I couldn't move, and then the shadow started to move to the left of the room, forming a hand. It grabbed me, lifting me off the ground, squeezing me. I could feel my ribs being crushed, the air leaving my lungs, tears streaming down my eyes as I was gasping for air. Then I felt a slap. My uncle hit me hard across the face to wake me up. He woke up to find me choking in my dream. He freaked out and hit me to wake up. He didn't know how much he saved me. The next day I walked downstairs and asked him about the backstory on the house. I described the room from my dream, with every detail. My grandpa went paler and paler. It looked as if he was about to pass out. He asked me what happened, and then I told him about the hand choking me. which scared my uncle since he woke me from that dream. They didn't know what to say. No one did, and no one does. Ever since that dream, my uncle and I have been seeing a black mass following us, but never doing anything, like it's watching us. There were a couple of times where I tried to go to the house to find out what was going on. Every time I got within 20 feet of it, my head would spin and ache with a pain I can only describe as being hit with a sledgehammer. I've never gone back to that house, and I pray I never have to. It's been about 6 years since I've been back to my hometown, and I will be heading up for graduation to celebrate. I have a bad feeling in my gut about it, but I just hope it's my brain playing tricks. My gut is never wrong about the bad feelings, and I'm afraid for what it means. Growing up with a sleepwalker in the family gets old pretty fast. At first, everyone is a bit concerned that they'll hurt themselves or wander out of the house. These fears aren't unwarranted. The sleepwalker isn't aware of their actions, and everyone else is usually, well, asleep. We only discovered my little brother was an apparent sleepwalker when we kept waking up to all the doors and windows open in the morning. Since we live in a rural area, this wasn't too much of a danger, beyond potential wild animals roaming in. Still, as the older sibling, my parents designated me as the official keeper of my brother's actions. We shared a room, you see, and they wanted to use that to my advantage when it came to retrieving and sending my brother back to bed. The common saying of, "Don't wake a sleepwalker," isn't as big a deal as you think. As long as you wake them gently and they're aware of their condition, they're not going to hurt themselves or be startled. Why would they be? They've just woken up after all. First, we tried bells on the door. When that failed to wake me up, my parents tried leaving plastic sheets on the floor. We tried just about everything you could possibly think of to try and alert me when he got up, and that was when my father came up with the idea of a string. Every night, my brother and I would tie a long string to our wrists and go to sleep like that. If he got up at any point, the tugging of him exiting the room woke me up pretty quickly. It was a harmless, noiseless, flawless plan that had me bring my brother to bed long before he opened our home to the elements and animals outside. You get used to it. The string, the tugging, retrieving the sleepwalker, and putting them back to bed. Some nights he would get up more than once, and others he wouldn't sleepwalk at all. Either way, that was the only variance in an otherwise rigid routine we had. There was no spooky words out of his mouth during his sleep, no strange place he kept going back to, and no motive behind opening the doors and windows. When asked, my brother simply stated that his dream was unrelated, and he didn't know why he would open the home. This went on for the better part of a year, before finally dying down. We gradually stopped tying the strings to our arms, before sleep, because my brother stopped getting up. One night in late July, I remember going to bed a bit earlier than usual, after we took a trip down to the river for the day. Naturally, I was exhausted from an afternoon of paddling against the current, and running around the nearby park with other kids my age. At some point during the night I woke up, having become a very light sleeper thanks to my duty as watchful eye over my brother in the last year. I remembered feeling hot and sticky, thanks to the humid weather, getting up and opening the window, flipping the fan on, and hoping that some air circulation might help. But when I turned to go back to bed, I saw my door was cracked open about 2 inches wide. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized there was something else as well. A face. Just beyond the threshold of the door, a small, pale face was pressed up to the crack, one big brown eye staring in at me lazily. My fear turned to frustration in an instant, when I realized I was looking at my brother, who was standing completely still outside the door, and more than likely, sleepwalking again. With a deep breath, I gathered myself and grabbed the door handle. Go back to bed. Can you just be normal for one night? And when I slammed the door shut and returned to bed, it was mean, but I was getting tired of it, you know? After a long day, I just wanted to sleep. And if he was just going to stand out there all night, then it wasn't my problem. The next morning was nothing special. Mom made breakfast, and as we sat down at the table, I noticed my brother wasn't up yet. That was weird. He was always an early riser, and eager to greet the day. "I'm guessing Joe is sleeping in today?" I asked, idly picking and stabbing at my waffles. My dad set down his coffee and looked up from his paper. His brow crinkled in confusion. "Joe went to stay at Andy's house last night," he said. Then slowly his face softened again, and he chuckled. "You went to bed early, so you couldn't know." Suddenly I wasn't very hungry. My stomach flipped and my throat felt tight. "When did he go?" "Shortly after you went to bed, when we got back." I didn't tell my parents what I saw, worried that maybe something was now wrong with me. Instead, when my little brother came home later that day, I elected to reinstate the string system just as a precaution. Joe seemed confused, but was compliant, joking about how we're tied together forever. It was a strange comfort in a way. The string was reliable, predictable. And that it was. For the next few months, Joe and I both slept soundly with few sleepwalking incidents. I was thinking about dismissing the string again, but decided that just one more night wouldn't hurt either of us, just to make sure he wasn't getting up and wandering off. And it had become a source of a handful of inside jokes for us. Sibling bonding time, that kind of stuff. I think we both almost slept better when it was on as well. I woke up to a harsh tug on my arm quite suddenly. It was pitch black besides my alarm clock nearby, which read the time at 2:25 a.m. That wasn't the usual time Joe got up if he did sleepwalk, but variations could happen, and with a sigh I began to throw my covers off and slide out of bed. That was when the second hard yank on the string nearly sent me tumbling to the floor, and I found my anger welling up pretty quickly. I thought he must have gotten the stupid string caught on something, and was trying to pry himself loose. So I collected myself, and hurried towards the door that was already open. That was when I noticed something was wrong. The string was only long enough to keep us maybe 5 feet apart at the most, but this string was longer, and pulled taut down the hallway and around the corner. "Joe?" I called quietly. This didn't feel right at all, but I made my way down the hall and turned the corner just in time for a third tug on the string. It was leading into the kitchen, which featured a door to the basement that was now wide open as well. The string was descending into it, and the tugging beyond it was growing more intense, impatient. This wasn't like Joe at all. He'd never gone in the basement before, let alone manually pull on the string. "Joe, are you awake? This isn't funny." I was louder this time, inching towards the open door as the string began to frantically vibrate and yank, and as if urging me farther. The closer I got, the more excited it grew, and when I reached the doorway, the next tug was so harsh that I almost lost my balance again. There was a lull in the tugging when I heard a door opening behind me, the bathroom across the hall from my room. A bleary-eyed Joe stepped out and blinked, one hand rubbing his eye as he yawned. There was no string on his wrist. Suddenly the string began to pull with a force stronger than before, making me stagger out onto the first step leading into the basement with a yell. Joe seemed to realize that I had the string on my wrist, and he didn't, and that whomever or whatever was in the basement was not him. There was a roar of noise, a low moaning from the darkness of the basement, and my little brother's frantic footfalls behind me, as he ran his way over and grabbed my free arm to hold me while he scrambled for something to cut the string. I heard the kitchen drawers crashing open as he searched, and then he produced a knife. One shaky hand sawing at the string, as the noise in the basement became so loud, it seemed to reverberate through our bones. And then the tugging stopped, the string snapped away, and both Joe and I fell backwards, sprawling over the kitchen floor. The noise ceased when the string was cut, and the basement door wobbled violently before slamming shut in our faces. Going to sleep after that was impossible, so Joe and I huddled up on my bed and sat with every possible light on in our room until the sun rose and our parents got up. Naturally, they didn't believe us, saying they hadn't heard a thing and slept soundly. They said we must have hallucinated together, or both been sleepwalking even. Either way, I know that whatever was in our basement was not my brother, and I refuse to tie the string to my wrist ever again. To start with, I think I should go ahead and tell you that this story probably isn't going to be as scary as most of the ones posted here, but most of them aren't true. However, this actually happened to me, unfortunately. I used to have a bit of a hard time sleeping. Not to the point of hallucinating or anything, but I tended to be awake later than my family members. It was around 1 in the morning, and I was just sitting around looking on Facebook when I noticed I didn't have anything to drink and was thirsty. I already hated going into the kitchen at night. It just seemed a bit creepy, but oh well. Nothing would happen anyway, right? So I go in with my cup, trying to be careful not to wake anyone up, and I avoided turning on the lights so I wouldn't wake up our dogs. They'd probably start barking and wake everyone up. So I'm just being quiet, and trying to keep my mind from getting on any paranoid thoughts, so I can keep calm, and just get my drink and go back to bed. I open the fridge. The way our kitchen is set up, the door blocks off the dining room, so now my vision is pretty restricted. I fill up my cup with the last bit of tea in the pitcher. As I put the pitcher back in the fridge, I hear it. A loud, cackling laugh. I nearly crap myself. I closed the fridge door to see if my mother was messing with me or something. Even though that isn't like her, what else could it be? It being her makes sense, all except she wasn't there. No one was. I thought to myself, what was that? What's going on? What do I do? And as all of these thoughts are rushing through my head, I go into the living room. Nobody there. Look onto the porch. Nobody there. Back into the kitchen. Nobody there. Even down the hallway. You guessed it. Nobody there. It was at this point I thought, wait a minute, that kind of sounded like Miranda. Miranda is my sister, who when talking to her girlfriend or friends on the phone can sometimes get loud. So I thought, oh, she was just messing around on the phone, and I happened to hear it. But why didn't I hear anything else? Why didn't I hear her any of the times I walked by her room? That doesn't make sense either. So I went to her door and listened, and I heard silence. I knocked on her door, quietly enough that if she was sleeping she wouldn't hear, but if she's awake she would. No response. Some people thought what I did next was pretty dumb, but I was pretty scared at the moment, so maybe my judgment wasn't the best. I got my phone and texted her. Did you by any chance just laugh? Kinda like a scream, really loudly? No response. Finally, I just took one quick look around the house, making sure no one had broken in. When I saw nobody, I did the only thing I could. I went back to bed. The next day, my sister was confused and said she had no idea what I was talking about, and that she never did anything like that. I told some of my family and friends. They all just assumed I was either too tired and hallucinating, or just insane. But for me, thinking back on some of the strange feelings I get in the house, and some of the strange events that happen there, it's no surprise there isn't a logical response to this weird cackling at 1 a.m. Anyway, that's my paranormal experience. In a way, I fear it, but parts of me looks forward to what crazy things may be in store for me in the future of the house. The following was written on a folded sheet of notebook paper, wedged into the center console of an abandoned Pontiac Sunfire, found 2 miles from the entrance of Golden Peaks Memorial Park. The tank was empty, both doors left open, and the vehicle was covered in fine ash, though otherwise in good condition. I'll never go camping with Brendan again. Before we used to go almost every weekend. Just load this junker up with a couple sleeping bags, a tent, and some supplies. Then right after our final Friday class, jump in and drive the 2 hours east to Golden Peaks Memorial Park. I was crap at the outdoorsy stuff, but Brendan knew how to build a fire, cook over it with a skillet or pot, keep rain out of the tent, all that Boy Scout stuff. Then this Memorial Day weekend he got sick with the flu, and told me to just go by myself. and I'd be safer alone in the woods than stuck in our dorm with him anyway. I was dumb enough to believe him. By the time I realized I hadn't brought Brendan's utility knife, it was too late to turn around. I wasn't any good with it, but I wished I had thought to grab it off his dresser that morning, just for sharpening sticks and opening cans. I could really use it now, though. When I pulled through the park's entrance and arrived at the campground, I realized this place was packed. A 3-day weekend was the perfect excuse for locals and tourists to flood the park. As much as I hated sharing the grounds with all those people and their noise and trash, it made me more comfortable to be camping without Brendan, and I could probably still get somebody to feed me if I lit the cooler on fire or whatever. It took me a bit longer to set up the tent without him, but I did get it done. I built a fire, remembering the tricks he'd tried to teach me. I'd wait till I got back to light it. Before the sun set, I had to go to the sacrifice bluff. It was tradition: get to the park, set up, and then hike down the gully and up again to the bluff to watch the sun go down on the lake. I grabbed my phone and a cold beer and headed for the trail, weaving between RVs and tents, avoiding a water fight and a drunken shouting match as I went. Things were a lot quieter once I got away into the actual woods and started down the gully. With the bluff blocking the evening sun, it was dark and cool in the ravine, but the trail was clear, and we'd hiked this way dozens of times at this hour. I kept expecting to meet other hikers, since the overlook was a popular park destination, but that night it was just me and the sound of my boots. By the time I reached the bluff, the sun was halfway below the rim of the lake, and the sky and water were awash in orange, red, and purple. Sacrifice Bluff is a big, flat stone shelf, about 50 feet across, with 3 asymmetrical grooves cut to near the edge of the cliff. Legend has it that the local tribe performed human sacrifices here, and the channels collected the blood, but our professor says there were no Native Americans living here before the settlers. I stood at the center of the grooves and watched the sun sink below the water. I cracked open the beer in the twilight, took a swig, then poured some out in memory of Brendan lying sick in our dorm. Just a bit, because I knew he wouldn't want me to waste the beer. I finished it, then headed back. Descending into the woods, I got out my phone and swiped on the flash. It hardly cast a glow on the nearby trees, though it blinded me pretty well when I looked straight at it. Just my luck, I thought. The batteries are going out already. Hopefully it would last me through the dim forest and back to camp, and maybe on the way I'd run into someone with a real flashlight. A branch snapped behind me. I spun, shining my phone back up the trail, but I couldn't make out anything against the dark trunks of the trees. I didn't want to call out like a sissy, but I was getting a little bit paranoid, since I should have seen someone at the bluff, if anyone was walking behind me now. I swung my light back down the gully path and froze. A pale figure slipped between the trees below, disappearing. I held my breath, then angled my phone, but couldn't see anything more. My light seemed to have washed out the color of his skin and clothes, casting weird shadows, making him look sickly and elongated. I felt the itch of sweat under my arms. I just had to get back to camp, I told myself. Forcing myself on down the trail, I soon reached the spot where I had seen the person. I quickly shined my light around, but saw nothing. Just keep going, I thought. I hit the bottom of the gully and started up the other side, the last push before reaching the campgrounds. I expected it to be completely dark by now, but the woods were still in a dusky half-light, despite there being no moon yet. I grabbed a tree trunk to pull myself along. My hand came away sooty. Maybe ash from a controlled burn by park maintenance, I reasoned. I felt thirsty, despite having just finished a beer. A couple of twigs rained on the path before me. I jerked my light up, pointing it into the tree branches. The pale figure clung far above me, ducking around behind a tree trunk at the brightness of my phone. I stiffened. My flash still illuminated his waxy fingers and toes gripping the bark, unmoving, as though if he held motionlessly, I wouldn't know he was there. I broke into a run, charging up the slope, chest heaving, phone swinging wildly. filling the woods with reeling shadows as I clambered toward the top of the trail. I just had to make it back to the campgrounds, and I'd be surrounded by dozens of people, ringed by their noise and campfires, and I could pack up and get away from there. That was a day ago. At least I think so. I'm out of gas. I've driven over 400 miles since I started checking the odometer. Brennan and I have all the landmarks memorized from our trips before, and I've passed them all, but I can't be sure in what order I saw them anymore, or how many times. I've stopped at the gas stations. They're all dark, no electricity or fuel, just bare shelves, and pumps covered in fine soot. I can taste the powdery ash on my tongue, and there's nothing left to wash it off. I haven't eaten anything, though I don't feel hungry anymore. I never got my stuff back at the camp. When I arrived at the top of the gully, I expected to see people's fires in the distance, but the woods were eerily gray and silent. I drove myself forward, panting and limping from a stitch in my side. The grounds were completely empty. Tents and chairs, all dusted with ash, sat around cold fire rings. Campers and cars stood unmoved in the parking lot, all the same color of grime. There were no footprints in the ash-covered earth but my own. I didn't stop. Only when I saw my campsite did I slow. The tent and cooler were just as I left them, though sooty as well. I hesitated. Circling the site, I raised my phone, shining it over the tent. I lifted it back toward the woods. No movement. I came wide around to the front of the tent and hunched down, directing the beam into the open flap. It caught a pale face in the darkness within, peering at me with glittering black eyes, a needle-sharp grimace frozen on its mouth, as it lifted the hem of my sleeping bag in its thin, drooping hands. I ran. It feels like I've driven for over 24 hours, though I know that isn't possible without refueling. My phone and the car's clock say it is. My navigation app tells me I've been returning west this whole time, though it can't connect to data. I send texts, but no reply. No one picks up my calls, including emergency services, and I haven't seen another vehicle the whole drive, even at roadside stops. It was semi-dark for about 12 hours. Then the sky turned amber for a long time. The fuel gauge's light came on, and then the car died, and I rolled it here to the side of the road. The sky is darkening again. I don't know where here is. I am sure of one thing though. I'll never go camping with my best friend again. My whole life I've been a little different from most people. It's a running theory that I am a reincarnation of my great-granny. From the age that I first started talking to around 4 years old, I would tell my mom stories from when I babysat her, or I would tell my nana things that only my great-granny could have known. It was around that age that I started to see ghosts. I would tell everyone in my family about the ghosts I would see, that would just follow me about my day-to-day life, and leave after a while. When I was 4, my other great-grandma died, and since that day, she's watched over me. I can feel her presence, and sometimes I've been lucky enough to see her. Up until a couple of years ago, every encounter I had with the supernatural has been innocent and harmless. I even felt protected. The first time that things got violent was on Halloween, a couple of years ago. I think I must have been about 12 or 13 at the time. I'd been left home alone while my family went out trick-or-treating. From the moment they left, I could feel a presence, though this one wasn't protective. I could feel the anger radiating through the entire building. I'd been lying on my bed most of the nights, most of my body hidden behind a wall. The moment that I sat up, a shoe that had been sitting by my door flew at my head. I ducked just in time to see it hit the window beside me, with a thud echoing through my room. When my family got back, they gave me a bag of sweets, which I took up to my room before going back downstairs. Only a few minutes passed before there was a thud from my room. The bag had been thrown across the room, and right by the door was a horrible smell. It was a mix of rot and burning rubber. From then on, the ghost would sit on my table and watch me as I slept. At first, it was unsettling, and hard to fall asleep being able to feel the hatred coming from it. but eventually I grew used to it. When I finally saw him fully, I was terrified. He was torn up, light blue jeans and a red striped shirt. His face was rough, and his graying hair hung over his face. I was getting ready for school when I saw him in the mirror that first time. I was brushing my hair and saw him come up behind me and rest his head on my shoulder with a creepy smile that showed his rotting teeth. He stayed with me for years, and even now he'll still appear every now and then. The next one I'm going to talk about is the reason for me putting off posting this for so long. I'd been downstairs with my family talking about everything I just wrote about, and we were joking about it. That's when I started feeling the presence again. When I went back to my room, the light blew as soon as I entered. I went to get another light bulb, and joked that the ghost had blown the lights, because I had made fun of it. When I went back to my room and turned on the new light bulb, I felt a pain in my pinky finger. I seen a cut the length of my entire finger open up, and when that stopped, the light blew again. For the next year I had learned my lesson about talking about the ghosts, until one night I decided to make another joke. It had been about 3 months since I last felt or saw any kind of being, and thought that it would be funny to taunt them. Immediately my light bulb blew once again, and there were no other light bulbs that I could use. I opened my door to see the light from the hall into my room. Big mistake. That was the first time I saw her. A young girl who couldn't have been more than 6 years old stood in my room. She was dressed in a plain white dress, with a white bow tied around her head. I'm here. It wasn't a threat, she was just letting me know about her presence. After all, I had asked if she had left me. Her voice told me that she was younger than I thought. She sounded completely innocent and childish. Not the creepy horror movie childish, though. Then she said my name and told me she was there again. I can't remember now what she said next, but she had just kept repeating the same question over and over until my stepdad came upstairs and she disappeared. Since then, I've not really experienced much activity, and I'm not sure that's a good thing. I can't remember where in this timeline my encounters with shadow people were, so I'll just add them in the now. All of them happened at my aunt's house, so at least I know that they aren't following me specifically like the others. The first time I had been staying in the guest room, and woke up to one standing in the corner of the room. It was taller than the room itself, and it was hunched over at the ceiling. I couldn't move, as I watched it stare through me until I fell asleep. Not even 5 minutes later and I woke up again. This time it was in the corner to my left and it started sprinting. I can't even try to explain what it felt like, as the thing ran right through me and out of the room. I didn't sleep much after that. After that incident, I told my aunt while my little cousin was in the room, and he froze up entirely and asked me about it. Did you see the tall man? He was 6 years old at the time, so I understood that by tall he meant the shadow person. My aunt immediately tried to stop us from speaking. She said she didn't want my cousin freaking out, but it was already too late. He was terrified and shaking as he spoke. I went to the toilet when it was really late at night, and he was waiting outside my bathroom door. He put his hands around my neck and started squeezing and squeezing, and I couldn't breathe. I was trying to scream, but I couldn't, and then my dad came out to go to the toilet and he just disappeared. That's when my aunt sent him out of the room, and said one last thing to me before she refused to talk about it again. We found him laying on the ground screaming and crying, and he was holding his throat like he was trying to get his breath back. The last time I saw a shadow person was November 5th of 2016. It was a bonfire night, and I was terrified of fireworks. So I opted to stay in the house and look after my 2-month-old cousin, while everyone else was out setting off fireworks. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and looked out into the hall. There it was, walking around the empty hall. It turned to look back at me before walking into my aunt's bedroom. I hope that posting this isn't going to make the little girl mad again. If anything else happens, I'll post another part. But for now, this is all the things I can think of that I have experienced. I was devastated when my Uncle Matt died. My grandparents found themselves unintentionally pregnant with Matt in their 40s, and 4 years later, my mom had me. So the age gap between us was pretty small. We basically grew up together. He was like my older brother. What makes me sad now is how much we drifted apart when he went to college. And then we drifted even farther apart when I did the same thing a few years later. We would catch up every now and then, but every time we spoke, we somehow always wound up just reminiscing about our childhoods. The time we built a makeshift treehouse that fell apart while we were both inside. Or the first time we stole from Grandpa's liquor cabinets and took a sip of bourbon. Or the time we slid ourselves down the stairs in sleeping bags, and Matt ended up winded with a cracked rib. Then one day I received the news. It was so unexpected and so completely ridiculous that I couldn't even imagine it. Matt was dead at 33. My mom told me that the cause was terminal cardiac event. But she seemed tense and scared while she told me. At the funeral, I overheard her talking to my Aunt Carol. They were speculating about how a 30-something-year-old person could unexpectedly die of heart failure, with no prior medical conditions. My mom said that she thought it was all made up, and that the doctors had kept something secret. She leaned into Aunt Carol, and managed to whisper the words. I saw his face. Before they were interrupted by my grandpa and I stopped eavesdropping. I remember leaving the funeral with a cold fear in the pit of my stomach. I saw his face. The words kept repeating in my head for the rest of the night. I dreamt of Matt's rigid corpse, floating through an icy lake. A twisted look of horror contorting his features. I was swimming towards him, but I wasn't getting anywhere. I could only watch as he sank lower and lower into the dark depths and was eventually swallowed up by the blackness. The inheritance was all decided internally by the family, because he hadn't left a will. Matt obviously didn't think he'd need one just yet, so we had to divide everything up fairly as a family. Everyone agreed that it would only make sense for me to take Matt's video games and consoles, since we'd spent the better part of the 90s and early 2000s playing them together. I accepted, but I put them immediately into the basement. I couldn't face them. Facing them meant accepting that Matt was gone, and I'd somehow avoided doing that so far. It finally hit me a few months later in the weirdest of ways. I was out with a few friends at a new burger joint. It was so awesome and so delicious, and my first thought was to tell Matt. Then I realized that I couldn't, and I completely shut down. I cried right there in the restaurant in front of all my friends. I'm not the kind of guy who cries in public, so no one really knew how to react. Instead, they just let me leave. No one tried to stop me, and I'm honestly glad that they didn't. I spent the next few days away from work, away from my friends, and just generally away from my life. Everyone reached out to me and offered their help, but I casually rebuffed them and told them that I just needed time and space. I don't know why or exactly when I decided that it was time to dig Matt's stuff out of the basement, but I brought it all up to my room and started unpacking everything. First came all the new stuff, most of which I already had my own copies of, and then I slowly wound my way through the boxes, like I was taking a journey back in time. We loved horror games the most, especially during the PS1 era. Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Clock Tower were easily some of the scariest. I dug them all out, looking at them fondly, but also with a tight knot in my stomach. These weren't just old games, but the exact copies we played as kids. He'd kept them all these years later, and still in pretty good condition. I hooked the old, discolored PlayStation up to a TV of Matt's that I'd also inherited. Something he'd used to play retro games as authentically as possible. My plan was to spend the rest of the day playing through some old games, loading up old saves and crying until I started to feel better. I opened the top of the console and found out that there was already a disc inside. It looked like it was upside down, with the shiny black readable surface facing up. I took it out and flipped it, but it was the same on both sides, a blank disc. I was already interested to see what was on it, so I started up the console as I rummaged around to try and find its case mixed in with everything else that I'd unpacked. The all too familiar sound of the PlayStation played in my ears as I unearthed the blank case at the bottom of one of those boxes. I opened it and a piece of folded paper fluttered to the floor. I unfolded it and read the words scribbled there. "Don't say I didn't warn you." A sound started playing from the TV. A sound I didn't recognize. It was a low, crackling sound in all its 16-bit glory. I turned to see a black screen with the word START written in red in the center. There was no title, no artwork, nothing. I hesitated but pressed start. A white loading bar started to slowly fill the bottom of the screen. The game eventually loaded onto a first-person view of a living room. Everything had the kind of janky aesthetic that was normal to a 90s PlayStation game. Polygons seemed to warp as I looked around the room, and the textures were shaky and low res. That being said, the game looked pretty good for something that was at least 20 years old. There were moody lighting effects and foggy darkness in the room, which was well used and atmospheric. I moved the analog sticks and looked around the room, the sound of the character's footsteps stirring something strongly nostalgic in me. The room I was in was sparsely decorated. There was a scrap of paper on the coffee table. I pointed the crosshair at it and pressed X. He who fights with monsters should be careful, lest he thereby becomes a monster. And if thou gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will also gaze into thee. The words appeared on the screen in a plain white font, just long enough for me to read them. Then they abruptly disappeared, and wouldn't come back up again, no matter how many times I mashed the X button. I searched the room a little, and found a key, which I picked up with a simple on-screen message. You got the old key. I used it on the only door in the room, and an animation played, just like the old Resident Evil games, where the character opened the door and walked through. When the game loaded back in, I was stood in a dark hallway, and there was a strange sound coming from somewhere, like a dog trying to cough up a hairball. I walked down the hall, attempting to open all the doors along the way, only to find that each door produced the same message. The door is locked, keep going. As I continued, a strange music started building like the crash of waves. A loud note that then tailed off into something almost like static. As the music grew louder, so did the strange coughing sound. I reached a doorway that was already open into a room with a light on. The light spilled out into the hallway in an effect that was pretty impressive for this old of a game. As I turned the corner and stepped into the room, the music and weird coughing noise both stopped unexpectedly, leaving me in a tense and pervading silence. There was another character in the room. An NPC stood in perfect stillness. He was low polygon, and had only basic textures, but I recognized him all the same. He looked almost exactly like Matt, in his characteristic gray hoodie and black jeans. I approached the character and pressed X. You shouldn't have come. The words came up on the screen, and my eyes barely had time to register them before they flickered and changed. You should have come. I felt an unease creeping up my spine. I pressed X again, and the words changed again. Have you looked behind you? I spun around, not in the game but in real life, my heart thumping in my chest. There was nothing there. I turned back to the screen and the words had changed without my input. I said, have you looked behind you? I pressed X and the words disappeared, giving me the freedom to move my character again. I turned him around and a piercing sound started to play. The doorway was still there, but it didn't lead back into the hallway anymore. It led into a different room. I turned back again, but Matt, or whatever it was, wasn't there anymore. I moved into the next room and nearly dropped the controller when I recognized it. Despite the low textures and the basic graphics, it was Matt's living room. Exactly his living room. I'd only been there a handful of times in person, but I recognized it the second I walked in there. The lighting was low and there was static coming from the TV, which provided the only light in the room. There was a new character in the room, sitting on the sofa this time with her head turned towards the TV. It was my mom. I moved towards her and tapped X. Your mother watches the television with a look of happiness on her face. I pressed X again and the words disappeared. I tried again, but the results were the same. Instead, I turned my attention to the television and pressed X when I was close enough. The television shows a happy video, the words said, but all I could see on the screen was static. It's a video of you being bathed as an infant. Your father's hand suddenly covers your face and pushes you under the water, holding you there while you cry and thrash against him. The words disappeared and I regained control, but the controller slipped through my clammy hands. I took a deep breath and picked it back up, pressing X on the television again. Your deceased infant body floats face down in the water. I turned back to my mom, who was still sat on the sofa. I approached her and pressed X again. Your mom loves this video. She finds it hilarious. The words disappeared from the screen, and a 16-bit recording of my mom's laugh played out of the TV speakers, but it sounded almost like a scream. I leaned forwards and hovered my hand over the power button on the PlayStation. I wondered if I should keep playing. Maybe this was a practical joke. I looked back at the screen and found the screen focused on another new character. This time it was me. Don't touch that dial. The words came up on the screen exactly as I hit the power button. The console turned off and I breathed a sigh of relief before I opened the lid and took the disc out, hurling it across the room. It hit the wall, and a large section of it broke off. I hurried upstairs and crawled into bed. It was still light outside, but I was emotionally exhausted and shaking with fear. I lay there for what felt like hours, with silent tears running down my face until, eventually, somehow, mercifully, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night with the sense that something was wrong. I groped for my phone in the darkness and found it, shining the light of the screen around the room to find that I was alone. I laid back and exhaled sharply, grateful that my fear was nothing more than the tail end of, well, whatever I'd experienced earlier in the day. Then I heard it. It was the same bizarre music, the sound building, then hitting a crescendo like the crash of a wave before subsiding into crackling static. It was coming from downstairs. I called the police, but every time the call connected I got nothing but static. I called my mom and had to stifle a yelp of joy when she answered the phone.
Hello?
She said, sounding chipper. Mom, it's Charlie. I said in a harsh whisper, call the police. Ask them to come to my house and...
I saw a funny video.
She cut me off, laughing to herself.
Your dad was drowning you. Do you remember that, honey?
Mom, what are you...
I wish he had, sweetie.
She said in a gentle tone.
He never wanted you. Neither did I. You should've...
I ended the call and dialed the police again. It was just the same static on the other end. In my frustration, I threw my phone. I hurled it through the bedroom door and out into the hall, where it bounced and tumbled on the floor until it came to a rest at the top of the stairs. I can't tell you how long it took me to build up the courage to move. It might have been minutes, but it felt like a lot longer. I'd like to say I walked, tall and brave, to the top of the stairs, but the truth is I crawled. I crawled so slowly that I was barely moving, all the while listening to that horrible music coming from downstairs. I reached my phone and picked it up. I tried to call another number in my contacts. Anyone. It didn't even matter who. But all I got was static. I tried to get onto the internet, but nothing was working. I was just beginning to consider trying to climb out of an upstairs window, when a voice called up to me from downstairs, chilling me to my bone. Hey buddy, you up there? It's Uncle Matty. It was his voice, unmistakably his. But something was wrong. He was never that perky, and he sure as hell would never have called himself Uncle Matty. Not to any of his nieces and nephews, but least of all not to me. Are you coming down, sport? I feel like playing a game. I don't know why I started to walk down the stairs, or where I found the courage to do it, but something had taken hold of me by that point. It was a compulsion I couldn't resist. My heart was beating so hard and so fast in my chest that I was finding it hard to breathe. I reached the bottom of the stairs, walked a few steps into the living room. I was alone, but the TV was on. The screen was black, so the glow was dark, but it was definitely on. And so was the PlayStation. The disc wasn't where I'd left it, although the large chunk that had broken off was still there. I bent down to pick it up when my mom's distorted 16-bit laughter came out of the TV again, making me jump and forcing me to stand bolt upright. My fight-or-flight response was in high gear, and I was trembling from the adrenaline, or maybe from the fear. Probably both. Words started to come up on the screen. This is my greatest work. I poured my heart, my blood, my very soul into this. They gave me 4 days. They said just 4. So that's what you get. Say goodbye to the people you love. 4 days. The music reached the same wave-crashing crescendo again, except it didn't have a chance to trail off into static this time. It ended as suddenly as it had before, only this time it was for a different reason. I squinted against the sunlight that beamed through the slits in my blinds, and groggily sat up in bed. My phone was next to me. There were no calls dialed from the night before. I threw off the duvet and hurried downstairs, to find the broken disc exactly where it had fallen the day before. I took a shower, got dressed, and decided that I needed to get out of the house. Whatever had happened the day before, whatever I had seen, I didn't know how much of it was real, or how much of it was imagined. Had my grief really twisted my perception so much that I couldn't tell the difference between fantasy and reality? I decided I didn't really want to know the answer to that. I didn't want to know what I'd seen on that disc. Maybe there was nothing. Maybe I'd been pressing buttons on a black screen. I didn't want to think about it anymore. So I put on my coat and headed for the door. My hand was barely an inch from the handle when my phone buzzed and a text came through. I looked at the screen and my blood turned cold again. It was a single message from Matt. Don't forget, 4 days, buddy. This happened years and years ago. In fact, 7 years to the day. I lived in a sleepy little town in Massachusetts, right on a cul-de-sac that had a little path that led down to a pond. It was a picturesque town, the perfect place to raise kids. Then there was the woods. All the kids in the neighborhood were used to wandering around the woods at the other end of the neighborhood. It was pretty much tradition. Whenever a new kid moved to the neighborhood, a bunch of us would show them all the best spots to climb trees and play. Then there were the woods across the street from me. Even during the day, this stretch of woods was silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. If you went about a mile down, all of a sudden all the life seemed to come back, but nothing in that spot. My dog would go out of her way to avoid it, even refusing to cross the street, and growling whenever I did. The kids came up with tons of urban legends explaining this. I remember a story about a zombie man that ate anything that came into the area. The reality of it was far worse. April 23rd, 2012 came around. A group of my friends had decided to spend the night at my house. Then we were all going to spend the next day at the pond down the road. We were having the time of our 13-year-old lives, playing video games and telling scary stories. It was about 10:30 when we decided on truth or dare. Everyone was picking truth when we first started. Then about halfway through, people started getting braver. Mostly because we agreed on not giving any dares that could make us sick. Like licking doorknobs or toilets. Essentially no putting our mouths anywhere disgusting. We had people texting their crushes and flashing the neighbors, who were long asleep. Then it was my turn. Not wanting to look like a wimp, I picked dare. Okay. Go explore the woods for a half hour. I felt my heart stop. As soon as the words were out, my other friends were trying to make her change her dare. But I said no. I couldn't look like a wimp in front of all my friends. I was horrified, sure, but my 13-year-old brain figured nothing was worse than being embarrassed in front of my friends. So I agreed. I remember standing in front of the woods so vividly. My legs felt like lead, my flashlight was shaking in my hands, and my phone was non-stop vibrating with messages from my friends, who were watching me from the safety of my room, telling me to go for it. Eventually I did. The moment I had taken one step into that dense tree line, I wanted to turn back, but the timer was on. 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes. I started wandering around. It was creepy, sure, but also strangely beautiful. There were so many trees, perfect for climbing up. I could already picture myself sitting in one reading a book. I was almost enjoying myself. 20 minutes. Before I knew it, I had climbed one of the trees and was just sitting and relaxing. It was nice. I couldn't wait to tell my friends how scared we were for nothing. 15 minutes. It was at that point that I heard some rustling nearby. getting closer to me. Cool, I thought. Maybe I'll see a coyote or something. I turn off my flashlight. Now the moon is illuminating the forest. It's still really pretty to see. 10 minutes. Then I saw it. It was tall, easily 7 feet. It was walking on 2 legs and growling. It almost looked like a person. No living human being could even look like that. It was skeletal, with sunken-in black eyes that didn't once blink in the time I looked at it. Its mouth was large with rows of pointed teeth, and pale white skin stretched tightly over bones that seemingly jutted out from every angle. It looked like it was covered in blood. It took everything in me for me to not cry out. Instead, I pulled my legs up into the tree and watched it get closer and closer to me before it stopped directly under the tree I was in. My breath hitched, and I retreated as far back as I could, holding my hand over my mouth and doing anything to not scream. It stood there beneath me for what felt like an eternity, not moving, just breathing heavily. Then eventually it growled and scurried off into the tree line. I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding, and slowly lowered myself from the tree, and that's when it happened. As soon as my feet touched the ground, the alarm on my phone signaling the end of the 30 minutes went off, and loudly. I rushed to turn it off and froze, praying it hadn't heard it, until I heard an ear-piercing screech in the direction it had run off to, then rustling coming directly at me. Fast. I didn't even think, just ran in the direction I had come from, not even bothering to look behind me, but I knew it was right there. I could hear it gaining on me, feel its breath on my neck. It had to have been running on all fours by the pattern in its footsteps. Not that I really had time to care about that. I saw the lights to my house through the trees, and put all the energy I had into that final dash, where I broke through. It was at that moment that my foot got caught on something, a root probably, and I face-planted. I finally gathered the courage to scream and rolled over. That's when I saw it up close, standing on 2 legs about 2 feet away. It had stopped directly at the tree line, almost as though it couldn't go farther. It growled at me, then turned and dashed back into the woods. At that point, I ran back inside and told my friends everything. Of course, they didn't believe me. They thought I was just trying to scare them. I moved 2 years later, but for those 2 years, every time I passed by those woods, I could feel eyes on me. I knew it was biding its time, waiting until I was dumb enough to get too close to the woods again. I would feel it watching my house sometimes, and as our moving van pulled away, I swear I saw it watching us go. I'd hate to know what would have happened if it got me. I've always been a bit of an adrenaline junkie, always doing crazy stuff that worried my parents and friends to the point of near heart attacks. My favorite activity, and the one that was the most tame, was urban exploration. Sneaking into abandoned buildings, usually at night, and going wherever my curiosity and inhibition took me. Not a lot usually happened though. I'd take some cool pictures, avoid cops or security guards. Sometimes I'd even be out all night. One night in particular, however, has been forever burned into my mind, and rattled me to my very core, so much so that it stopped me from ever setting foot outside of my studio apartment, or ever being in the dark by myself ever again. Celestial Valley Mental Asylum. On the outskirts of the town I called home, sat the largest abandoned building in Chesterville County. It was also rumored to be the most haunted. It was a classic example of an overcrowded, understaffed asylum with poor care ideals. Numerous stories about it have circulated over the years, usually to scare kids from going near it, but I never believed any of it. I thought it was all BS. As I got older, I constantly planned to make it yet another destination I visited in the dead of the night, against the wish of literally everyone else in my life. March 29th, 2019. I had taken today and tomorrow off of work, since tonight was the night I ventured into Celestial Valley. I slept most of the day, waking up around 6 o'clock in the evening. I ate cold pizza as a breakfast, and packed a small bag with my camera, granola bars, a couple bottles of water, my pocket knife, a small first aid kit, and a flashlight. I also put my phone in the bag, as a last resort to emergency call. I'd had a few accidents in the past, so I knew to be as prepared as possible. After making sure I was well prepared for the overnight venture, I locked up my apartment and exited the dimly lit complex. I got on my bike and began the 1.5-mile trek to the decrepit asylum. 7:30 p.m. As I'd hoped, I got to the dirt road just as the sun was hitting the horizon. I put one foot on the ground and glanced at the withering wooden sign. The paint had almost completely chipped and peeled off, making it hard to read. I then looked down the long dirt road that led to the asylum. The building was once a brilliant, perfect white, but now spotted with rust and chipped paint. It was easily 3 or 4 stories tall, and was overgrown with ivy and some other foliage that had decided to make themselves at home on the outer walls. Most of the windows had been shattered, or covered with 2x4s. I was suddenly overcome with a sense of unease, which I quickly shook off. None of those stupid stories are real, I scolded myself. It's just another abandoned building. I biked my way up the road, finding a massive bush to hide my bike and jogging the rest of the way up. After searching for the better part of 15 minutes, I finally found a way in through one of the broken windows. I threw my hair up into a ponytail and gingerly tossed my bag inside before climbing up the ledge and jumping through the space. My nose was suddenly assaulted by the musky, tank smell that came with most aged buildings. But this was different. It almost smelled sickly sweet, like death. It made me want to vomit. I looked around, golden sunlight illuminating parts of the building. Clearly I hadn't been the only one to sneak in here. Graffiti coated the walls like a quilt. All sorts of different numbers, symbols. I think I even recognized a few band logos too. What caught me off guard though, was the large symbol on the untouched wall. It evoked anger and malice, and would look cruel to even the most sadistic mind. It didn't really look like it was written with spray paint. Shaking my head, I picked up my bag, and decided to delve deeper into the building, going down the first hallway I saw. It all looked like something straight out of a horror movie. There was the occasional gurney against the wall, papers on the floor. I couldn't help but roll my eyes a little. I glanced at the walls, which looked similar to the building's exterior. I had to admit, for all the horror stories that were told about this place, I was a little... Out of nowhere I heard a loud bang. I froze, eyes widening as I whipped around so fast I actually got dizzy. Once I steadied myself, I was shocked to see the gurney I was now a good 10 or 15 feet away from now on its side. One of its wheels swinging gently from the impact. My brain tried to piece together what could have happened, but when it couldn't, I simply kept walking away. My feet picked up the pace a little as I removed the bag from my shoulder, pulling out my phone and putting on some music. Despite not seeing any cops or security, I kept the volume low. Anything to fill the void of silence and calm my pounding heart. 9:45 p.m. I've only just now found a staircase that led to the second floor. This place was a lot bigger than I thought. At least I'd gotten some cool pictures though. Nothing else too creepy had happened, aside from the occasional breeze creating an odd whistling noise. The sun had long since set, so I was using my flashlight to navigate the cobweb and mold-ridden duty halls. My music kept softly playing as I turned a corner, stopping dead in my tracks at what I saw. The hall looked strangely clean, pristine actually. There wasn't a single speck of dirt in sight, and it was fairly well lit. Still, it remained empty, void of any signs of life. That is, until I took another step forward. Suddenly the hall was filled with people, half of them restrained to gurneys. Doctors shoved patients around from room to room, some of them screaming like deranged animals. Those that weren't strapped down were trudging around like mindless zombies. It left me frozen with shock and confusion. What is going on? Suddenly it seemed as if everyone was slowly filling into a different room within the hallways. Before I could call out again, all the doors slammed simultaneously. I jolted violently out of being startled, and I was brought back to a dark, damp, musty hallway. I looked down, noticing my flashlight was now on the floor. I reached down, picking it up and brushing it off with a shaky hand. Calm down, Leslie. It must have been a hallucination, from hunger or dehydration maybe. I told myself, but it didn't sound very convincing. I decided to venture back to the first floor, feeling I'd done enough exploring on the second floor for now. 12:15 a.m., March 30th, 2019. I guess I did a fairly bad job of exploring this place. I walked into one room and it led to another series of hallways, only these looked a bit cleaner, like someone had been here recently. The feeling of unease suddenly grew exponentially, and my gut was telling me to turn back and get out. Wiping some sweat from my forehead, I took careful steps down the hallway, ignoring the feeling, constantly looking around me. Leslie, Leslie, came a distorted sing-song voice. I whirled around, shining my light in all possible directions around me, but nothing was there. I huffed quietly in frustration, shaking my head and turning back to face the direction I was heading in. My mind was clearly playing tricks on me, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. As I continued down the hall, I was caught off guard by an awful smell, one that I could only recognize as the smell I noticed when I first entered this place. I made a face, feeling my stomach churn as I pressed on. I lowered my flashlight from straight ahead of me to towards the floor, keeping an eye out for any dead animal that could be the source of the odor. I turned a corner, freezing. Ahead of me was a large room, but there was light coming from it. I quickly shut off my flashlight and turned off my music, putting the flashlight in my back pocket before carefully stepping forward. Worst case scenario was that it was the cops, and I could just book it out of there if it was. Suddenly I felt my foot step in something liquid. Confused, I looked down. Seeing a dark puddle, I carefully reached down, sticking a couple fingers in it. It doesn't feel like water, I thought. Feeling bold, I shined the light of my phone on my hand. I wish I hadn't. The liquid was dark red, and it didn't take me very long to figure out what it was. I felt my head spinning as I wiped the blood on my shorts. Why was there blood here? Was it an animal's or was it... A tortured scream pierced the air. My head shot up as I recognized it was coming from the lit room. Okay, definitely not cops in here. I stood up straight, carefully walking towards the room as I pulled my knife from my front pocket. I flipped it open and held it defensively as I snuck up to the doorway, hiding off to the side and poking my head in. I really wish I had just turned and left. The first thing I noticed were the numerous candles that adorned the room. Then I noticed the 5 or 6 hooded figures that all stood in a circle. They were all speaking a language I could only assume to be Latin, which sent a dangerous chill up my spine. The last 2 things I saw, and probably the 2 most haunting, were the pentagram and the girl that laid in the center. She had to be no older than me, maybe 21 or 23 at most. She had long blonde hair, tied down to the ground with a pentagram carved into her flesh, surrounded by symbols that gave off a feeling of wrong. She trembled, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Please let me go," she begged. Her plea fell on deaf ears, the chanting slowly getting louder. I looked around the room again, spotting something I hadn't noticed before. A massive goat's head, horns curling before pointing upwards. It was hung on the wall, its black, beady eyes boring into my very soul. Blood dripped from the clean cut, creating a small puddle on the concrete floor. Another scream came from the girl, which ripped my attention from the goat back to her. I watched in horror as one of the hooded figures carved into her skin, but I couldn't see what it was. Her screams turned into shrieks and painful sobs, making my heart pound in my throat, tears of my own stinging my eyes. At the same time, I wanted to throw up. Finally, the figure moved, revealing the same symbol from the front carved into the poor girl's flesh. The room became filled with an aura of pure darkness, as crimson blood ran from her body and pooled at her side. Her skin was pale, tears continuing to flow down her cheeks, forming puddles on the side of her head. The chanting grew louder, and I felt the earth tremble. I looked around the room, eyes going back to the goat. Its maw was now open, blood dripping from it. I felt my face drain of all color as I felt the head captivate me into its horrid gaze. It screamed Leslie, voice deep and distorted, like it was coming from Satan himself. I turned and booked it away from the room, not caring how loud I was about it. I didn't bother to look back, but I could swear to God I heard footsteps, or hooves, something chasing me. It only made my feet carry me faster, skidding around corners until I reached the window I came from. I leapt through, tucking and rolling to the dirt with a grunt. I stood, looking behind me as I tried to catch my breath. I saw a dark, hulking figure running towards the window. It let out an unnatural bellow, like it was trapped in the asylum. As I took off again, sprinting to the bush that hid my bike, I grabbed it and hopped on, pedaling as fast as my feet would go. I almost crashed my bike 3 times before making it onto the road, speeding away from Celestial Valley Mental Asylum. 3:30 a.m. I finally walked into my apartment, the door gently slamming behind me. I turned on the lights before I collapsed to the floor, letting out a broken, pitiful whimper. The adrenaline was gone. Now it was time for the fear and shock to take over. My body trembled on the carpeted floor as tears fell, images of whatever I witnessed flashing through my mind. What is going on? My hobby is collecting dolls. Choose an era and I'll show you a doll. I have a Cabbage Patch Kids doll from the 80s, with its squished up face and plump starfish hands. I have one of the first Barbies, with her pinched in waist and pneumatic bosoms. I even have a hand-knitted gollywog that belonged to one of those old cowboys of the 50s. Take a look around my doll room and you'll see Kewpie dolls, rag dolls, fairground dolls, fashion dolls, China dolls, and baby dolls. I have a doll room. You might call it a hobby, but I call it a lifestyle. My latest doll, the one that has me worried, is a custom French bisque Bekebuu, with stiff arms and staring eyes. I'd wanted one for a while as I needed a dancing partner for my other French bisque. I couldn't believe my luck when I stumbled across this beauty down at the local Salvo store. It was on the forgotten bottom shelf, tossed into a box with 2 mangy, one-eyed teddies, a broken spinning top, and a wooden jigsaw puzzle, with either 1 or 2 pieces missing, depending on whether you like cats or not. The box lot had $5 scrawled across the side of it in permanent marker. I picked it up in delight and ran to the counter. The guy didn't even look up when I paid. Obviously, not everybody can appreciate art when they see it. The rest of the toys went straight into the trash can as soon as I left the store. My gorgeous doll didn't need to be associating herself with the likes of them. I inspected the craft work and all of the immaculate, handmade glory. The curled hair, painted face, tiny eyelashes, and delicate stitching. I was hesitant, afraid to lift her skirt and look for the stamp, afraid that I was mistaken. But there it was, Savoy, France. I'm telling you, I had to stop myself from doing an excited little dance right there on the street. For a measly $5, I had a doll worth around $550 at auction. That's some return on investment. Not that I figured on selling her anytime soon. I took her home, tenderly bathed her with a damp cloth and a touch of dish detergent, and let her go to her final resting place, right next to her sister. She looked great, I tell you. Fantastic, actually. If you looked past her slightly googly glass eyes and sharp bared teeth. To be fair, that was the style of the time. I guess they thought it looked realistic, but I don't know about that. Nonetheless, my doll room had just received an upgrade. I had her for about a week or so before I started to notice something strange. First off, my dog, who never bothered too much about that room, began to act really interested in what was inside. I'd catch him scratching at the door, shoving his nose up close to the crack beneath it, and whining to get in. I ignored him for a bit, and I started to worry that maybe a family of mice had moved in. The last thing I need is for my precious doll collection to be chewed up by a bunch of rodents. I let him in, and he went straight across to the new doll, growling and snarling at her, with his ears flattened back against his skull. I called him away, but he didn't listen. I had to grab him by the collar and drag him. Odd, yeah, but he's acted odd in the past, so whatever. I shut the door and forgot about it. Forgot all about it. Until I went to bed last night, that is. My bedroom is on the top floor, above the doll room, and it's a peaceful type of place. I call it my retreat from the outside world, my sanctuary. I have a TV in the corner, a comfy chair for reading, a walk-in closet, and an attached bathroom with a jacuzzi-style bathtub. It's nice, and I make sure to keep it that way. I had just finished showering when I saw it. The doll. She was draped casually across the seat of my chair, as if someone had tossed her there, and staring glassily at me with those fake blue eyes. I thought I'd imagined it at first. I live alone, have been since Maureen up and left 2 years ago, and I knew I hadn't brought the doll up to my room. I picked her up and stared at her, wondering if maybe I was showing the first signs of early onset dementia. I've heard it can creep up on a person fast. Weirdest feeling. But it felt as if the doll was staring back at me, her eyes following mine. And for the briefest second, I thought she might have even moved in my hand. I took her back downstairs, feeling a bit shook up, and I placed her back in the doll room. I locked the door too. Thing is, the whole incident put the wind up me a bit. I've seen the movies, Chucky and Dolly Dearest, and I know there are a few tales out there about supposedly possessed dolls. Not that I ever believed them, of course. It took me a while to get to sleep after that, and I don't generally have trouble sleeping. I must have finally drifted off because when I woke up the sun was shining through the curtains. And that's when things got real. I rolled over and there she was. The doll, staring back at me from the pillow. Some long-lost lover come to pay old Jethro a visit. I was out of that bed before my eyes were fully open, and I'm not proud to say it, but that unholy shriek belonged to me. My dog started barking from the laundry room, and I was out that door and down the stairs without bothering to stop to grab a robe, or even put on a pair of pants. I'm still down here now, pacing around downstairs and trying to make sense of it. I pulled on some dirty clothes I found in the laundry room, and I've already googled the names of a couple of exorcists. There's a few thumps and bangs coming from my room, and I'm trying to get the guts to go up there, but I don't know if I want to see what I'll find. Severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties. It was late at night on Saturday when I was greeted with the severe thunderstorm warning plastered over top of my favorite show. I didn't have work tomorrow, so I decided to stay up later than normal and mess around a bit. I groaned, as I was forced to sit and listen to the warning in its entirety. Seek shelter immediately and stay indoors until farther notice. After the warning had finally left the screen, I watched TV for around 2 to 3 hours, before getting up reluctantly off my sofa to pour myself a cup of coffee. As I was halfway through pouring my cup, the power to my apartment had cut out, leaving me in pitch black darkness. "Oh man," I said to myself. I set the cup down on the counter and pulled my phone out to turn my flashlight on. As I was doing this, I noticed I didn't have any signal either. Guess the storm's pretty severe after all. I muttered to myself. Usually whenever we get warnings like this, the storm would pass right by our small town and head to the others. The way the apartment was set up, each building had its own breaker box next to the maintenance room, just on the left of the entrance door. If power went out to a single unit, the owner could simply knock on the door to the maintenance room and ask if they can reset the switch. I wanted to know if and when the power will come back on. So I made my way out of my apartment, shining the flashlight down the hall. I never really left my apartment at night, and never have I had a blackout happen here. The hallway seemed dark, eerie, and just put out a negative vibe that sent a chill down my spine. After checking my surroundings for a little, I decided to venture out towards the end of the corridor. As I walked, I noticed that it was more quiet than normal. Usually the building was quiet, but never like this. A light buzzing noise started filling my ears to try to drown out the silence. All that could be heard was my footsteps, and pant legs brushing against each other with each step I took. A few steps in, I started feeling a little lightheaded and dizzy. Everything felt as though it were spinning. I quickly regained my composure, however, when I heard what sounded like a tearing noise followed by some loud cracking, as if bones were being broken. I figured it was just the thunder and rain outside, and continued on. As I reached the end of the hall, I walked up to the maintenance room door and started knocking softly. "Hey, any word on when the power will come back?" I paused and looked down at my feet after noticing light reflecting off the ground from my phone's flashlight. I aimed the beam of light down at the ground. There was a dark pool surrounding my foot. Unsure at first of what the fluid was, I bent down to get a closer look, and saw that it was a deep crimson color. Blood. My heart started to beat hard in my chest as I got back up. I stood there for a second with thoughts racing in my head on what I should do. So I decided to try and open the door. I very slowly and shakily reached my hand out to the knob to twist it, but it wouldn't move. It was locked. My next instinct was to call the police, but as I started to dial 911, I felt as though there were eyes on me coming from everywhere around me. I finished dialing and pressed call, held the phone up to my ear, and was greeted with a woman on the other end.
911, where's your emergency?
The female operator asked me in a calm, collected voice. I live at 896 Terrace Grove, apartment 12 in building C. I replied shakily.
Okay, and what's the nature of your emergency?
She asked. I went to ask the maintenance guy when the power will come back on, but when I got to the door, I saw a pool of blood coming from under it. My voice became increasingly panicked and shaky. I started to hyperventilate a little, not feeling alone or safe where I was standing. I started to head back to my apartment when I saw it.
Okay, sir. Help is on the way. I need you to stay on the...
The operator continued to talk to me over the phone, but I couldn't bring myself to reply as I stared at the being in front of me. It was tall, much taller than any human being, with long, jagged-looking arms that looked as if they were mangled and disfigured. Its feet looked more like bony talons, bloody, cracked, bony talons. I couldn't get a good view of it, as the light of my phone was shining on the wall next to me, as the operator raised her voice to get my attention.
Sir, hello. Are you there?
She asked nervously, worried that something had happened to me. And at that moment, I was worried that something would happen to me. The creature then snapped its neck, leaving its head resting on one of its shoulders. As it stared at me with empty sockets, I grasped my phone and yelled as I ran down the hallway back to the maintenance room door, jiggling the handle frantically to get in. I turned to see where the being was, and saw that it was running towards me. It was fast, way faster than I could run. The way it ran looked as if its legs were broken. It was limping and stumbling, but it never fell. As it got closer to me, I kicked the door a few times, until the frame keeping it locked snapped. I quickly ran inside and slammed the door next to me. It smelled bad in the room. I shined my light around to get a good look at my surroundings, and froze as I saw the maintenance guy on the floor, his body a mangled mess of skin and organs. His eyes were gone, just 2 empty sockets remained.
Sir, are you okay? What's going on?
I had forgotten I dialed 911. I raised the phone back up to my ear, trying my best to speak coherently. There's something in the building. It killed the maintenance guy. I'm in the maintenance room right now. Please hurry. I said while choking back tears. After I caught my breath, I screamed as I felt the door start to be pushed open. The creature outside was trying to make its way in. I screamed more as I tried to keep the door shut. The 911 operator could do nothing but listen to my shrill cries of terror and fear as I fought for my life to keep this thing out. "Sheriff's office, get on the ground." I heard from down the hall. The police were finally here. I felt a little more at ease finally, but quickly grew fearful again once I heard one of the officers scream out in a muffled, staticky sounding way. What is that? After this, I heard the sound of a gun being fired at whatever was out there. I quickly ducked down and laid in the puddle of blood under me, trying to avoid getting shot. After a while of this, I heard nothing outside but the footsteps of the police walking towards the door. As they got closer and closer, I felt everything around me start to spin and contort. It was overwhelming. Then everything started to go blacker and blacker, until I had passed out on the floor, in the pool of the maintenance guy's blood. I woke up in the emergency room sometime after. I was in a hospital gown, and hooked up to some sort of IV drip. I was confused at first, but quickly remembered the events of the night and early morning. That's when a nurse walked into my room, saw that I was awake, and ran out to get a doctor. After several minutes, he walks into the room holding a clipboard. "Mr. McKinley, how are you feeling?" he asked as he approached my bedside. "A little shaken up, but fine otherwise," I replied. "Do you know where you are right now?" he asked me again, in a tone that implied that I may not know where I was. Yeah, I'm in the hospital," I answered. "Okay, do you know what happened last night?" he asked as he pulled up a chair and sat down, facing me. I relayed everything that I remember about that night, the storm coming, the blackouts, the maintenance room, and it. He looked at me solemnly as if he were upset with my response, and said softly, "I'm sorry, but that's not what happened last night," he said with sorrowful eyes. I looked at him confused. "I saw everything that happened. I know what I saw." "You seem to have been hallucinating. There was never any thunderstorm warning or blackout. According to what your neighbors and police saw, you walked out of your apartment with your phone light on, and went into the maintenance room and..." He sighed and continued. "Mr. McKinley, due to a lack of sleep you've been experiencing combined with an apparent high amount of caffeine in your system, you suffered a psychotic blackout last night. One in which you seem to have hallucinated and, out of some sort of aggression you had, well, you murdered Mr. Springer, the maintenance man," called 911 speaking incoherently. My jaw dropped as he continued to speak. How could any of this have happened? That's not what happened last night. I know what happened. I was almost killed by some demonic being. When the police arrived, they saw you standing in front of the door. They shouted at you to drop the knife you used, and shot you in the leg and abdomen. You hallucinated everything that night, Mr. McKinley. The blackouts, the creature, everything. It would seem all that you saw and heard was piggybacking off of what was really happening. I stared in silence, not sure of what to say or how to react. I noticed movement behind him in the hallway. I looked past him and noticed the creature was standing there, staring at me with its empty eye sockets, smiling at me with a broken smile. It was the start of summer break from college, but sadly for Lucas, one of my suite mates, he got a conditional grade for our physics class. He had to stay for a few more days to review for the removals exam. He was the only one left in our suite while the rest of us, his 3 suite mates, were either already going to our respective hometowns or having a vacation elsewhere. The day I was packing my stuff, I saw his room door open and joked to him, "Dude, just ditch the exam and retake the class next term." "No thanks. I better finish this subject this term or my mom will kill me. It's just almost a week of sacrifice anyway," he replied while slightly smiling and doing some equations. "I was just kidding anyway, man. I'll leave this afternoon. As you know, Tom and Don left already this morning, so that would mean after me leaving it will just be you in here." "Yeah, I know. No need to remind me of my loneliness." "Okay, I'll just pack some more stuff, surrender my keys to the admin, and I'll be ready to go." Our residence hall isn't on campus, and every end of the term, we have to leave the rooms clean and empty. For each floor, there are 4 suites. Each suite has 4 rooms. 1 comfort room with 3 cubicles, and a common room, or a small lounge, all shared by 4 students. "Yeah, man, just tap me before leaving so I'll know," he said with his eyes still focused on his reviewer. After almost an hour of more packing and cleaning my room, I surrendered my keys. Dragging my luggage bag, I dropped by Lucas's room and said my goodbye. He stood up from his studying and gave me a brotherly hug. We said see you in July, while patting one another's backs. After his removals, he called me to tell me a creepy story he said he would never forget. It happened the night after I left our suite. It was just his second day of studying for the exam, but he's pulling an all-nighter already. He was that serious in making sure not to fail it. It was around 3 a.m., and he was half asleep when he heard an eerie laughing of a man coming from outside his window. It grew louder and louder every second. The default setup of the rooms in our suites is that the bed is placed on the farthest corner of the room, the cabinet near the door, and the study table facing the window, for natural light is good for studying, they said. Unless, of course, the resident chooses to change it. In Lucas's case, he chose to not move a thing. He just added some things like a smaller cabinet, a laundry basket, a cork board, and a couple of succulent plants from the farming club he's in. Back to the laughing he was hearing. It made him pause from studying, and he stood up close to his window. As when he was about to hold the handle, a middle-aged man, around 40, stopped him. "Hello there," the man said with an unsettling grin on his face, and still laughing almost uncontrollably, as if it's not 3 in the morning. "Hi?" Lucas replied with a concealed terror. "I'm closing my window because it's becoming chilly. Can I help you?" The man looked at my friend's desk. "Oh, I see that you're still studying. For an exam, perhaps?" "Yeah, but I'm calling it a night and I should get some rest." Giving a shooing message to the creepy man. "Oh yeah, I'm not gonna hold ya. I'm just walking around because I find things funnier in the depth of the night. Anyway, I have some reminder for a young man like you. Don't overwork nor overstudy just for an exam. I don't mean high grades are bad, but make sure you still take care of yourself." The man's advice was indeed true. At least I think so. "Yeah, I'm just trying not to fail a subject that I find really hard. But yeah, I agree with what you said." Lucas responded and found the courage to grip the window handle again. Even then, it's in front of the creepy dude's grinning face. "Alright then, I shall see you around," was the man's last words according to Lucas, before he went back to laughing loudly. He could hear the laugh fading away when Lucas realized something that sent a chill up his spine. Our suite was on the residential hall's 9th floor, and there was no way a man could simply pass by his room window. I don't know how Lucas dealt with it upon realizing that horrifying situation. He just told me that he couldn't sleep and study for the rest of the night, and did most of his studying during daytime in the library afterwards. He also reported the incident to the admin, but that didn't help him much. Well, he did pass his exam. Lucas was able to convince Tom to swap rooms the following term, without telling him what he experienced in it. There was something off today. I'd been hiking for 3 days so far, and I'd always felt completely comfortable here. There was something about this forest that always relaxed me. No matter how crazy life at home got, I always felt better after a few days of hiking, not having to deal with people and all their drama. The forest might be dangerous sometimes, but it was predictably dangerous. If I ran into a bear, I knew the protocol, and I had spray to protect me. Despite that risk, I always feel safe and happy here. This place feels good somehow. Safe and relaxing. An antidote for whatever issues civilization throws at me. But today was different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something feels wrong. I don't want to turn my back to anything. Occasionally I would get this creepy feeling that there were eyes on me. But of course when I turned around, nothing was there. The atmosphere was strange too. I shoved the feeling down and moved on. I didn't have long before nightfall, and I needed to get to the next campsite. This part of forest was significantly denser than usual, with long fingers of moss hanging from the trees and occasional blackberry vines spilling across the trail. It smelled different too. It just smelled older than what I was used to. I was just noticing that the sun was going to go down when something rustled nearby. I jumped, almost tripping on yet another vine, and glanced everywhere. Nothing. And then I heard something. It was like scraping metal, or that awful noise when someone scrapes a knife against a porcelain plate. It was not a noise you should ever hear in the forest. It lasted for about half a second, but stayed in my ringing ears for much longer. I stood completely still for about a minute, barely even breathing. I waited to hear the noise again, but everything was silent. I only turned around when I felt the prickle of eyes on the back of my neck. But when I finally turned, there was nothing. I stopped a minute to catch my breath and continued walking. I normally came here to soothe jangled nerves, but this was doing the exact opposite. At this point, my only thought was to get out of here, back to somewhere with a door and a very good lock. But I was still miles away from any bit of civilization. It was almost dark by the time I heard the noise again. It sounded closer this time. I shined my too-weak flashlight all around me, but all I saw were layers and layers of leaves and moss. As I continued walking, almost tripping in my haste, I couldn't shake the constant feeling of being watched. By now, I was a nervous wreck. I was constantly jumping, seeing movement in the corner of my eye. It was usually just moss blowing in the breeze, but I swear there was something moving in the very corner of my vision, always trying to stay out of my line of sight. But I was paranoid. The last rational part of my brain told me that I had to get out of here, get to the next campsite, and everything would be fine. I was in such a hurry that it took me a while to notice something else. Even at night, there should have been plenty of noise from birds, insects, animals, and everything else that lived here, but now it was completely silent. I couldn't even hear the leaves and moss rustling in the wind. There was an oppressive, foreign, and somehow malevolent silence in the air. All I could hear was my thumping heart and labored breathing. And then there was that sound again, this time from directly behind me. Not wanting to believe my ears, I slowly turned around. About 15 feet away from me, there was a pair of glowing, yellow eyes. They were too far above the ground to belong to any animal. Above them I could see the outline of a huge pair of antlers, half hidden by the darkness. I heard quick, heavy footsteps as they rapidly grew closer, and a pair of impossibly long arms came into view, tipped with jagged claws. I stumbled backwards, in a futile effort to get away from whatever this thing was. But it was far too late. The last thing I felt was hot, foul breath on my face, before everything went black. For as long as I can remember, my family has owned this little cabin in northern Michigan. Originally it served as a hunting lodge for my grandfather and his friends, but when he passed away my father inherited it. We spent many weekends there over the years, but once my brother and I left home, the place was used less and less. Eventually my parents began renting it out to people looking for a quiet stay in the woods, an Airbnb type of deal. The cabin sits on 20 acres of land deep in the woods. The closest neighbors are half a mile away, and the nearest town is 20 miles away. Perfect for those looking to get away from it all. They've been renting the place out for years with no problems at all, until last winter that is. Last December a couple requested to book the cabin for a week. Dad doesn't like to rent the place out in the winter, mostly because it's heated by a wood-burning stove that requires a ton of wood to be chopped in preparation, and also because he has to pay someone to come plow out all of the snow, and it can be pricey. The couple, a wealthy doctor and his wife, said they'd pay triple if they had to. All the other places they had tried were booked through the holidays, and it was the week of their anniversary. My dad reluctantly agreed, and made all the necessary calls to get the place opened up. He called me on December 20th, and asked if I could drive up to the cabin. It was only about 45 minutes from where I was staying at the time, and meet with the couple, let them in, show them around, etc. He had come down with the flu and couldn't make it, so I said I would. As I drove down the cabin's long drive the next afternoon, a winter storm advisory was going on the radio. The roads were clear for now, but there would be 24 to 30 inches of snow by the next afternoon, it warned. A record-breaking storm for the area, according to the meteorologist. I felt a little uneasy and decided I'd give the couple an opportunity to back out with a full refund if they wanted. With the storm coming, I didn't think it would be wise for them to be stranded up there alone, especially since cell phone signal in those parts is, for the most part, non-existent, and plows can take a few days to get to the back roads. When I reached the cabin, I saw a shiny black Mustang parked out front, and felt a sense of dread that I can hardly describe or make sense of. I had this sudden urge to tell these people that the deal was off, and that they needed to go somewhere, anywhere else. Instead, I parked my car, got out, and walked over to greet them. I could tell that they weren't from the area as soon as I saw them. The man was wearing an expensive-looking suit, and the woman had on a fur coat and designer heels. Not exactly proper winter gear for the climate. "Hi, Claire Lane. My dad is the one who owns this place. I believe you spoke on the phone?" I said as I stuck my hand out to shake the man's and then the woman's. "Yeah," the man said, looking me over. "We really appreciate him agreeing to let us stay on such short notice." He paused. "Of course, I'll make it worth his while." As the man whom I came to know as Dr. Grant Oswald, and I went over the details of their stay. Mrs. Oswald went up to the porch steps and walked over to the window, peering inside. "This place is perfect, Grant," she called over happily. "It's even better than the pictures." Grant looked at me and smiled. I took them inside as we walked through the front door. I breathed a small sigh of relief. The wood burner was going in the far corner of the living room, and the place was nice and warm. My dad's friend Jimmy from down the road had already been by, and gotten the wood chopped and the fire started. That was one less thing for me to worry about. I showed them around, and gave them a little history on the place. They seemed like nice enough people, but I still had that nagging feeling telling me they shouldn't be there. Before I left, I gave them their route. "Look, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there's a storm coming. It's expected to drop a couple feet of snow, and you're a long way from any kind of help if something were to happen. If the weather is bad enough, it might be a while before someone can come plow you out. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for you to stay here given the circumstances." I stared at them carefully as I said this, and saw what looked like an expression of fear, or concern, flash across Mrs. Oswald's face. "We'll be fine," Grant assured me with a good-natured grin. "We've brought enough food and supplies to last a week, and it looks like there's enough wood out there to heat this place for a whole month, if need be." "Okay, but if you find yourself needing anything, there's an old CB radio in the back bedroom upstairs. Most of the old-timers around here have them. You might be able to reach someone that way. We do have our cell phones." Mrs. Oswald laughed. "They won't do you much good up here," I told her. At this, they both pulled out their phones and looked at them. No bars. As I left there that day, that gut feeling refused to subside, but I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid and I continued home. It had been 5 days since the Oswalds had checked into the cabin, and every night since, I had been plagued with strange nightmares. It was the same one every time. It started with me driving down that long driveway to the cabin. I'd get out of my truck and that's when I'd see the paw prints. Thousands of huge, bloody paw prints, all around the property, and leading up to the porch steps to the cabin's wide open door. The door would then slam shut, and I would wake up drenched in a cold sweat, unable to shake that dreadful feeling. I decided that enough was enough. I would drive to the cabin that day and check on the Oswalds. Prove to myself that this whole thing was just some weird reaction to the stress I'd been under lately, with school and my new job. The ride up wasn't that bad. The storm had dropped a solid 22 inches, but the plows had been out full force over the last 2 days, so the main roads were mostly clear. I called Jimmy and asked if the back roads had been cleared. He said they had. So far, so good. I told him about my plans of going to go check on the Oswalds, but left out the parts about the nightmares and strange intuitions. I didn't want to make myself look crazy, if this turned out to be nothing. He said I was more than welcome to stop by and have dinner with him and his wife, Maureen, when I was finished, and I said that I would. It was nearly 5 p.m. when I arrived at the cabin. The first thing I noticed was that, despite the fact that the sun had nearly set, all the lights were off inside. I put my pickup in 4-wheel drive and pulled up next to the black Mustang, which was now partially buried in a snowdrift. As I approached it, I noticed the second odd thing. The driver's side door was wide open. When I looked inside, I saw the keys dangling from the ignition. There was snow inside piled on the seat and floor, so I knew it had to have been like that for a while. As I walked around towards the porch, I saw the paw prints. My blood ran cold. I stood there for a minute just listening, but there was only silence. I walked up the porch steps. The snow was knee-deep and I could feel it soaking through my jeans. I could see that the door was slightly ajar, so I quickly shoved it open with my foot and went inside. The house was ice cold. The wood burner held nothing but old ashes, and I knew that the fire had to have been out for at least a day or two. "Dr. Oswald?" I called out. "Mrs. Oswald? Is anyone here?" Silence. I went to the hall closet where my parents kept all of our old yard games and sports equipment, and grabbed the baseball bat that had once belonged to my brother. I didn't know what, if anything, I might encounter, but there was a huge part of me that had to get to the bottom of it. I turned on the living room lights and looked around. The first thing I saw was that the large, overstuffed sofa, where my brother and I had spent our rainy days watching movies, had been completely torn to shreds. Stuffing, bits of fabric, and splinters from its wooden frame were scattered around the room. I treaded quietly into the kitchen and noticed that it had been trashed too. The dining table was on its side, and there were what looked like teeth marks on the legs. The chairs had been torn to pieces, and the refrigerator was wide open, half-eaten food and empty wrappers surrounding it. This was really, really bad. I knew at that point I had two choices. I could go upstairs and check the bedrooms, or I could run outside, jump in my truck, and get out of there, and let the police handle the rest. For whatever reason, I felt this overwhelming urge to go upstairs, so that's what I did. When I got to the top of the stairs, I caught a whiff of something rancid, and instantly recognized it as that unforgettable smell of death and decay. I peered into the first bedroom and saw nothing out of the ordinary. When I looked into the second bedroom was when I saw it. A leg. A human leg. It was on the floor beside the bed. It was almost completely stripped of any flesh or muscle except for the foot, which was somehow intact. I figured it belonged to Mrs. Oswald because the toenails were painted bright red. I stifled a scream and ran for the stairs. My curiosity had officially run out, and all I wanted to do was get out of there. As I rounded the corner and put my foot on the first step, I heard a loud crash that came from downstairs. I stood at the top of the stairs and stared down. I saw a large shadow pass by in the light that was coming from the kitchen. Then I heard the growl. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard, and it filled me with a kind of terror I haven't felt before, or since. I ran down the hall and into the third bedroom, the door that had belonged to my parents. I shut the door as quietly as I could and locked it. When I turned around, I saw Dr. Oswald, or what was left of him anyway. There was a ribcage laying on the bed that had been picked clean, and his head was on the floor only 2 feet from where I was standing. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth seemed to be frozen in a permanent scream. The walls and carpet were covered in dry blood. I held my hands over my mouth to keep from screaming, but hot tears began to run down my face. I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Slow, heavy footsteps. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. I could hear the thing rummaging around the 2 other rooms, and I knew it wouldn't be long before it made its way to the one I was in. I laid on the floor and looked under the door. I saw the shadow of 2 feet walk by, and then come back and stop in front of the door. God help me. Whatever was on the other side of that door started sniffing, like a dog does when it's caught an interesting scent. I gripped the baseball bat in both hands, but now doubted that it would do me any good. I had a moment of clarity and remembered the CB radio. It was on the floor behind me. It looked as if Dr. Oswald may have tried to use it. I clicked it on and grabbed the microphone. "Hello? I don't know if anyone is listening right now, but I need help," I pleaded, just above a whisper. There was no response. "Please, if anyone can hear me, I'm at the Lane cabin on mile 7. Something terrible has happened. I need help sent right away." I shrieked into the mic desperately. There was no doubt now that the thing outside had heard me. It began clawing at the door frantically, and I could hear splinters of wood hitting the floor outside. I knew it wouldn't be long before that thing broke through. I finally heard a voice come through on the CB, but there was too much static for me to understand what they were saying. I wasn't sure if they had even heard my message, and I was running out of time. The door was only seconds away from losing its battle, so I ran to the window and opened it quietly. I climbed out onto the roof and looked over the edge. It was maybe a 15-foot drop, but I thought I might be okay if I managed to land in one of the snowdrifts. Just then I heard the bedroom door inside break open. I looked back and saw the creature standing in the window looking at me. I instantly knew what it was now. There was no confusion anymore. It stood there for a moment, regarding me. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the moon was illuminating the creature like a spotlight. I could see that its thick, black fur was matted in old blood. Its eyes were reflecting the light in such a way that they looked like two glowing orbs. It bared its teeth and growled, saliva dripping from its treacherous jaws. Its long teeth perfectly capable of taking a person's head off in one swift bite. I hesitated for a second, and then jumped as the creature broke through the window, and clambered onto the roof after me. I hit the ground hard, and struggled to my feet. I heard the creature jump down after me, and a moment later, I was feeling its hot breath on the back of my neck. It grabbed the back of my coat and yanked me towards it. My feet left the ground, and I knew it was all over for me. Then I heard a gunshot. The creature let out a yelp and fell to the ground, bringing me down with it. It clumsily raced to its feet and ran for the woods. The person who had fired the first shot fired two more after it, but they both missed. The creature disappeared into the darkness, leaving a trail of thick, black blood in its wake. A second later, there was a long, ear-splitting howl that echoed through the forest and then silence. "Claire?" a voice said. "Are you alright?" It was Jimmy. "It's real," I said quietly, feeling almost in a state of shock. "It's really real." "Sure it is," he replied. "Now let's get out of here before it decides to come back. I wounded it, but they heal fast. This is the last night of the full moon. Once morning hits, it will return to whatever hell it came from, at least for a while." "I thought it was just a dumb campfire story the old-timers told to scare us as kids." "The stories start from a bit of truth," he said gently. He offered me his hand and helped me off the ground. "You can ride with me back to my place and stay with Maureen and I for the night. We'll be safe there. But the people who were staying here, they're..." I began to sob. "I'll call down to the station in the morning. I don't want anyone else coming here right now. Not until morning." I stared out the window as we drove. Neither of us said a word. The nursery rhyme from my childhood played in my head again and again, threatening to drive me mad. Every 7 years, in the full moon's light, there comes a dog who walks upright. Unlucky souls who cross his trail never live to tell the tale. The police listed the cause of death for the Oswalds as an animal attack, and I guess they weren't entirely wrong. Jimmy and I didn't bother correcting them. Sheriff McCoy knew the truth, as well as we did. The deep woods hold secrets only the locals understand. My wife Sarah has been obsessed with the Mandela effect ever since she saw some viral video about it on YouTube. Every time she sees a logo that she thinks has changed, she panics and has to tell me about it. I do enjoy conspiracy theories myself, but this one I am pretty skeptical about. Her most recent fascination is the scene from Forrest Gump, where he says, "Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates." She insists that she knows he said, "Life is like a box of chocolates." This was absurd to me. Clearly this could have been misheard, and I always brushed it off and laughed. Until the other night Sarah was scrolling through Reddit, when she found a Mandela effect that neither of us had heard before. It was the Looney Tunes effect. I had to take a second look at the words, because I was in disbelief. I knew for a fact that it was Looney Tunes, with 2 O's, not Tunes, Tunes. I immediately had to Google for a different image of the words, because I figured it was just a Photoshop picture. To my surprise, I couldn't find a single picture with the Tunes spelling. I knew it was spelled with 2 O's. I had a Looney Tunes game for the original PlayStation system, and I knew the cover like the back of my hand. I remembered I left it in an old wooden shack at my grandparents' farm where I grew up. It was our own storage place for the stuff we wanted to keep for nostalgic reasons. I figured it would have been long gone by now. I know the house was bought out after my grandparents passed away. I knew this was going to haunt me if I didn't at least drive down there to see if the shack was still standing. I didn't sleep very much that night thinking about it. I was off work for the day, and the farm wasn't too far from me, so I decided to head down there to check it out. Sarah thought I was crazy, but I had an overwhelming urge to prove this one wrong. I pulled up to the dirt road that led to the farm, and I thought a lot would have changed, but everything was exactly as I remembered it. I got chills as all the memories started flooding in. Normally I look back on my childhood here, and saw it as another life entirely. But this moment in time, I swear it was like I had never left. The house hadn't changed a bit. It looked as if nobody had moved in. I thought I wouldn't care either way, but I was happy it didn't. I drove through as slow as I could partially take it all in, but also because I didn't want to find out that the old barn was torn down, or emptied out. I pulled over just past the old chicken coop, and started walking to the back of the farm. Even the smells in the air took me back, and I didn't want to leave. I headed around the back of the old barn, and I could see the shack from a distance. I was set on finding this old game, and I knew I left it in a box in there. I walked up to the door and slowly opened it, full of anticipation. To my surprise, everything was still there with no cobwebs, or any sign of age. Somebody must have been coming in here to dust everything off. But why would they do that? I found the box where I kept all of my games, and sure enough it was in there. Looney Tunes, with 2 O's, exactly as I remembered. I couldn't wait to get home and show Sarah. Suddenly I heard footsteps, and before I could peek out the side of the door, it swung open from the other side. It was a young boy, maybe about 8 or 9 years old. He asked me who I was, and I explained to him I grew up here, and I apologized for trespassing. He tried telling me those were his games, which explained why everything in here was still so clean. I told him these were my old things, and that I had left them here when I was a kid. He argued that his grandma bought those games for him, and that everything in the shack was his. The game fell straight out of my hand, and I stood there in shock. The comment he made forced me to focus on the details I didn't notice before. Even the scar under his lip. It was me. As far-fetched as it sounded, I didn't deny the thought of it. It all made sense now. The feeling that had been overwhelming me since I pulled up to the dirt road. I must have stumbled into some sort of alternate dimension, where space and time didn't line up. I didn't know how to explain this to myself without sounding like a lunatic. I picked up the game to show him what I was there for, and tried to explain it as best as I could. I looked away for no more than 5 seconds, and he was gone. I held on to the game tightly, and ran out looking for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. I rushed home to tell Sarah what I had experienced, and show her the game. I went into this expecting to prove a point, and I may have only proved the Mandela effect to be true. I pulled into my driveway and reached over to grab the game from the passenger seat. I was disappointed and confused to see that the cover read Looney Tunes, Tunes. I must have crossed from one dimension to another. Either that or what I saw was all in my head. Either way, the experience was unforgettable to say the least. I'd always been alone in my whole big house up until recently when I started to sense some unfamiliar presence drifting about. My house has 7 bedrooms, a dining room, a main room, a basement, a big spacious kitchen, and about 4 other rooms I barely go into. Every room has lights and the house never goes a night without illumination, but the lights in the corridor to the room in the farther end, one of the rooms I hardly visit, have been going on and off by themselves, and even when I flip the switch off, the problem never seems to cease, and so I find myself thinking what anyone would. That it was a circuit problem, a connection problem, or a power surge. I got an electrician the next day, and he told me there was absolutely no problem. I thought I could sleep it off. I really thought so, but strange noises started coming from the room. From groans and moans, to the flipping of switches. Sometimes I could even hear mumbling and muffled screams. I live alone and I'm not a superstitious person. I barely involve myself with social life. I have no friends except my family, and they're miles away from me. I'm also not a religious person, so I thought it might be some trespasser I never crossed paths with, considering how big the house is, but I couldn't shake the thought that something was wrong. That night, despite having turned all the lights in the entire house on, I took a flashlight with me just in case, and I started towards the room. I was about 6 paces away when the lights in the entire house went off. There was a big window in the corridor, but it was on the farther end from where I was, and even the light pulsing from the moon and streetlights wasn't enough to shake off the darkness from the corridor. I tapped the button on the flashlight with shaky hands, expecting light to burst from it, but there was only darkness and it was absorbing me at the moment. I checked to see if there were any battery cells, and they lodged perfectly on their deck. A loud bang came from the door of the room. It was so loud it made me jump, and the torch fell from my grip. Every inch of my body was telling me to run from that door, to run from my house, but I still did it anyway. I scruffily shuffled towards the door, hearing gentle tapping on it from the inside, and when I closed the distance, it was suddenly silent. The silence was eerie, enough to send 1,000 stupid thoughts in my head. Call me resilient. I clutched the doorknob with my sweaty, shaky cold hands, and slowly turned it. A click came from it, and I pushed the door open, but it didn't budge, so I stepped away from it, getting ready to kick it. I lunged my foot forward on target, but before I could set it in, the door was flung open, sending me crashing inside. With a loud bang, the door was shut, leaving me in absolute darkness. And then something brushed against my arm. The smell from the room was foul, a nasty odor almost like there was a decomposing body. I stood up ready for an encounter with the devil, and started thrusting my arms around, but I felt nothing. Then I got blinded as the lights flooded the entire house. Hastily turning everywhere to see my opponent, as my eyes slowly adjusted to the brightness, I was appalled to find out that I was back in my bedroom. I am now thinking of putting the house on sale, but I'll only be pressing forth this evil to them. What should I do? I'm not usually the type to overthink things, or get scared easily, but this incident that happened to me a few months back really stuck with me. I used to babysit a lot for people in my town. I guess it was an easy way to make a bit of money as a teen. Before this, nothing really crazy or notable happened to me before, so this really shook me up. I was looking after one of my mom's friend's kids. I'll call him Ryan for the sake of the story. I can't remember exactly, but I think Ryan was about 9 years old at the time, and he seemed like a pretty normal kid. When I first got to the house, the parents showed me around, gave me Ryan's bedtime, you know, the usual. It seemed like it was going to be a relaxing night of watching movies, when the parents left at around 6 p.m. that evening. Ryan and I just played Smash Bros for a couple hours, and watched SpongeBob before he went to bed at 9. After he went to bed, I made myself a bowl of cereal, and got comfortable on the couch. But not even 2 minutes later, I heard what I thought were footsteps coming from upstairs. At first, I just shrugged it off as Ryan going to the toilet or something, but it went on for an unusual amount of time. After another minute or so, I finally decided to go upstairs to check if Ryan was okay, but when I checked in his room, he was fast asleep, even snoring. I thought maybe he rushed to bed and pretended to be asleep when he heard me coming up the stairs, so I let him know I heard him, and went back downstairs, and sat back on the couch, After about 2 minutes later, the footsteps started again. This time I was getting a little bit upset. I went upstairs once again, expecting to see Ryan in a different position in his bed. But this time I noticed something. As I approached the door to Ryan's room, the toilet door across the hall at the other end slowly shut. I quickly peered into Ryan's room, and as much as I didn't want him to be, there he was, in the exact same position as before. My heart stopped. Do I get Ryan out of the house and call the police? Do I investigate myself? Stupidly, I chose the latter. As I edged closer to the bathroom door, a rancid stench filled my nose. It was a strong smell of damp dog. That's the only way I can really explain it. I grabbed a trophy that was on the cabinet next to me. I hesitated, then quickly swung open the door. Nothing. The room was empty, but the window was wide open. Instinctively, I ran to the window and looked outside to see if I could see anything. At the end of the garden, I caught a glimpse of a ragged, dirty, homeless-looking person's body as they climbed over the fence. I woke up Ryan and asked him if he saw anything. He told me he hadn't. And honestly, we were lucky neither of us got hurt. I called the police and told them everything, and they told me to keep all the doors and windows completely closed and locked. Then they assured me that there would be an all-night patrol of the area. It goes without saying, I didn't babysit again after this. Conventional therapy is pointless for me. I think it's because of the way therapy works. The therapist is supposed to pinpoint something that you're not seeing, that is causing your thinking and emotions negatively so you can address it. It's essential that the therapist is asking the right questions, of course. You could see a therapist for many reasons, as long as you go to them with an open mind, and the slightest clue of what's been bothering you. This method never worked for me. I had not the slightest idea of what was amiss. I just sat there talking to myself while the therapist was probably practicing her best improv drawing of me. I struggle with being underjoyed. Not exactly depressed, just not happy. Is there a purpose for this life? I grew up with a religious family. I was told that the reason for living is to be the most like a saint you possibly can. You are not promised happiness here on earth, but of storing up gifts in heaven. You live a life that is according to God's plan, and when you die you either get a high five or you receive a slap on the wrist. For what? Not understanding where you went astray. Did you take a wrong turn at a fork in the road? Maybe you picked the rusty fork up and chose to go your own way. I discovered that people in Thailand do something called darkroom enlightenment. Extended amounts of time spent in the dark stimulates the pineal gland. It's an ancient practice where a person secludes themselves in a completely pitch-dark room for up to 14 days with limited food and water. Just enough for survival. You could fast from food if you wanted to make the experience even more extreme. It's known that it releases DMT in the brain, which causes altered consciousness, which creates feelings of internal oneness. The human body only releases DMT typically the minute you're born, and the minute you take your last breath. There is also a link between darkroom therapy and tribes in the Amazon. They believe it connects their souls to a spirit realm, a waking consciousness. It can help people suffering from a psychological disorder. After I decided to do it, I looked for places that even still provided that sort of thing anymore. No rooms in my house would work for it. I found this wellness spa. They offer things like hypnosis for quitting smoking, and pain management with things like acupuncture and all alternate healing. The website said, "Please apply in person for interest in our darkroom." I parked outside contemplating if I was really about to do this. I stared at the building for about 15 minutes before I turned the car off and got out. I walked in and walked up to the desk. The lady seemed nice, almost too nice. In a high-pitched voice, "Name, please." "I have no appointment. I was interested in using your darkness room. Your website says to apply in person." Her facial expressions went bleak. "Oh, okay then. Sign this form here, here, and here. Somebody will be right with you." I thanked her after signing, then sat down in the waiting area. I grabbed a magazine off from the table. 10 Ways to Transform Your Life. Really, I said out loud. A lady that was waiting a few seats over gave me the dirtiest look I have ever received. She had a white robe on, and in the pockets I could read the name of the center. Serenity Wellness Spa. Sorry, I whispered. The door opened. A woman stepped out and stated my name. This way, please. She was wearing scrubs like a nurse. Her hair was combed back tightly in a bun. As we were walking down the hallway, she told me that not a lot of people inquire about it anymore. Most people think it's still kind of taboo. I have done it, and it is quite an experience, she told me. Have you ever indulged in any drugs before? Ecstasy? Molly? It could hinder how well this will work for you. How about taking any medications? She asked. I looked at her and said that I never have. I was lying, of course. You can tell me. It's all confidential here, she said. I assured her I haven't. At the end of the hall there were double doors. She used her elbows and pushed all her weight into them. You sure you are going to be able to get me? She laughed nervously. Of course. It just needs the hinges adjusted, she said. She showed me the room I would be staying in for days. It was about 10 foot long by 10 foot wide. It was empty except for a few boxes of crackers and bottled water. What's with the padding? Do I get a complimentary straitjacket too? She rolled her eyes at me. No, that's for your safety. Just precaution. Okay then, I said. She handed me a robe, the same kind the hostile woman was wearing in the lobby. Put this on. You're all set to get started. Just knock when you're all done getting undressed and are wearing the robe. When you want someone to come get you, please press this button here, and the door will open for you, and one of our staff members will get notified. I knocked and sat down in the middle of the room. Then the lights went on above me. I was in complete darkness. The first few hours I was bored. I wanted to be at home on my couch binge watching Netflix. Then I remembered all the positive effects this could have on me. For once I was determined to pull through with something. The darkness around me started to feel like a heavy blanket around my shoulders. I had no real sense of time. Feeling aware of my body breathing gave me anxiety. I had to distract myself from thinking about it. The floor felt cold against my cheek. I pushed myself to a sitting position. I forgot where I was for a minute. I must have fallen asleep. I got up carefully onto my feet. When I knew I was standing, I put my hands out to feel around for a wall. I started to count as I took steps forward. 1, 2, 3. I said under my breath, 4. Someone whispered into my ear. I lost my equilibrium and fell onto my back. Hello? Nobody answered me. I shrugged it off as a completely normal incident, considering the circumstances. I closed my eyes, or I think I did. The room was a black void. At one point I could see a light. Where was it coming from? Was it really there? How could there be light? Crawling on my hands and knees, I scurried towards it. I felt the padding under my fingers as I went. A wind blew through my hair. I felt like I was crawling forever. I looked at my hands, except my hands didn't seem like hands anymore. I saw 10 towering trees and rivers, with streams split off from each other getting wider and wider. I was staring down as if I was a bird up in the sky. I dove down closer. I observed a massive hole in the land that pulsated to an unknown vibration. I could not move my gaze from the hole in the ground. Its shape kept shifting like looking into a kaleidoscope. The opening on the ground unveiled its final form. I saw a girl's face. Features angular but feminine. Her eyes opened into purple stones. They cracked and disintegrated into black sand. Then I was falling into the unknown with nothing to grasp. Particles showered down around me. After a few seconds, I realized I was not falling at all. I was still on my hands and knees. I was feeling fingers tightly around my ankle bones. I yelled out for them to let go. I kicked my feet towards where I thought they would be, without looking. The glass shattered to the floor. Looking at her, there was no feeling of trepidation. The essence she produced was more of a reflection of how I have been feeling all of my life. Listlessness. You're just a manifestation of my unhappiness. You can't hurt me. You're part of me. Her expression was unchanged. I remembered a Bible verse that has always stuck with me. I just never understood it until that moment. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places seeking rest, and he does not find it. I just stared at her only a few seconds, and eternity all at the same time. The door to the hallway opened. The light that came through was blinding, almost ironic in a way that nearly all encounters with a deity end with a bright light. The experience was utterly spiritual. "Miss Antonella?" She asked into the room. How long have I been in here?" I asked her. "Long enough, about 6 days," she replied. That was not possible, I thought. After everything, I was ready to go. Now that the room was visible, I saw that nothing changed except a few bottles of water that were now empty. My stomach ached as I walked towards the door. "How was it? Do you feel any better?" "I'm sure I will feel much better when I stop at the nearest gas station to grab a bite to eat." When I got home, I swear I slept for 16 hours straight. After I woke up, I ran to the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, I found myself looking at the tiles on the walls. At first, I thought it was my neighbors in the apartment next door, but the banging sound would have come from my living room. Then the tiles began to fall off the wall as pieces of cement were crumbling to the ground. It suddenly ceased, and the walls were entirely untouched as they were before. The week following the therapy, not only did I begin seeing things that were not there, but I also started feeling depressed. I mean, extremely sad. I didn't want to eat. Falling asleep was nearly impossible. I felt terrible. Turning to the internet for help, I jotted down a number for a nearby shaman. We decided to meet in person. I told him what I did and what's been happening to me. "You killed it, right?" Many people have a hard time doing that at the end of the session. It's the part that delivers you. "Kill her? What do you mean?" I asked. "When your negativity leaves you and manifests outside your body, you are supposed to kill it." I had no option to. She never came out of the mirror, and I never felt threatened by her. That is very odd. "Well, I don't know if this is important or not, but I sort of lied about not taking any medication." "What type of medication?" he asked, looking worried. "An antidepressant." "This was a serious mistake on your part. You are not feeling everything you needed to feel to know that you must kill it. Matthew 12:45, then goeth he, and taketh with it 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there, and the last state of that man is worse than the first." I stopped taking my medication by dumping the entire bottle down the sink. She was occupying the corner again last night. I sat up in bed and turned on the light. She was staring at me with her inanimate expression. I grabbed for the pocket knife in the drawer. My hand found the knife. She turned her head slowly towards me. Her facial expressions began to change into a state of ferocity. I let go of the blade, and she looked threatening again. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to try to kill her. What if it's only possible to do it during the darkness therapy? I guess I am going back to try again. I wonder if there will be more than one this time. I work as a security guard officer downtown in a big city. Most of my job is making sure people aren't camped out in building entryways or in the parking garages that I patrol. Mostly I just drive around and stop if I need to remove someone from the property. But a few of my buildings require me to go inside and clear each floor, stairwell, and the parking garage, if they have one. But most don't. To make sure nobody's snuck inside and set up shop for the night. Inside the buildings I have to patrol. We have little scan tags that we have to scan with our phones, so our company can track that we're actually doing our jobs. But it takes forever to scan them, and most of them are broken anyways. The people I deal with are mostly homeless, but I do get a few out-of-towners just trying to find a place to sleep in their cars for a while before getting back on the road. Regardless of who it is, I try to be polite and give directions to the nearest shelter, non-secure block that is homeless friendly, or a safe place that you can legally park and sleep for the night. Most people are pretty understanding, and will get up and go without needing to be told twice. But some are a little more reluctant, and occasionally violent. The most common line I get after nicely asking someone to vacate the premises is, "You're not a cop," which is always a fun one. But sometimes they switch it up to, "I'll kill you," or "I'm going to wear your skin." It's a boring job, with some excitement thrown in occasionally. But it pays the bills, and it's really not that bad most nights. I do get a little creeped out in a few of my buildings though. Two in particular. I just can't shake that feeling that I'm being watched. Or like something or someone dangerous is lurking around the corner. Or just on the next floor. It also doesn't help that one of the creepy underground parking garages has 0 cell signal. Which is super great, and not terrifying to think about at all. Monday night. Something happened in that parking garage that's got my stomach in knots, and is keeping me up at night. I haven't told anyone, and I don't think anyone close to me would actually believe me if I told them. Since I was a little girl, I loved telling stories. Particularly scary stories. I made and still make up stories to scare the crap out of my siblings, friends, fiance, even my parents. Stories about ghosts in the house, strange noises and knocking, and whatever else my overactive imagination conjures up. And I know if I told them, it'd be brushed off. I know it would. My last rounds on Monday at about 3 a.m., I was finishing up my 5th floor tour of one of the creepy old buildings. And like usual, there was nothing incredibly eventful. Just a few lights out and a few doors that should be locked but weren't. I made my way down to the east stairs to the 1st floor of the parking garage, so I could scan the tag and get the hell out of there. The tag on this floor is located outside the P1 East stairway door. So I popped out, scanned the tag with only a little difficulty, and was about to go back through the door to head down to P2 when I heard what sounded like heavy, quick footsteps coming down the ramp. I paused and the noises faded, so I chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me. Besides, the sliding door you need to open to the garage is closed, and the only way to get it open is to hold the fob near the sensor, and the only people that have those are employees. Not to mention they'd be driving, not walking. I went back through the doors and continued down the steps to my next floor. As I made it to the bottom, I grabbed the handle to the door that would lead me back into the garage, and heard the telltale sound of a door opening above me. I ripped open the door, opting not to scan the tag on this floor, and headed straight for the west stairwell. I find I'm far less concerned with what my boss may think about a missing scan point when I'm possibly about to die. I found myself thinking maybe the homeless man who wanted to wear my skin is about to make good on his weird threat. I made it down to P2 and kept going. There was only one floor between me and my car, and I was dead set on making it to the car before whoever was in here with me could catch up. The sound of the stairwell door opening from below me stopped me in my tracks. That's impossible, I thought. He was just on P1. There's no way he had the time to make it all the way downstairs and make it to the stairwell door on the opposite side of the parking garage before I could even make it to my car. I tore up the stairs. I could hear laughing, like 500 nails on 100 chalkboards, pierce through the air my entire way up to the lobby. I could see shadows below me bouncing off the walls. I yanked my phone out of my pocket, tripping over myself as I exited the stairwell into the lobby. I stared at the screen and willed for the X over the service bars to disappear. They finally did as I made my way out of the front doors. I called 911, my voice shaking as I relayed my story to the operator. When the police showed up, I let them in the building, but refused to enter myself until they'd been through every floor. When the officers met me back on the street after about 20 minutes, they told me whoever it was must be gone now. But whoever was there had managed to get in my patrol car and toss my stuff around. They said it was probably just some kids trying to scare me. I still made one of the officers walk me down to my car before they left. When I got in, I locked my doors and sped to the exit ramp. The sliding door seemed to take an extra long time opening, but I finally made it out. I'm required to wait outside the door in my car until the sliding door shuts all the way, so nobody gets in behind me. So I put the car in park and wait. Just as the door was about a third of the way shut, a man appeared in my rearview mirror, right behind the door. I screamed so loud I could see the windows shake. He was unkempt and dirty, and immediately filled me with a sense of dread. He just stood there smiling a little too wide while the door closed, lowering his head with the door to keep me in his line of sight. Just before the door was closed too far for me to see his face anymore, I saw him give a little wave and mouth the words, "Next time." Like I've said in my previous stories, I appear to be a magnet for the strange and otherworldly. It seems drawn to me for some reason. I've never understood why. But of all the things I've experienced living in this small town in Pennsylvania, I believe this. This thing gave me the key, and I mean the literal key, to answering my questions as to why. Let us begin. It was the day after my birthday, Tuesday, April 2nd. Yes, I know, I'm the April Fool. Maybe I am. I had just gotten off work. It was 10 p.m. and I stepped outside and texted my ride. Much to my surprise, they said they weren't coming. Of course, I said out loud. My manager offered to stay with me while I found another ride home, or to take me herself. Then someone came into the parking lot, a familiar black Dodge Ram, a truck I haven't seen in over 4 years. My good friend Barr, who went to the Marine Corps after high school, was driving. In the back seat, my friends John and his sister Jessie, who moved to Virginia after high school, and between them was Will, who stopped speaking to me when the group sort of disbanded. Now, just to be clear, I've changed everyone's names to protect their identities. Any stories I have involving them, I'll be using these names to keep it easy to tell who's who. I hopped in the truck and the group of us headed off. After arriving at my home, they asked me if I'd like to go to the Old Spot. Let me explain. The Old Spot was a little camping area we used to go to back in the day. I happily said yes. Hell yes, in fact. I was reluctant to tell my girlfriend. She had never met my friends, but I'd told her countless stories of old days. I wanted to enjoy my night catching up. We headed off deep into the woods, and after making a fire and setting up, having drinks, and just overall having a good time recounting our teenage years and swapping stories of how our lives have been, we all began to tire. Barr was showing off his new .45 Magnum revolver. I can recall countless times he brandished his old .44 his dad gave him, and all the times we fired it together, even one time back in 2017, when the whole scary clowns crap was going on, him basically making 3 of them crap themselves by showing it. A short story, but a story for another day. More of a comedy, that one though, I admit. I headed off to go to the bathroom. I went off into the tree line just out of sight, but not too far into the dark, the fire and my friends still in view. As I unzipped my jeans, I heard Jessie do a cat-calling whistle to me. Just for context, Jessie is like a sister to me, but we did have a thing as teenagers. She's a very open person and not afraid to act like a guy when it comes to most conversations. I missed this. My friends, my best friends, the people I trust more than anything or anyone. My friends who have shared some of my experiences, and I'm afraid to tell even them this. As I was pissing, I heard a stick crack in the distance. Now, animals in this area are common. My hometown is, as I said in the past, like 3 towns basically put together with one long highway connecting them, and some surrounding parts of them. We're surrounded by mountains on all sides, the main one being called Roxon. I've slightly changed its actual name to keep the exact location less obvious. Please understand, I do this for my own safety as well as yours. This place, as you'll come to learn, is strange. I assumed it was a deer. Deer are the most common, maybe something smaller. Then I thought, what if it's a mountain lion? Mountain lions are common in Pennsylvania, despite locals refusing to accept that they do live in this area. I could hear the others still laughing and talking. I quickly finished my business, and reached for my own gun. I only just recently got this one. It's a Smith & Wesson 1911. It fires .45 ammo. It's a reliable weapon. I mean, they haven't changed its design since it was made, hence its name 1911. Some small details. Now I'm going to give you the gun's name. Some gun enthusiasts like myself name our weapons. Sort of like how car guys name their cars. Like Barr named his aforementioned new .44 Mary, after his mom. So when I refer to the name, the Ulysses, understand I'm referring to my 1911. I grabbed my pistol and slowly pulled it from its holster. I began to slowly back away from where I was standing, trying not to make too much noise. I could hear the others fell silent. I could feel them watching me, and I heard Bar coming towards me. As he got close, he whispered, "What is it?" He had his .44 in hand. I'm not sure. I heard a twig crack. Could be a bear or a mountain lion. I said to him. The two of us backed away slowly to the campfire. After reaching it and our friends, we all agreed it was late and time to go home. We began quietly putting things away and packing into the truck, trying to keep quiet just in case. As the others all climbed in the truck, I realized I'd left my keys sitting on the nearby stump. I quietly crept over to retrieve them. That's when I saw it. Or them, I guess. Bright glowing red dots. My gut clenched. One thing I've learned in my life is some advice I was given by my great-grandfather. Always listen to your gut. My gut told me to stay put, and so I did. Within a few seconds it began to be visible. It was at least 7 feet tall, wearing black tattered rags, 2 massive horns on both sides of its head. Its face. I can't begin to describe it. Like a cow skull but with long fangs on the front. It looked at me and I at it. Then it put up its left arm. Its hand was large, bigger than my head, but not quite the size of a torso. Elongated black gnarled claws on the end. The way its hand was held out, it was like it was offering me something, or asking me to take its hand. On the end of the claw at the top, on what would be the human hand, the index finger was a rusty key dangling on a ring that looked new. I could hear a distant growl, deep, too deep for an animal, but also not threatening. I grabbed my keys and I felt it, a feeling of being compelled to go take the key from the thing. I took one step toward it when John's voice echoes out, "T, come on, let's go. We heard something." Followed by the sound of Bar, "Get in the truck, man." I shook my head and looked back. It was gone, but deep in the darkness of the woods. I could see its eyes still. I got in the truck and they took me home. I sat up all night thinking about it, trying to figure out what it could be. I assumed Lashawn maybe. No, I've studied mythology of all kinds. Similar, but sure as hell not it. The skull was right, but not the rags, key hand, or even the horns. A demon of some kind? Perhaps. I still haven't figured it out. A few days passed and each one we hung out with my friends. My girl had finally met them, and every time it was still bugging me. Finally Jesse cornered me. We were out eating lunch one afternoon, and after we ate, Bar went out to have a smoke. He still smokes those expensive cigars that he's always loved. My girlfriend went to the bathroom and so did John. Will was getting another burger when Jesse asked me why I stood there after getting my keys. I sighed and told her I felt something compelling me to go into the woods. Her expression turned from curious to worried instantly. We sat for a moment in silence when she finally spoke up. "T, how long have we known each other?" She asked me. I told her my best guess. She replied with a long statement that I'll never forget. "Yeah, and in all that time I know you better than anyone. I know what you do. I know what you think and feel. I know what you believe and what you doubt. But what I know most of all is that when we're with you, especially at night and in the woods or creepy places, weird and bad things happen." She proceeded to recall accounts of events and things that I intend to tell all about another time. From the strange car, to the breather, to even the time I once seemed to scare off a demon by my command alone. When she was done speaking, she said one last thing. "If your gut tells you to go find out, go find out. But don't go too far and end up not coming back. Not after last time." Last time. I'd forgotten last time. The chapel and the guy, ghost, demon, thing, whatever it was in the rafters. Just thinking about it sends a shiver up my spine, even while typing this now. I'll tell that story another time too. I took her advice. A few nights ago on the 8th, after fighting myself on it, I decided to go find what I seek. I drove up the mountain in my car, and stopped just off the path that led to our camping spots. I got out and left my car on the highway, dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt with some Kevlar under it, over a white undershirt. Some dark blue jeans, and my steel-toe combat boots. In my left boot, a large hunting knife. On my left thigh, the Ulysses. On my belt behind my back, a revolver affectionately named The Last Word, loaded with hollow points, and in my hands, a 12-gauge pump shotgun that I never gave a name, loaded with expensive slugs I bought that day. I started walking off into the woods in the dark, and just a flashlight strapped to my shotgun, with duct tape to light the way. The whole walk into the woods I was terrified. What was it? What did it want? What would happen? Would I ever come back? What if my guns were useless? What if it killed me? What if it showed me what I seek, and I decided not to come home? What would it show me? What was the key for? All these questions rang in my mind when they were suddenly cut short. I heard a voice, deep and inhuman, like that growl, notably audible inside the words. A short half to full second pause between each word. "You've come back," echoed from deep in the dark woods. I turned to face the sound and pumped my shotgun. "Bullets?" echoed this time. No pause between each. "Ineffective," it said. I kept my shotgun up. The sound appeared to change where it was coming from each time. "Show yourself, demon," I commanded. Silence. An owl hooted from the dark. A bat flew overhead. A deer came out onto the path, saw me, then took off. The voice again. "Come, place, before." The pause again between words. I headed toward the place I'd last seen it, and sure enough, right over where our fire had been, in the pitch black, there it was, just as visible as before. I put my shotgun up, but as the light went over the legs where I saw no feet, only the tattered black rags, it faded. It was pitch black now. Only the moon slightly reaching through the trees. Only the deep red glow of its eyes before me. "Hurt you? Intend not," I heard. I stood in place for a moment and put my shotgun barrel down. As soon as it was off what would be the body or head of the creature, the light came back on. "What do you want?" I said. The deep voice spoke. "Key, take, yes." Its arms reached up, and on the same finger as before was the rusty key, on a brand new ring. As close as I was this time, I noticed something. The ring was gold. Fake gold, real gold, I couldn't tell. But it was obviously the color of gold. I hesitated to reach out. The creature stepped closer. I felt no impact, heard nothing, almost as if it was floating. But there was a snap of a stick that faded under the tattered blackness. The voice again spoke. "Take key." I looked up at the creature's face. "Why?" I asked. It tilted its head to the side, then spoke again. "Yours," it said. "What is the key to?" I asked it. It blinked and shook its head slowly. "Not key, take. I looked confused. The M sound was the start of a word, not a or a moan. Again the voice. "Mass." It struggled to say a word. "Master?" I guessed. It shook its head. "Key, take." Its voice began to get deeper and more aggressive. As it said the last word, "Please." It hesitated, held the please as if it was struggling. It sounded like it was in extreme pain. "Tell me why," I demanded. Then it began to fade. Take, time, running out. It had a sense of urgency in its voice. It made it sound almost human. "What is the key to?" I shouted. I wanted to know. I needed to know. Its body began to fade. I quickly reached out and grabbed it. It slipped off the gold-colored ring, as if passing through it. It was old, rusty and grimy, covered in a thick sludge of some kind. It appeared to have trouble. "Thank you. Mass." And it was gone. In the silence of the night I stood, unsure of what to do. I started walking back to my car. I was a little over halfway there. Close enough to hear cars on the highway, as seldom as they were. Then I heard it. A growl not as deep, but similar. As I turned back, I saw those eyes in the dark. And I heard a voice different from the last one. More feminine, but still deep and disturbing. So he gave it to you. A strange choice. It paused for a moment and I asked, "What's the key for?" I saw a smile form under the eyes. A human smile, but the teeth. They looked normal, but crooked and gnarled. The deep voice from before bellowed, "Run! Mass run! Key stealer." My legs moved before I could even think. My gut instinct told me to run and not stop. I sprinted as fast as I could toward my car, feeling a presence only a few steps behind me, as a woman's laugh echoed in the dark. I didn't dare look back. I reached my car and got in. I sped off into the night. I looked in my rearview mirror as I drove. In it I could see a shorter, about my size black tattered rag, seemingly floating on the wind, and the face of a woman with those teeth and eyes in the road. Her head tilted back, and her mouth opened. At her sides were her arms, pale gray and skinny, but with long horrid black claws on the fingertips. A liquid came out of them, and out of her mouth, as I heard an ear-shattering screech, inhuman and yet normal. I took the key home and cleaned it up. Still rusty, but the sludge is off. It's clean at least. I don't know what the key is to. What they were, why it gave me the key, or even what it wanted. Last night a hiker was found in the woods. The local news and the paper say he was dead a few days, and the police claim he ate some bad berries, and fell, which caused his death. I called a friend who works at the morgue. He owes me a favor for a time when I covered for him, when he got caught with some weed. He agreed to meet me at a place. We went to said place, and had some food. I ordered some fries and a side of marinara sauce to dip them in. My girlfriend was a waitress here thankfully, so I got a discount. He told me the truth. The guy was identified by his ID and his wallet. The only part the papers got right, might I add. He was staying at a local hotel in the area that's part of a massive countrywide franchise. He was a 35-year-old man. I can't give you his name for obvious reasons. His throat was torn out and the word key was dug into his chest, by what they assumed was a knife. A cold shiver went down my spine when he told me this. He asked what I knew and why I wanted to know. I told him that I'd seen a hiker in the woods earlier that week with my friends while camping at our usual spots. He knew the spot existed, but wasn't sure where it was. He told me I had to come forward if I knew anything. I told him I didn't, but only that we'd met him, and I was curious if it was the guy we'd met. Well, that's my story. I put the key away, locked in the trunk and buried it. Until I find out what it's for, I feel it's best to not keep it nearby, or on my person, especially not in my apartment. The police are looking for the man's killer. I haven't seen or heard anything from that whatever they were. Am I scared it will come for the key? Yeah. Do I consider taking the key back and leaving it where I got it? Every time I think about it. Do I have a shiver up my spine as I write this? Absolutely. Is it making me paranoid that any sound could be the key stealer? You bet it does. But I'm not going down without a fight.